95 percentile, 97 percentile, not 50, not 60. So we are with the top 2, 3, top 4, 5. Am I right? So whatever we wish to do as far as change is concerned comes from a realization that we need to change. There's an Indian doctor by the name of Atul Gawande. He's in New York. He's written books. And in one book, in one story, he says, I thought I was a good doctor. So he invited a senior doctor into the OT to see how he works so that he can get some suggestions. So the operation was over, then he met the senior doctor, and he thought he will get a page like this. He got a page like this, 2 pages like this with fine print on both sides. Correct? So the doctor said lighting was not okay. Doctor said the way your nurse handled instruments was not okay. The way you stood, the place you stood for this operation was not okay. And the list went on and on. So it's not 3 things, 4 things, he got 30 things to improve in the way he operates. And he thought he was very good. So we also cannot think that we are very good. There's a lot of scope for improvement, and that's what this summit is about. It begins with realizing and accepting that we need to improve. When we accept that, then it will translate to some action. The paradigm we had 3 years ago, even 2 years ago, does not work. We need to have a new paradigm. We are having things that we want you to do. That is Nitte University. So you need to figure out where you are with respect to what NDU is asking you to do. Where are you? How much you have to shift, adjust, align to become closer to what NDU wants you to do. So I will close by saying that this summit is about new thinking, which will translate, I'm sure, to new action. And it's for you to take away notes of things you wish to start thinking about, things that you wish to start doing. So I wish you happy learning today, wish you a good experience, and once again, welcome.
Friends, let me join Rohit sir in welcoming everybody to this leadership summit. We have been planning this for some time, and it's truly a special tribute to what we are doing, that everyone, by everyone I mean everyone, was here before Rohit sir started. So we had requested everybody to be here by 9, and we had everybody here by 9. And I think that deserves a round of applause for all of us for having come here on time. But that's only the first job done. Next, I would request from everybody 3 things. Your unbounded enthusiasm. I want to see that enthusiasm of participating, that uninhibited participation. We have asked all speakers to give at least half their time for question answers. So uninhibited participation, and of course, I'm hoping for unparalleled energy from everybody here and in future. I did not see that enthusiasm as a response to the mail I sent you all yesterday. If you recall, that mail asked for volunteers who will give the vote of thanks for various sessions. And we are 50 of us. I was worried I'll have a lot of choosing to do. Oh, if 50 people say we want to give vote of thanks, then what do we do? I waited and waited and waited until morning only 8 people had responded. So of course, we had our 4 slots filled up. So I don't know if you did not respond thinking others would have responded by now, so let me not respond. So I hope that that reluctance, that hesitation will not be there today. I hope people will If they have a question, ask a question. If they don't have a question, create a question. And we should have a situation where all hands are going up for a question and the moderator's problem is who to choose for asking the question. That's what I would request from everybody. We have also chosen our very comfortable seats to sit in. And when we look to our left and look to our right, we have friends along with us. Now, I want to rearrange things. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to say certain things. All those people have to stand up and change their places. So rule number 1, when you change, you cannot change in the same table. Okay? Rule number 2, if you have to change a second time, you can't go back to your old table. Okay? So this is the rule we are going to follow. So rule number 1. And this rule does not apply to Nagaraj sir, Sridhar sir, Rohit sir and Ashitana. All the others. Now, if your first name begins with A, B, C, D, E, F, please stand up. A, B, C, D, E, F. Now come on, go exchange places, go to another table and take your stuff with you. Quickly. I'm going to give 20 seconds to go and change your table. And go to a table where there is an empty chair, okay? Sir, were you sitting here? Were you sitting here or you were sitting here? Ma'am, Chandrakala ma'am, please come here. He will come there. Aruj ma'am has no chair. You have a chair, okay. Now he still prefers to go back and sit there. Come on. Okay. G-H-I-J, please stand up. All those with G-H-I-J. Please exchange your places. And exchange to a row where you are not sitting. All of you are in the back row, come to a front row. So sir, I did not say K. Kiran sir stood up. I had not included K. He thought I will say G-H-I-J-K, but I stopped at J. Okay. K-L-M-N-O-P. Everybody stand up and change places. Prashant, I heard you are a very good singer. No? No, because they had to give you a punishment for coming late. So can we ask you to sing a song? I don't think so, because then the whole hall will get vacated. If you start singing. Probably. So we stopped at P, right? I don't think we have anybody with Q. RST, please stand up and exchange places. RST. Mohan sir, you are still where you were sitting, right? You didn't Okay, last UVW XYZ. Okay. Look around. Who is sitting next to you on your table? Anybody from your department on your table? Nobody from your department on your table? Sorry? Oh, one of you have to exchange. Come, man. I'm giving you one chance to be away from your principal. Come here. See, whether you like it or not, Raghavendra is sending you away from there. Now friends, now more people are volunteering to get up and go somewhere. Is it because you didn't like some of the people sitting there, sir? Okay. Friends, Our first resource person's session begins at 9:15. He will be here by then. But I just thought at every table, can we have a discussion on a question which Rohit sir asked? What are we expecting from this workshop? From this leadership summit? Can every table come up with one reason? Discuss among yourselves. Come up with the best possible reason as to why we, or what we expect from today's session. So please take your time on the table, discuss among each other, and come up with one comment.
Globally, we should reach. We should keep the targets high. Targets of what we can reach. Targets should be high. At least we can reach something.
So friends, we'll start in another half a minute. So please finalize what you want to say as a group. Shifali ma'am, can I request you to note down what every group says? What is it that every group says? And I'm going to start with this group. So who is speaking on behalf of this group? Aruj ma'am will tell us what her table felt is what they expect this workshop to achieve.
Good morning. So we feel that to understand the changing landscape, as just Rohit sir has told us about this, so that is the thought-provoking thing about the session. And we definitely need to understand how to change our thinking and how to go for this. We need to introspect. That introspection has to be there with the insights of the session.
So Aruj ma'am says that her group felt how to change our way of thinking, approaching issues. And I go back to the group. When do we begin this? Monday morning? When do we begin this, sir? Monday morning or Tuesday morning? Monday is too early.
Yeah, from today.
From today, from now. Yes. This changed way of thinking begins from now. I didn't say this. Who said that? Arun said that. So anybody who has to be blamed for saying from now? Arun. Yes, this group now. So we start with the fight as to who should say it.
Good morning, sirs and madams. Our table felt the purpose of, as an outcome of this meeting is yes, sir. So the first one is the change in mindset, new thinking, strategy for short term and long term, more bonding amongst us, ice breaking, all the initiatives for teaching learning, and importantly for the collaborations.
I'll take only one point which Sudhir said. More bonding among all of us. Because the other point, first point was already made by the other group. So more bonding among all of us. And Sudhir sir, when do we begin? With this session. With your friends on your table. This group.
Good morning. Our group basically thinks that we are here to learn as being in a leadership role, how we can actually overcome the challenges when we handle a team without being biased to anybody, because being in a leadership role, we think that we have to be unbiased and take the team along with us. So we are here to learn that.
Great. I'm sure Sadgopan sir has heard that, and he has dealt with it for the last 40, 50 years. How do I lead a team, and how do I ensure that there is no bias in the way people perceive me to leading a team? And this is what Shrama says her table felt is a goal that we have as a learning goal for this workshop. Okay, this table. Yes.
Good morning, everyone. So what our table felt is with the foreign universities setting up campuses in India, we felt that Nitte deemed university should be on par with excellence in meeting global standards and G.V.S ranking. So that was what we felt.
Great. As a university, we set global standards and we meet global standards. We first meet the existing global standards and then become the ones who will start setting the global standards. Wonderful. This group here.
Good morning, everyone. To take the valuable insights from the speakers and to implement that in our day-to-day work, to bring the success in our department faculty, take the institution to the next level and get the success from the students.
Okay, great. So take away the learnings from this session and see how we implement that. This is for the benefit of everybody. We have actually formed 4 committees today. And each committee is looking at one session, is going to prepare a report based on what the speaker said, based on the discussion we had. What are the tangible implementations for us from this workshop? So we have 4 committees actually going to work on that, and they will be submitting us the report next week. This table, please.
Good morning to all of you. Our team, we were discussing on how to make decision making and create leaders, peer progression and create leaders. So that is important for an institution or to grow equally with enriching everybody.
Wonderful. So Shifali ma'am, I'm going to ask Shifali ma'am to make the point because I couldn't hear it clearly.
They are focusing on to understand the leadership, to build and create leadership among themselves first, and then take it away to the students and faculty members later and encourage decision making.
I've heard Sadgopan sir once say, many of us learn leadership on the job. Nobody teaches us to be leaders. We learn it through trial and error. And that's what Nandita ma'am is saying that her group emphasized. Sorry ma'am? Sorry? And next, create a next line of leadership in our institutions. Wonderful. This table?
So a very pleasant morning to all of you all. Since all the participants here are leaders of their own groups, like the departments or colleges, what our team felt was we should learn to efficiently motivate our team, whichever team we lead. The team size is not important, a smaller size or a larger size, but we need to efficiently motivate them so that we will get the best out of our team. It's not because we want them to do, we want them to do it by themselves. So that's what we wanted to say. Thank you.
Saying that my team should not say, when is the next leader going to be chosen? Which is, my team feels that they are having a wonderful time under my leadership. Yes. So, yeah. I think that's the last group.
So, good morning all. So, our team thinks that so we need to have an initiative towards industry-institute interaction and how to effectively implement NEP, especially ability enhancement courses. As well, how to
see, we thought of having how to take along all the people with us in our.
He purposely did not make that point because he wanted you to make it. Take all people of my team along with.
And I want to add one more thing here, that and to be a leader, not a dictator.
Okay. Is that a warning or is it a statement? Okay. Now, friends, we have had all our teams making their points, and Shifali will put it down for us. And I'll try to create a chart where you write it. And end of the day, I want you to go and tick it and say whether we have been able to achieve that goal or not today as part of this workshop. Friends, it's indeed a privilege to welcome Dr. Sadagopan to this session. I first met him more than 2.5 decades ago, and he still looks as young as he looked when I saw him 1/4 century ago. He is one of those in Bangalore who everybody, especially in the field of education, is familiar with. A person of great humility who reaches out to everybody, and an excellent human being. And if I could add, a friend of the Nitte group, who is always there to support us in what we do. He has come to our institutions on a few occasions earlier. And when we were thinking of the summit, we could not think of a better leader to be able to lead the very first session. So thank you so much, sir, for agreeing to be with us this morning. It's indeed, on behalf of everybody here, we would like to thank you for having spared your time for us. I am not going into sir's biodata because you all have a copy of that. I thought it's more important to say something about him which no biodata talks about. And for me, he is somebody whose words have always been special, and I would go any distance to listen to him. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Yeah. So when Dr. Sandeep Shastri says, come, I have to come. That's it. So that is a kind of relationship we have. And the reason why I agreed to come, in fact, I had talked to some of you. How many of you I talked to last year? Quite a few, right? So sometimes I may even repeat it, sorry. Right, okay, so it is important. So he asked me, how about the slides? I said, no slides. Okay, so that is something which I learned 4 years back. So when I retired in 2021, so I thought I'm going to have a gala time because I can read all my books. So I don't have to go to office. I don't have to get stuck in Bangalore traffic. So no flights. So I thought it is going to be nice. But what happened was, even before my retirement term starts, even 1 month before, I was supposed June onwards, I got a series of calls. Hey, Sadagopan, you are retired, so you must be free. So that is the condition with which they start. And they say, you come, etc. So I kept, so I'm actually last 4 years, I'm busier than my tenure time. So, you know, we are all used to, as professors, we are all used to PPTs and slides and, you know, so very faithfully prepare the slides, etc. So I said that it is just taking too much of my time because I end up giving more lectures. So I said, we have to find some more efficient way. And that is the time I discovered the power of stories. So I want you to all discover the power of story. So we sometimes realize that, you know, see, there was I forget his name. He wrote a series of books. He's a formally trained economist. He wrote starting with Shakti stories and Puranas and stuff like that. So there he actually articulates. He said, look, there are hundreds of, not dozens, hundreds of Ramayana around the planet. And what makes the Ramayana story so interesting is At each time, people can say it differently. Sometimes the Western civilization comes back and say, you know, you people don't record things well, etc. And we also kind of, yes sir, yes sir, yes sir. So we also start thinking that we are not a great documenting nation and all. I think little realizing life is boring if you simply enumerate facts. Let me repeat, life is boring if you simply enumerate facts. History is not enumerating facts. History is an interpretation of facts. And every person interprets differently. And that is what makes the story so interesting. The same story you tell differently at different time. And each time it is interesting because my students keep asking me after November 1, 2022, sir, tell us something which is not there in ChatGPT. And they thought they had bowled me. I said, look, I am an incorrigible optimist, right? So I won't get easily bowled. He said, no problem. They said, sir, give me one. I said, no problem. My lecture tomorrow. It's not there in ChatGPT, right? So what I'm trying to say is, well, ChatGPT is great, but to a large extent, it is all the past. So we need to look at the future. And the reason why I agreed to come talk to you is, you are the future. Nitte is the future. IITs, IASCs, IIMs are the past. But Nitte is the future. Okay? So let me start with an interesting interaction from one of the renowned professors at MIT. You can go and kind of Google him. In fact, these days, instead of Google him, you should actually use the word, you know, there is a Mandina Maga called Arvind Srinivas. Arvind Srinivas has an interesting stuff, right? How many of you have looked at it? Do you look at this new tool for searching? Okay. Huh? Yes, Perplexity. Okay, go and take a look at Perplexity. So Professor Ken Keniston is an interesting person. He used to teach at MIT. He created what is called the Technology and Society program at MIT. And he is a PhD from Oxford, 1949 to 1953. So he's my good friend for a long time. And you know, about 7-8 years back, in one of our conversations, he quietly said something which initially I did not believe, but as days roll by, I actually feel it is actually happening. And you are the people who are making it going to happen. So what Professor Keniston said was, he said, look, by 2050, India will occupy the position currently occupied by United States in being the number one attractive place for higher education for the planet. Right? Whenever we think of higher education in the planet, the first destination that comes to our mind is United States, right? And that position will be taken up by India by 2050. While it is music to your ears, you know, you also kind of tend to react in disbelief. Okay, so I have been my association with the United States is 50 years. So I have a soft corner for US because that is a country which when I was 21 kind of invited me, treated me very well, gave me a lot of opportunities. So I find it very hard. So I told Ken, you are so nice to us, but I can't believe it. Then he told me something which I did not realize. So he said 1949, he's an undergraduate from Harvard. He had the option of going for a graduate studies at Harvard, but he chose to go to Oxford. You know what he said? He said, when I went for my PhD, going to Cambridge or Oxford was news, was something which you aspire for. Going to Harvard, no big deal. Okay? So United Kingdom was the #1 destination for higher studies in late 40s and early 50s. If you go back in history, about 100 years, United Kingdom enjoyed that position. Before that, it was Germany. So the position shifts. Okay? And he believes that by 2050, India will become the #1 destination. And initially I was in disbelief, but as years roll by, and particularly as what is happening in the last few weeks, you realize that is actually going to happen. And when that happens, okay, the first port of call obviously will be Bangalore. And within the first port of call, whoever is going to be more friendly is going to be the destination. So let me also tell you something which I told you last time. So I'm repeating it for some of you repeated it. Okay, so my IIT friends don't like it, but nonetheless I tell them. So this is actually a concoction by one of my former students. It goes like this. What is wrong with IITs? Some of you remember? I told you last time. What is wrong with IITs? Very simple. An IIT is an I and an I and an I over I. Full of ice. Full of ego. Somewhere along people talked about, right? We have to come together. We have to group together. It doesn't happen. Each person is a kingdom. But my students, these are all smart students, right? He happens to be an IIT and an IIM student. So he extended it. And he now teaches at IISc. Okay. He said, what is wrong with IIMs? So IIMs are also an I and full of I's. How many of you follow Hindi? All of you follow Hindi? Okay, so I'll use a Hindi word because it captures it so well. There is no exact equivalent in other languages. So he said, the IITs are full of I's, but all of them are straight. The IIMs, some I's are straight, some are teda. You get the word teda, right? It has a deep connotation. So that is the beauty of the language, right? So you can get that. And then what is wrong with IISc and AIMS and others? So they are also full of I's, some straight, some not so straight. But more interestingly, you have the squiggle called S, which is a squiggle. So once you put a squiggle, what it means is you don't know what it is. Okay. So you got the point, right? So I think while we have been successful, I've been part of all the three systems. I created a system called IIIT, etc. But I think what happens is historically, we are not known to be friendly. See, even today, you go to any of the IITs or IIMs, okay, you will not find a single chair where students can sit. The usual stuff which we, the directors, say that, look, if I put a chair, you know how these kids are. They will mess it around, they will cut it, so they'll have to maintain it, etc. So don't have the chairs. But you go to an American university, typically. Of course, Nitte also is very friendly. I think you people changed it, right? So you are welcome. So I think today our thought process must be, let the children mess around, we'll keep replacing. So we have to make places welcome. So that is something which I need to do, okay? So let me kind of get back to what Dr. Shastri wanted me to communicate, okay? So let me start with three broad principles because it is interesting. Academic administration is fundamentally different from business administration because of one of the very unusual things which we do. Because an academic administrator is not a boss. He is the first among the equals. Okay? He is the first among the equals. So, director of institute, it happens, right? You go to any IIT, IIM, etc. Professor K.R.S. Murthy was the director. At some point in time, he completed his term. Professor M.R. Rao was his dean. M.R. Rao became the director, and Professor Murthy is a faculty member. So, technically, the director is a head for all the institute, including the former head. That's perfectly fine. So, that is how it works. Okay? So, it does not happen does it ever happen in corporate sector? Doesn't happen at all. Occasionally it happens in the government sector, but it's a fiasco. But most of the time. So academics, you have that one. You are first among the equal. The second thing in academic kind of stuff is that you don't lead by being at the front. you lead from being behind. So what you do is, you kind of push everybody. Because when you start at the beginning and start leading, some people may just get left behind. But when you are behind everybody, so you push everyone, so ensure that everybody progresses, and your progress is the last to progress. You are in some sense the least important among all. Okay? And what happens is, you all know that Vidya Vinaya Sampanna. Vidya and Vinaya supposed to go together. So humility is a virtue which academic administrators have to practice day in and day out. Because it is not something which is a nice thing to have. It is a must. If you don't have, you have no chance of success. But I can also tell you something interesting. Humility also gives you a very unusual position. A position that cannot be taken by anybody. So the respect that you command is not a commandment. The respect is something which you get it by inspiration. And when you get that respect does not go away. And as Professor K.R.S. Murthy said, that when you are not a director, you are actually respected more. They said, look at this man. Until yesterday, he used to occupy the corner office, but he's happily sitting and having a cup of coffee with us. Your respect goes up. The respect does not go down. Okay? So, humility is a virtue, and first among the equals. And there's something even more interesting about the virtue of being an academic leader is, academic leaders take the positions they occupy. So we all have a chair. So there are two ways of looking at the chair. One is what is called, what is the right term for that? Let me get the right term. Bhoga Bhumi. Other one is a Karma Bhumi. If as long as it remains a Karma Bhumi, you command respect, you continue to serve the role of an academic leader. The moment it becomes a Bhoga Bhumi, you kind of start losing it. So you may actually enjoy, no problem, but you have lost the larger cause. So, as once again to quote Professor K.R.S. Murthy, so is it director K.R.S. Murthy or K.R.S. Murthy director? So what happens is K.R.S. Murthy is important, director or not. Director K.R.S. Murthy, when the director is gone, Murthy is also gone. Right? So I think what happened, you outlive the chair by actually not getting too attached to the chair. I think this is, okay, these are broadly the golden principles on which academic administration is to be built. Okay, so make no mistakes, this is not a traditional business administration. Okay, and of course, okay, you all know the famous story of, Shuka Brahmam and his father Vyasa. So in one occasion, what happened was, Vyasa was going around, and then there were a set of girls who were actually taking baths in a temple tank. And as soon as Vyasa came, so they all kind of cuddled together, covered themselves, went into another place, etc. But something interesting happened. Next day, Shuka Brahmam came, and the girls were continuing to take bath. And Vyasa said that, look, when I came yesterday, you people actually cuddled and kind of went out. But this man is a young man, and you, he said, look, sir, when you came, we found that there was a man. When Shuka Brahmam is there, we never felt there was a man. So Shuka Brahmam is what is called a person who is beyond all that. Okay? So what happens is, the son, so Vyasa realized his son was actually a more evolved soul than him. Okay? And that is the beauty of this. So one of the stuff is, we all think that we have students in our class. But what we don't realize is, they are students in our class for 4 years, but they remain your teachers for next 40 years. So your students are your genuine teachers. And that is something which you have to kind of cultivate as you go along. So keep that in mind. Students are our teachers. And jokingly I tell the students, they pay a fee for us to teach them for 4 years. But we don't even pay a fee, but they keep teaching for 40 years. So not as a bragging point, but just to tell you, it is important that what a great country we live in. So I have some half a dozen unusual people who happen to be my students. Okay? But I think what is interesting is the relationship. Ashwini Kumar Vaishnav happens to be my student. And he was my M.Tech student. And what is interesting is, last time, so we had a meeting. So he used to come home for a cup of coffee at home, because my wife makes, particularly in Kanpur, you don't get easily filter coffee. So my wife used to make. So in one of the functions, so he was the chief guest. So he was asking me, how are you? How is madam? He said, she's also there. So he went down from the podium, went up to my wife and touched her feet. He's a union minister. He did not do it. And he always responds to my WhatsApp messages in about 10 minutes. He need not do. The current CEO of TCS, G.V.S, again happens to be my former student. And his daughter is getting married. And he said, sir, the first invitation should go to you. See, he's so busy, See, TCS is only about 46 billion US dollars, right? So it's actually 1 or 2% of our GDP. Okay. I think that is, in fact, this is what my friends from MIT and Harvard tell me. Hey, Shadagopan, you guys don't realize that in American society, an MIT or Harvard president is highly respected. One, because we are professors at MIT and Harvard. Second, we are also reasonably rich. Not that he was some, but in India, faculty members are, now it's okay, but we used to be indecently paid until about 10 years back, right? At least now we are. But, particularly school teachers who are continue to be indecently paid, but they're still respected. So this is a knowledge society. So we are all Saraswati Putras. So other countries are Lakshmi Putras. So we are happy to be Saraswati Putras. And my Saraswati tells me that, look, don't forget, Lakshmi happen to be my younger sister. So I can command her. So if you really want, she will get lots of money, don't worry. But I think what you do is, I think money has no interest in stuff, okay? So let me kind of start with, okay, this is the backdrop I want you to keep in mind. Okay. So, see, as organizations, when you build departments, etc., you also look for some interesting principles, right? So let me talk of some principles that have worked universally. Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry. You have a color mic by chance? If it is there, it makes it easier. Okay. See, Microsoft started what is called Microsoft Research. And Microsoft Research used to be very close to this place. Now they have moved slightly bit away. And Bill Gates wanted to start Microsoft Research. And he went around, asked a couple of people, how should he go about it? So a lot of people responded. And the one which he liked most happens to be from a person by name Roger Needham. Roger Needham is a renowned cryptographer at UK. And Roger gave the following insight. He said, look, if you want to build a department, etc., follow this principle of 5 to 7 principle. What is this 5 to 7 principle? Have groups of 5 to 7 groups. And in each group, have about 5 to 7 people. So that makes it around 35, right? 7 into 5. And his argument was, at any time of the 5 to 7 groups you have, 2 or 3 groups will be doing extremely well. And 2 or 3 groups will kind of muddle along. So what you do is, thank very thoughtful of you. Just freeze your hand. No? Am I audible? Okay, good. So when you have 5 to say 2 or 3 groups will be doing exceptionally well. 2 or 3 groups will kind of muddle along. So what you do is sensitize the groups which are kind of falling behind. Either they shape up or they shape out. Either you kind of merge them, retire them, ask them to leave, whatever. Similarly, each group, 5 to 7 people, 1 or 2 people will be standing tall. They will be leaders, they will be researchers, par excellence, they will be conference chair for some of the premium conferences, they will be the best teachers, they will have the NSF grants, etc., etc. And couple of them will kind of be falling behind. So kind of counsel them, work on them, etc., etc. And then keep repeating this 35, 35, 35. This principle holds. Okay. So, and you will find something very interesting. Very large number of, you can actually go to the website of so many universities around the world, and you will actually find many department sizes are 30, 40. Okay. So when it's beyond 30, 40, they create another department. Okay. This principle kind of works very well. Okay. That's one of the principles. The second one, as I came, so Dr. Shastri was talking to some of you, and we were also kind of talking about how to build, etc., etc. So sometime it is get to know what the great men and women think about it. So MIT president was here. Okay. So I don't know how many of you know that Times of India from 2003 happens to be the world's largest English newspaper. So you all know it's big, but you don't realize it is the world's largest. It is bigger than New York Times, bigger than Wall Street Journal, bigger than Chicago Tribune, bigger than Washington Post, bigger than Times of UK. Okay. So obviously, Americans are very metric conscious. So the presidents of American universities would know it than us, because they kind of watch this. We don't really watch this. So obviously, many of the presidents, whether it's Yale president or MIT president or Toronto president or Rochester president, they all happen to be good friends. They said, hey, I want to talk to Times of India. So I just so I called the Times of India people. So they're very happy to come. So came the lady from Times of India, Sita Lakshmi, and she asked the question, Professor, to be a president of MIT must be such a difficult job. How do you manage it? And this man smiled. He said, my job is very simple. I said, what? Very simple? He said, yeah. He said, I do only 3 things. So he said, what is the 3 things I do? He said, look, Sita, that MIT has a set of people, and MIT is MIT because they are there. If they are not there, MIT will not be MIT. Okay? That is just about 10% of the population. So I need to know who are they. Make no mistakes. I should not make mistakes there. I should know exactly who are they. And then what you should do? Very simple. Dance to their requests, even if it means standing on your head. Doesn't matter. Do whatever it takes to keep them in good mood. And if they're in good mood, they'll do great work. If they do great work, MIT will be great. So that is what I do. So 10% of the time, 50% of the time, I spend with them. And then Sita Lakshmi asked, what is the next? Okay. Then he said, very interesting. Again, there is interesting. 10% of the people, if they continue in MIT, MIT will not be MIT. If they continue in MIT, MIT will not be MIT. Okay? So, a lot of times we think, see, we all have our own ways of America, etc. You think that, look, you can fire them, etc. He said, no, you can't fire them because they are bright people. Just that they don't suit us, or they are not able to perform their best. And many of them will be really, see, they wouldn't have been able to make it to MIT if they are not good. But they are good, but not good enough. So we have to find a nice place for them. A professor in some other place, because he was in MIT for 5 years, would be happy to have them as a dean. Help them. So help them to find better places so that they can perform. But they have to leave. So 50% of the time I spend with this 10%. So 50%, 50%, then is that remaining 80% of the people, I don't have to do anything. So 50% of the time I spend with the top people, 50% of the time I spend with the bottom 10%. So it's interesting, this applies to every organization. Right? Come to think about it. Your own department, your own small research group, your own PhD students population. Even you have 5 PhD students, you will have this problem. 1 or 2 will do exceptionally well. 1 or 2, every day they will say, sir, give me a problem. So they don't realize PhD is not one more exam. There is no question paper in PhD, right? They are used to question papers, right? So a lot of good students are happy to get question papers, but there is no question paper for PhD. So you have to tell them that, look, PhD is not their game, or maybe you have to find them elsewhere. Okay. But I think what happens is, the learning from MIT president's view is, we need to be clear. I think what I really admire, clear-headedness of this individual, right? To be able to articulate what is your role, what is your job, etc. I think we try to do too many things. Abhi karo, abhi karo, abhi karo, abhi karo. Think, get the clutter out, be absolutely focused on just a couple of things like this. Okay? Let me okay, one more interesting stuff. This is something, see, a lot of times when I talk to universities like you, so you keep kind of giving me one response, which is right, but nonetheless, beyond a point, you can't use that argument. So you would say, sir, we don't attract the kind of faculty and students which IITs, IIMs are able to attract. What do we do? Okay? So some of you might have heard of, recently that institute was kind of doing something. How many of you followed that, the VIT, the chancellor of VIT, Vishwanathan, my long-time friend. And so he was conferred a special doctorate by Rochester Institute of Technology, RIT. Okay? Rochester is a small little town, east coast of United States. It's a nice town, nice institute called RIT. RIT president also visited me. And once again, Times of India interviewed. So the same question, Times of India person asked. Okay? And maybe, I think, a slightly different question, sorry. The different question was, she went and asked, Professor, when will RIT become MIT? Okay, so she thought that she will get an answer 20 years, 50 years, 100 years, 5 years, 10 years, something like that. So she was wanting to wait for him to think and then have a measured answer, etc., etc. But she was surprised because the answer came in a split second. Without winking an eye, the gentleman said, never. And then she thought that, look, no, maybe she was feeling bad, that, look, I had kind of put this man in the corner, it is not fair. How can MIT and RIT be compared? So he would feel little bit down, etc. He bounced back. Madam, why should RIT become MIT? I am proud RIT president. Every one of my students is a proud RIT student. Why should I become MIT? Right? You got the message, right? And he went on articulating. He said, look, see, MIT gets the top 0.1% of the population. So with that kind of a students, they're able to do great things. They're able to attract great faculty. And with just about 10,000 students, they run a budget of $20 billion. We have 100,000 students, they run with half the budget. 10 times more students and half the budget. So for the bang for the buck, we do much better job. Right? So I have a role, MIT has a role, and then he actually articulated, each one of us have a role to play. And within that role, are we playing it right? within that role, are we playing it right? That's all matters. We don't have to copy others. We don't have to become somebody. Let us be what we are. Okay? And that is the reason why I feel that places like Nitte, you stand a much better chance, because you will offer much more for the money spent on you, the money spent on your institution, the students spent on you. Okay? And second thing is, you also will be well grounded, because all said and done, with 10,000 students, you can make only so much influence, MIT can. With 100,000 students, Rochester can make much more of an influence. You go to small towns around the United States, you will find an RIT alum. Okay, just for information, just note down, this is something which I want you to note down. There's a university called Penn State. Kind of go and discover. This is a 200-year-old institute. This has the largest number of living alumni in the planet for any institution. You know what is the number? 1.4 million. Okay. So like RIT, look at Penn State, right? So the influence they can influence so many people in so many ways. MIT obviously has a great place. Okay, it can influence, it can contribute. But what Penn State can contribute, MIT cannot. So find your place. Find your own place and find a place where you can do better than anyone else. And your place is very much there. No one else can take your place. Okay? So I just want you to be absolutely clear. No one else can take your place. Okay, so am I doing okay? Yes. So we have another 20 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay.
We can open it up for questions.
Okay, fine. Okay, so that's good. Okay.
But I must mention as you are speaking that Nitte is one of the few institutions in India which has a long-term MOU with Penn State.
Oh, okay. So it's very nice, very nice. So, Penn State president visited me, Penn State rector visited me. I tell you, I think sometimes, we should actually learn a few things from them. And then what is the most thing which I was touched, and, which I said that, we kind of don't learn that easily. The Penn State provost invited me to his office, and he gave me this, Penn State has the largest number of alumni. Then he gave me something. He gave me the number 1.4 million, blah, 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 to the last digit. And then he added, living alumni as of January 1, 2007. I met him in July 2007. So they not, for 1.6 million people, they track every alum. They even find out how many are alive on a particular date. You can't tell them that, look, they had computers. There is no computers 200 years back. So it is just that, okay, how many of us are organized to keep track of? See, we keep track of so-called successful alum, rich alum. But Penn State says, no, there could be a hairdresser in a small little town who desired to be a happy hairdresser in his town. He is my proud alum as much as an alum who becomes the president of a country. That means every alum, every alumnus and every alumna is my most important alum. Is something. So I'm glad that, it's a great place to kind of learn from. Okay. Okay. So something good, you talked about. So you should realize that I'll share some secrets. Okay. So it's something very interesting, because the advantage of sharing the secrets is that is authentic, right? Because this is something which ChatGPT does not tell me, right? I pick it up my own, okay? So sometimes, you might enjoy this also. See, being in Bangalore, so what happens is, Bangalore is a global town, right? So whether it is IT, whether it is telecom, or it is real estate, or a hotel, or a aircraft, or an airline, or Pepsi, the CEOs keep coming here. And you know what is interesting is, as a Bangalorean, how many of you are Bangaloreans? All of you? Okay. So as a Bangalorean, so sometimes, you know, we don't realize what an image which we enjoy. So for most people, cannot think that Bangalore will not have an IIT. So they think I am an IIT. So I get so many visitors as a director of IIITB thinking that we are an IIT. Okay, mistaken identity. Okay, so they realize after some time. But you know, sometimes there is a mystery that, as a, you know, it is something which goes beyond. You know, Bangalore should have had an IIT, but somehow did not happen. It went to Dharwad. Okay, so what happens is, because of that. Okay, so you all know there is a university called Yale. You know, Yale is such a yuppie university. Okay, so even amongst the so-called Ivy League, okay, so the president's daughters, etc., will go only to Yale. They would not go to Harvard. Okay, because that is the kind of, okay, it's a very rich people's university, etc., etc. So the president of Yale visited me, and then, you know, normally people are nice to you, right? So when he was leaving Richard Levin, Richard said that, look, Shadagopan, if you are in my part of the world, drop in. So I told him, Richard, I know how busy you will be as the president of Yale, and it will be impossible for you to steal time. So I think you are nice, but let me not bug you. He said, no, I don't guarantee, but when you are there, just send me a mail. If I am free, we'll have some time. So lo and behold, I was in that part of the world. I sent him a mail. He said yes. I spent an hour with him. You know, it's sort of a nice thing, right? So to be actually spending an hour with the president of Yale at his office on his invitation was so nice. So obviously, I told him that, look, so at your level, I don't want to waste your time. So there is no point talking about student internship, projects, faculty interaction, MOU, etc. So we don't get a chance to listen to people like Ivy League presidents on a one-on-one person, particularly in their office. Said, look, I want you to share some secrets. Yes, go ahead. Whatever I can, I will share. You know, this is something which I want you to know, because you are all tomorrow's India, and you will actually be custodians of the global students. You know, maybe some of you or some of your youngsters, people whom you recruit, because you still have another 30 years to go. Okay, so at that time you should be ready for this. So I asked him, you know, Dr. Shastri, you know, sometimes, you know, you have a moving chair. Okay, anyways, it doesn't matter. Okay, so what happened is I asked him this question, Richard, how do you manage the political class? You know what he did? He quickly moved his chair, came this side, and whispered. He said, look, your jokers are no different than our jokers. Okay, just keep it to yourself, okay? So, you know, but, you know, it's interesting. But he actually taught me something, which I thought that, you know, we in India, we have to know. To some extent, while we say Vidya Vinaya Sampanna, in reality, it is just the opposite. We are too headstrong. So what Richard said was, he said, look, you guys, academics in India, you look down on politicians. We don't. Right? Because whatever it is, you all realize it, right? Nandan Nilekani, you know, what an outstanding gentleman. How many votes we all gave him? 2,400. But these people who win, they get 1 million. Right? So something they do it which we don't know. And then Richard actually told me something which I thought academics we should know. He said, look, the Ivy League consists of 9 universities. Each puts $2 million. This is about 2007, so it might have gone up a little bit. Okay, so $18 million. We create a fund every year, and then out of this fund, we hire half a dozen MBA students, bright MBA students, pay them very well, and then tell them that, look, your job is to ensure that we are able to get the ears of the people who matter. You know that there are 50 states, each state has 2 senators, so 15 to 200. And he said, look, all the 100 members, you should know them by first name. And you should be kind of talking to them, keeping in touch with them, give them some reports, tell them what is happening in Ivy League, etc., etc. And more important, every other month, organize a talk. Get a Turing Award winner, get a Nobel Prize winner, get a field medalist, whatever, right? Fly them first class, put them in the best hotels, prepare slides for them, because they will be busy, okay? And make them actually deliver a lecture, 1 hour lecture. And then fly in these 100 senators, and many of them will say, so I'm busy, I can't make it, etc. Out of the 100, some 40, 50, 60 will say, yes, I will try. Some 30 probably will finally come. And to quote Richard, out of the 30 who came, 28 will sleep through the course. But 2 of them are awake. Those 2 matter. Those 2 matter. So they are the people to whom we send a message across. It is good for America to invest in Ivy League. That's the message. It is good for America to invest in Ivy League. So I think you should. It's good for India to kind of take Nitte more seriously. So it's important. But I tell you my personal experience. I have personally interacted with half a dozen prime ministers, half a dozen presidents, 20 chief ministers. But I tell you, every time I meet them, I come back, my respect for them goes up. See, what happens is, they all have to play a very different game, so let us not worry about it. But institutionally, okay, the only thing they all told me is very simple. He said, Shadagopan, we like you simply because you don't have a personal agenda. You work for the institute. That's why we respect you. So as long as we kind of only take institutional interest, and if we don't go with our personal agenda, you are respected. You are respected to such an extent. I'll give you one story and stop. It is something which is a touching story because it is Bangalore, you all should know. You know that about 15 years back, there was a time when Maharashtra government was in trouble. So this country, we have a peculiar stuff. All the MLAs will be huddled together and taken to another place. So they all came to Bangalore. And I had a most unusual, what I can say, experience, assignment, whatever you call. The chief minister at that time told me, Shadagopan, your job is to engage them for 3 hours. So 10 a.m. to 1 p.m., so I have to kind of engage them. But this is something I have never done, never prepared. None of us are prepared for it, right? And we all have our own views of these MLAs, sometimes we think that they cannot. But I tell you, they were the best students. And some of them continue to send me a greeting card even after 15, 20 years. One of them became the chief minister. And when you talk to them, they open up. Okay, what we as a country we don't do, and what many countries do. I think that is the reason why I want you to. Okay, so start engaging with the MLAs, MPs, etc. But don't ask them for any favor or any such thing. Just see, they don't know us. They don't know higher education. What happens is, as part of this Yale University stuff, so what happens is that a senator in the United States has access to a couple of MBA students who kind of constantly prepares them with facts, data, stories, etc. They have an opportunity to educate. But I can tell you this much, many of the MLAs, MPs, etc. use me. Okay?
It's a very humbling feeling, right? Because what you realize is that, a person like Arun Shauri, he used to come to IIIT and he will say, Shadagopan, I don't want you to waste your time. Okay, tell your librarian to kind of take me, and you have access to lots and lots of material, so I want to read it. He'll quietly, he said, accepting give cup of coffee, nothing else you have to do. Okay, you are the union minister. Okay, so what happens is that, see, they also want to know, because where do they get, in fact, I used to do something like this, those days, I'm talking of Arun Shauri, we are talking of at least about 15 years back. Startups were new, so he did not know how to do. So what happens is, we used to organize a 3-hour program a couple of times called G.V.S. in IT. I will call all the startups, each one is given 15 minutes. So Arun Shauri will sit through. Okay, I tell you, he will sit through, take notes, ask me questions, ask them questions, follow them up, give them support. Some of them have become big now. Okay, how many of you know there is a company called, there is a person called Rohit Bhatt. Does the name sound anything for you? Any of you from Udupi? Okay, you know Rohit Bhatt? RoboSoft. Oh, you are your student, is it? Yes. Oh, it's nice. Rohit is my, so Rohit, I kind of brought him and no. You see, something we should know about Rohit. Apple phone, iPhone, when it was launched in July 21st, 2007, there were no apps. 2008, only apps came. So Steve Jobs launched some hundreds of apps, some 300, 400 apps. 5 apps came from Udupi. The original app store had 5 apps. More interesting stuff. For 5 years in a row, Rohit Bhatt's RoboSoft app was in the top 100. Remember, Apple App Store has millions of apps. To be in the top 100 out of the millions, but not for 1 year, but 4 years in a row is phenomenal. And that is what he could achieve. Okay? But it's, so what I'm saying is, engage with the political class because it is important. He does a great job. I think learn from him, but it is important. You see, what happens is, don't become a politician. Okay, that is easy to do. Okay, continue to be a prof, continue to maintain your identity, continue to maintain your stuff. But what we don't realize is, they are also needed. See, the society needs everybody. As one of the chief ministers said, from janitor to chief minister, everybody contributes. Everybody contributes in their own way. So we should not kind of, okay. Yeah, so my time is up. So one can go on. So let me kind of start with how much time you spend with students. Okay. So somewhere along, I want you to kind of, see, I think one of the nice things, it's actually more true in IITs than even IIM. See, in IITs, we spend a lot of time with students, okay, outside the class. Okay, partly because we live in a campus, becomes easier. But even otherwise, United States, they have a very interesting system. You have what is called office hours. So there are times where, see, you also don't want to lose all your time, so your time is precious. But have something like a couple of hours a week. Spend time with them. And you don't have to use this instrument. Use this instrument. Just listen to them. I'll give you one and then you stop. See, one day, so there was a little argument going on between 2 individuals outside my office. So I said, what is this? And the TA said, sir, this student is impossible, he wants to meet you. I said, what is the problem? Bring him inside, let me see. And the student said, sir, this teaching assistant is not allowing me to enter the exam hall. I said, how can teaching assistant not allow somebody to enter the exam hall? This is not acceptable. I scolded the teaching assistant. He said, no, sir, he is not following the rule. I said, what is the rule? He said, look, the final exam, it's a 3-hour exam, he is coming 45 minutes late. And we have a rule that if you come after 30 minutes, you can't enter. So I told Aditya, I said, look, the student, Aditya, they are good people. You know, because I take that, day one, I spent 2 hours with the students. And every batch, 22 years I did that. So I said, we actually tell you many things. One of them is this. Lectures are serious, exams are rigorous. We will not compromise on that. So you know it. Then he said, sir, I'm not complaining about that. I said, what are you complaining? He said, look, sir, you know that we are a new generation. So all the time we are with our phone, etc., etc. In IIITB, everything is online, so you know that I am registered for this course, and you know that this is the exam, etc. I just was kind of working late night. I slept away. I should have got an SMS alert. At that time, WhatsApp had just come. I should have got an SMS alert. You did not provide SMS alert. So I slept. So it's your problem. So, but what I want to tell you is, students think very different. Okay? I think this is what I request you. Okay? So we also have to change. So honestly speaking, I did not know what to do. But I think Uparwala hai na. So if you are humble, Uparwala will guide you. Something interesting happened. So somehow at that moment, I thought to myself, I told Aditya, okay, this is the challenge. Okay? We will create a new exam for you. This is the exam. Okay? I will open up my ERP and I will give you the API. You build a small extension to my app so that this is available to all the students, not only to you. So every student from now onwards, okay, 2 hours before, 1 hour before, they will get an SMS alert. So that is the exam. And he did that. And actually speaking, the ERP company found that it was a nice addition. So they gave him 25,000 rupees. So he not only passed the exam, he got 25,000 rupees. The ERP company is happy. It's now part of the product. Okay. So what it means is, you are dealing with a new generation of students. So you have to act, you have to do differently, act differently, listen to them, and play their game and not your game. Okay? I think that is the beauty of teaching in 2025, and that is the beauty. I know India in 2025 is very different. It is not our India. We were students, we were completely different. But I think that is what it is. We are a new India. So I think learn from this. Okay? So sorry, I probably took 3-4 minutes extra than my time, but you know how it is. Okay, so any question?
I saw the pens of most of you moving very furiously, and I'm sure many of you have already filled up many pages of your notebook. And we couldn't have asked for a better opening session for the Leadership Summit. A man of technology has used human technology and not the information technology for speaking today. He did not use a PowerPoint, but then kept everybody active. Okay, so now is the time for all of you to raise any queries, questions, or any further elaboration of a point which sir
feel
made.
free to criticize. You know, if you want to disagree, perfectly fine. See, this is one of the nice things. You know, see, question as a retired person, so I don't have any career, right? So if you say that, look, you wasted my time, it's okay. I will say sorry and go. So I don't have to feel apologetic about it. Okay, so tell me what you liked, what you did not like, what made sense, what did not make sense.
So who has the first question? Please raise your hand so that we know who wants to raise a question. Yes, first question there, second question
there. Yes, yeah. Great.
Sir, from 2014, I'm watching actually how India is growing
as
part of research and ranking in universities are concerned worldwide.
Yeah.
So in 2014, the first
you have to use it for record. Yes, for record. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Since 2014, I am in watch. I normally check how we are progressing as far as research is concerned. So I feel you are the right person with over half a century experience with US universities and having interacted with politicians right from chief ministers to others above. I think this may be the question. I want an exact answer. I
Yeah.
am not asking ChatGPT or DeepSeek or anything.
Yeah, yeah.
So I think you can give a correct answer
Okay.
so that we can understand and progress further.
Oh,
the
okay.
Question is, see, even Singapore, a small country,
Yeah.
so it is able to lead. Earlier it was in 2014, less than 50 in world ranking. But even today, if I check, in Singapore universities have gone less than 10.
Yeah, yeah.
One is NUS and one is NTU. Both
Right.
are nearby. Just one or two places differences there. And if we take India, Indian universities, Indian Institute of Science stood 250 and above in 2014. Now, when I check recently, maybe last week also, so now we are standing in 150 plus. And IIT has started, we have moved around 100 places in past 10 years.
Right.
So, and we expect to grow.
Right.
And we want to know actually where we lag, maybe in research perspective, what universities have to do. And as you told, no, sir, just now, India will be the leader in higher
Yeah, yeah.
education as far as universities are concerned. So this I would like to know
Okay.
what actually is wrong in our system and what is so great in the other systems
Okay.
and what we have to adopt in our university.
Okay, excellent question. So thank you for that. I am glad that you asked this question because particularly people like you who are all in the helm of affairs, you should know. Okay, first and foremost, there is nothing wrong. Okay, but what happens is, it is the question of the way you compute things. Okay, let me tell you. Okay, so one of the things which you don't realize is that you see when we joined IITs in 70s, we were given a simple mandate. He said, look, do something which is good, about which the world can be proud of, and do outstanding job. We were not told anything else. We never had to compete with anybody. We just had to do a good job, and that is what it was. But now what has happened is the world has become different. Okay, so India was quite insulated, isolated, whatever you call. But suddenly we are put together. So what happened, this competition game is a new game, right? It's one thing to play a great game. Second thing is to play a competitive game. So what are the places where we get hurt? So one of the things we don't realize is, 1947, when India became independent, I'll give you 3 numbers. Life expectancy, you know what it was? Just guess. Sub 50. Now it is sub 75, 76. Right? Literacy rate was 27%. Now it is 91%. Okay? And then if you look at, we are a very poor country, right? Our GDP was sub $1 billion. Okay? Now we are 5 trillion, right? So what happens is, if you put all these things together, we, IITs, IISc, etc., we are such a small institute. Just to give you a number, all IITs put together used to be 2,500 students a year. Now we have grown phenomenally, 15,000. But New York University, State University of New York, admit 100,000 students a year. I was teaching in a place called Rutgers, which had 85,000 students. I went for a PhD to a place called Purdue University, which has 55,000 students. All 23 IITs put together, okay, admit 14,000 students. Okay? So one university is equivalent to all IITs put together. Honestly speaking, the fact that as a small system, we actually count in 250 is a miracle. Okay? One is the sheer size. Second thing is that you see, when you get into I tell you, when you are playing gully cricket and when you start playing for international, etc., you also have to learn new things. You have access to new materials, you should have new training, etc. So those things we were not. See, I tell you, one of the important metrics in this one is peer perception. Okay? So place like NUS spends a lot of money to improve the peer perception using fair and not so fair means. We will not do it. Okay? So that is number one. Second thing is that you see the fact, and one of the stuff is international. See, look at this. Nitte, when you admit students from all over the country, somebody will say that no, Nitte should first address Karnataka, then only India. They are right in their own way. Similarly, IITs are supposed to first address the needs of India and elsewhere, but Singapore doesn't care. America does not care. America has more non-Americans than America because they want to be the rank. Okay? But we chose that we are an Indian Institute of Technology, we are an Indian Institute of Science. So we want to emphasize that. So that is the reason. So our ranks are against us, both in terms of size as well as in terms of scope. Third, okay, I will give you a simple example that it is not only students who make mistakes, silly mistakes in exam. We professors also make silly mistakes. I will give you an example. I used to be the chairman of a IIIT in Kanchipuram. So we were not getting a good rank. So the faculty member said, sir, IIIT Bangalore has been getting good rank, etc. He said, what is that? I said, nothing. Let me kind of see what is the problem. So when you actually get into the details, I will give you one example. See, particularly NIRF rank is actually much better because NIRF is a fair ranking, but lot of ranking like Times, QR, they are not fair ranking. Come back. So even in NIRF ranking, so there is one question, diversity. Okay, so that institute was having 8% girls, and national average has slowly moved to 20% now, particularly after this, you have supernumerary quota and all. IIT is also improved. But one of the question is, what is that you plan to do? So what happened is, this group of deans and the faculty, they want to be very aggressive, and they said, we will make it 50%. Okay, you are 8%, you said you will make it 50%. When the rank came, the actual number was 12%. But because they said 50%, they got only 12%, they got a beating. If they had said from 8% we will go to 10%, and if they have got 12%, they would have actually got a very good score. But people don't think that way, right? So what happens is extremely silly mistake. So we make such silly mistakes again and again because we just don't know. Okay? I think what is important is, okay, see, sometimes some of us have unusual advantage. I can also share some secret with you. These all the NAC writing, ranking, NIRF ranking, etc. So there is a piece of software that gets written, right? So some of us mentor that. So we have access to what happens inside. Some of you don't have access to that. Right? That access also gives an advantage, right? Because we know exactly what is the thought process behind it. So do spend some time on thought process. So summarize your first and foremost, it's a new game which you are learning. Second thing is, it is a biased game simply because our size is too small. Slowly we are getting there. I think, I tell you, so thanks to places like Nitte, sir, you are planning to have 10,000 students? Nitte will have 10,000 students. Okay, so we are talking about at least 10,000, 20,000. Those numbers we never talked of earlier. So we are, once you get that number, you will also get it. Okay. Third thing is, you also have to play the game. I'm not saying you should do any foul play, but I think we still have not understood how to play the game. So once you start playing the game, so we will be all right. So I think it's good. And last but not the least, all these things favor a good international stuff. And see, Singapore gets double count. Good number of faculty members are also international. See, most of the institutes, we hardly have a single faculty member who is international. Right? So that possibly would also change. And what might happen is that you see IIT Madras has a campus in Africa, one country. Okay, so once that happens, start gaining. And IIT Delhi is setting up Doha campus. So IIM Bangalore is setting up a Singapore campus. So things will happen. So in the next 10 years, things will change a lot. Thank you. Sorry for that long answer to your short question. Yeah. Yeah, yeah.
My question
Yeah.
It is identify 3 people and
Yeah.
dance with them actually. So top, you can spend 50% of the time with the top 10
Yeah.
percent and 50% of the time with the bottom 10.
Right.
And just leave the 80%.
Yeah.
I mean, if we just leave 80% people, they may come down.
Oh, okay.
So if we can use some other strategies so that they can come up to
No, I think you have a valid point. But you see, so many of these things don't take it in what we call in a very narrow way. It is basically a prioritization. What it says is that I spent more time with these two groups. And to a large extent what happens is, you would have seen, any human system, whether it is students or faculty or staff or administrators, lot of people quickly align. So they look at the successful people, start copying the successful one and do it. So they are constantly evaluating themselves. They don't really need you. So you don't have to spend time. I'm not saying don't spend time. Even if you don't spend time, nothing much happens. But what happens is there is a positive influence and a not so positive influence that keeps happening. And there will be a few people who do politicking and they keep, when they find that politicking pays, they will start politicking. Okay, so that happens. So in that sense, not much you can do about it. So only that. But I'm not saying ignore them, but don't have to spend your precious time on it. But, and it's also one man's view. It's not necessarily, because that president is not the president today. The current president may follow a different strategy. But some strategies that have worked at some time. Thank you. Thank you.
Next question. Mohan, you have a question? Okay, I'll come back.
You can sit down comfortably, yes.
It's on, it's on.
I'm Uruj.
It's working.
Yeah.
I'm Uruj from the Department of Humanities. So, though your session was full of beautiful insights related to environmental humanities, with the secrets you shared, with the stories and experiences, could we reflect a little more on environmental humanities in engineering context, as it connects us to leadership,
yes,
academics and management as well?
Oh, okay, that's great. You see, okay, you are not limiting to environmental engineering, right? Okay. See, at a broader level, see, what happens is, don't react too much to what is happening in the planet from January 20th, okay? So that is an aberration. Hopefully we'll get out of it soon. But what is happening is, as a scientific community, we have been short-sighted. See, we are all happy with so many planes flying. What we don't realize is every flight is leaving a fair amount of carbon dioxide, right? We have become insensitive to it. But good thing is, our children are getting sensitive. So can you help our children to articulate? So by the time they become 20, 25, when they get into the job market, etc., on day one, they are sensitive. Okay? So that is one part of it. Second thing is, lot of things like environment are viewed purely as a technical stuff. So it is important to have carbon credit, carbon dioxide measurement, etc., etc., but it is also important to have a larger issue. So what we don't realize is, we all kind of keep washing our clothes. And when we wash our clothes, we do kind of use considerable amount of water. Is it really important? So what if we delay it by 2 days? Nothing much is lost, but we are okay. So what happens is, I am willing to compromise a little bit of my comfort for a larger cause. So this is what historically in India we talk about Bahujana Sukhaya, Bahujana Hitaya. In the larger interest of people, in the larger interest of humanity. So this is not something which I am talking of as an altruism. I am talking of something as a day-to-day. How do we influence this? Can we make our students care for community, care for environment? We are not doing it. And so I'll give you something very technical. When we use ChatGPT, we are doing something really bad. You know why? ChatGPT consumes an enormous amount of power.
And it's just a question of time. Take it on me. 5 to 10 years from now, there will be a much better way. Because our brain does much more processing. It uses very little power. So we are not doing it right. Just because we can afford power, just because we can afford to burn up the gas and the oil, we have lots of it, we are doing it. But even though we can, there must be, so people must come with better algorithm, so that using 1/100th or 1,000th of the energy, I can service ChatGPT. So what happens is I took a computing example. So it could be chemical engineering example, it could be civil engineering example, it could be, we need to, the question is, why should all of us drive around in this city? Can we not find a way by which we can do it much better? Can we not use carpooling? Can we not use public transport much better? Can we avoid travel? So we all think it is somebody else's problem, but it is our problem. It is just not your problem, right? I think that has to happen. So I think I want the environmental sensitivity to be much broader, which kind of cuts across science, engineering, humanities, and much more important, of course, economics is part of humanities, but emphatically economics. I think the larger economics must be viewed every day. We are only looking at stock exchange economics, but I think we need to look at larger economics. Thank you.
Sir,
yeah.
Question is yours.
Yeah, please.
Sir, you gave a number of examples from the universities in the United States, which are all well recognized.
Yes.
Now my point is that this society and education are strongly interlinked.
Yes.
Education is not divorced from society.
Sure.
Now, in the Indian context, the problem that I have faced is that a leader, an academic leader who would like to achieve excellence, will have to swim against the tide, and the fellow has to overcome the challenges from all quarters and still succeed.
Yes.
That is the situation here.
Yes.
So my humble point is that the ecosystem here really doesn't promote excellence. So one will have to struggle that much harder to deliver.
I agree with you and disagree with you. Both. I agree with you for obvious reasons. I disagree with you for a different reason is that today you have more options. You as an individual, you have more options. If the system where you want to do is not permitting you, you can look at options. You have alternatives. So we have new models of institutions which allow you to do, number one. Number two, at a higher level in the society, honestly I'll tell you that higher education ministers from 70s to 80s to 90s to 2000 to 2010 to today, they also now have changed. Today, just to give you some numbers, an IIT budget used to be sub 20 crores for a long, long time, whole of 70s, whole of 80s, up to the mid-90s, etc. Today we are talking of 800 crores. Okay? Inflation has taken care of maybe by 10 times, but things have gone up by 40 times. The country is investing much more in the institutions. Okay? So that is at one level. Second thing is, just look at your own institute. See, this kind of a luxury, 10 years back institution did not have. The fact that all of you come together is a big deal. So you may not realize it. Okay? So 10 years back, the Vice Chancellor will issue diktats. But today, he is willing to listen. Right? Things have changed. Okay? And second thing is, whether it is MLAs or MPs or ministers, etc., so they are actually treating you with respect. I don't know how many of you have realized. You travel around, right? Whenever you are in the airport, somebody comes and tells you that, look, sir, you taught me this course. Right? What a great feeling you have. And this is actually happening much more now because students recognize this kind of stuff. So we are changing. And the reason why I am an incorrigible optimist, okay, I am sure Nitte will change it. and you will lead the change. Thank you.
Sir, sir, good morning.
Yeah,
good
yeah.
morning. So I have two questions actually,
Yeah.
but not very
Yeah.
long.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay. Sir,
I should have
in-
spoken less so that you have more
yeah,
time for questions.
in one of your talks, I have just seen that we are a knowledge society.
Yes.
Like Saraswati Putra, whereas you
Yes.
have told that the US and all that compared with
Yes.
Lakshmi, right? Okay.
Yes.
So then, why do you think that most of the people they look in after for the higher education to move to the abroad? Okay, is it just because of the money or the knowledge they are getting?
It is a combination, because it's a combination because you see, partly what happens is how the world looks at you. See, you know, you'll be surprised, India as a country, we are more brand conscious than even the Western world. So, as they say, what will they think seems to be more important. So, what happens is you want a support from your own family, friends. If your son goes to Rochester, if your son goes to MIT, okay, you feel that they will give you a pat on the back. If your son goes to Nitte, you may not get a pat on the back. Okay? So, that is the harsh reality of it. But to some extent, it is something which we got into this country maybe a couple of centuries back. So, we suffer from our inferiority complex. But good thing, our children are not. Okay? So, I see a ray of hope from our children and grandchildren. Okay? To a large extent, it is external stuff. It is not even money. You know, it is very interesting. An average Indian would like others to think they are rich than even becoming rich. Becoming rich is less important, but others thinking that you are rich is more important. So, that is, we are too obsessed with what others, wo log kya sochenge. Okay, so, sorry, but thank you. Yeah, yeah, sorry.
More 1 minute. We'll have chance for one more question after Dr. Mohan. So, who would like to? Okay. Ma'am, Anu, I'll reserve your chance for the next session.
Sorry, okay.
Sir, I'm Mohan, professor of information science and engineering.
Great.
Sir, I have observed.
Yeah.
I also worked in abroad countries.
Yes.
I see that here we are more people-oriented than the process-oriented. It's like I convince one person.
Yeah.
And that's it, I'm done. And I'm not working for a process. Whether a man is there or not, the process should take it up, all those things. So most of the work that we do day in, day out is just because one person has asked. So for example, NBA coordinator has asked, I'm submitting a data, and that's it. And what happens is over a period of time, we, as a professor, I'm talking, as a teacher, I lose interest in my teaching, which is supposed to be my primary focus. And I'm more oriented on, convincing the people, getting my data, and many things, including the NIRF, NBA, many things. I've been observing how it's happening. The changes happening over the last 2 decades. We are more oriented towards these kind of small things than focusing on the classroom teaching. In fact, spending time with the students also is very limited outside the classroom because of these works. So how do you see this?
So, I think you have a very valid point. You see, but what happens, I tell you, as a country goes through, see, we were a laggard country where, we were bracketed amongst the poorest of the world, etc., etc. We are coming out of it, we are getting a more developed country, we are becoming a leader, etc. So, this transition is natural. See, nobody looked at NIRF before because earlier we were just not there anywhere. But now we are looking at it. But what happens is, processes happen over a period of time. If for 2 years you do this one, 3rd year you know that this is what it is, you would have it ready. Or you will tell the fellow that, look, don't ask me, take it from here. So the process gets born. Second thing is, we were actually not using tools enough. Today there are a lot of tools for many of the ranking, etc., etc. Start using the tools. Of course, right now the tools are a little expensive, the cost will come down, so etc., etc. That is the second part. Third thing is that, you see, also don't get too bogged down by process, because that also has a problem. Because I think what is the beauty of, see, as a most populous country, our strength will still be people. Okay? So people-centric one will any day win over the process-centric one. Okay? I'm not saying you should waste your time, but I think, you see, you also would have seen the other side. You know, I tell you, while teaching at Rutgers, what is that I missed most? So suddenly somebody will say, "Chalo, chai piyenge." No such thing, right? So you kind of go there, sit, do the class, and come back. So to a large extent, you are kind of very lonely. I think what is nice about this country is, even though it may be inefficient, but so what happens? You are healthy, you are happy. Okay? And so I think what happens is, what we have, we take it for granted. What we don't have, we crave for it, unfortunately. Okay, last question. Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Hello, I'm Dr. Padmalata
Yeah.
from Chemistry Department.
Great.
I have a small clarification I
Yes.
need. Actually, you told any institute, say, referring to VIT and RIT,
Yeah.
you told.
Yes.
RIT was happy as it was.
Yes.
And my question is it anything wrong in aspiring to become something which is at a higher level?
Oh.
And if we don't do like that, where is the scope for improvement?
Oh, okay. Okay. No, that's an excellent point. Maybe I'm glad that you have brought out that one. Maybe I have not communicated it correctly. So I'm not saying that you don't aspire to become a better institute. What I'm saying is to be obsessed that, see, I can't compete with MIT, and it's a losing game is not the right stuff. Okay? So I don't want to, see, I should be going on my strengths and keep improving my strengths and not worry all the time about my weaknesses. That is what I meant. Okay, you see,
we have to communicate to others that we are on the path of the progress.
Yes.
And we are on there is nothing harm in aiming to achieve something higher than that.
I completely
I'm not
agree. But
worrying about it.
I completely agree, and to kind of strengthen your point,
Yeah.
what is nice about US universities particularly is that even though they may not be in the top 100, etc., you will find there will be one or two departments. You go to Colorado, there's a small university, there's a Nobel laureate there. Okay? So what you do is, you may not have the luxury of an MIT with such a large amount of investment resources, etc., but you choose one or two areas where you try to excel, because you may not be able to do it everywhere, but you do that excellence. But what I don't want is, I don't want a faculty member in Nitte to feel, because we are not an IIT, we don't get AIE students, we can't be great. It's not true. Okay? At the same time, you don't have to necessarily compare, but you have to compare in the context. So question is, given the circumstances, given the fact that, to give you some numbers, a typical IIT faculty today is able to generate about 2 crores per year per faculty member of research grant. And most in private institutes in this country, I'm just taking a guess, you will not be able to operate even at 1/10 of it. But in terms of publication, you may have 1/3 of it. Look at it, with 1/10 of the research grant, you are able to get 1/3 of the publication. You are doing much better. I think that is how you kind of start building. Okay? Because what happens if you keep complaining about resources are not going to come. Because, all said and done, DST resources will go only to public institute. Of course, there is a new organization, is trying to change, but it will take some time. But given that, you are able to do. And compared to similar institutes which are operating in your neighborhood or maybe in Karnataka or something like that, you are not doing much better. I'm just giving an example. You are doing much better than Amity. I think that's a good thing. So you keep comparing. I think that is what I meant. So thank you for excellent input. Thank you. Sorry, sir, I took longer time. So I hope.
So friends, we've had a wonderful opening session to the summit. I request our colleague, Dr. Hita Shetty, to propose the formal vote of thanks.
Good morning, everyone. I am honored to express a special thanks to Professor Sadagopan for his exceptional session. We are really blessed, truly blessed, to have his words of like wise words and his rich experience, from which we have learned so many things. I promise you that like we have observed all the good things from here, we'll implement that in our day-to-day work, and we'll become good leaders and better human beings from that. I would like to thank management for giving us an opportunity to attend this session. And sir, I would like to request Professor Shastri.
Give me the mic. You have to give this to me. You have to give it to me.
Wish you a great time ahead. See you day long.
Yeah, this is day long. Nagarjuna has the next session. He's already here. Selvan is taking the afternoon session.
Yeah, okay, because
and
I'm
then,
keeping Selvan busy until 12:30.
And Rajiv is also here. He's taking the final sessions.
Okay, great.
Sir, I must also recognize the presence of two of our colleagues from Nitte, who were specially deputed by the Chancellor. They are at the Nitte campus. Both of them were principals. Dr. Niranjan is the principal there, and Dr. Nagesh is the director of academics there. So they both have been.
Some program today at Nitte. Because you see, the TCS man Ramanujan has gone there. Because he is supposed to be attending my meeting at 11 o'clock, but he says, I am at Nitte. So I said, I am also with Nitte.
So thank you so much, sir, for being here. And we now take a short break for tea, coffee. If it's okay with everybody, we'll cut down the break by 5 minutes, and all of us will be back by 11:15 for the session. Tea, coffee is being served here itself. I mean, this made it more personal.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, man. Okay.
She did a PhD in history. She said, no, not a pass grade, much higher than that.
Yes. Oh, yes. What's your name?
You are now going for the other meeting. The vehicle will be here, so whenever you need to leave.
I will leave
Whenever you need. But you'll have lunch with us.
See, I will check. See, I don't know where is Selvan's stuff. I'll find out. Either there or there.
But the vehicle is there, same vehicle will be here.
Come, we'll have a cup of coffee. Sir, Shastri sir.
Come, come.
We'll have a cup of coffee.
Yeah, come. Yeah, let me just connect one second. anywhere around, can we bring it to the stage?
Hello, good morning. Are you ready for the second session? So I have the privilege of introducing Professor Nagarjuna, and I will spend just a minute or so talking about him. You will see his resume, you have his resume. So I met Professor 2 years ago, at a function hosted by Dr. Shastri, 1947, in that restaurant. So when I met Dr. Nagarjuna not in 1947, in the restaurant 1947, I realized in 2 minutes that he has an interesting, unique perspective on many things. Later on, I came to know that he has a deep understanding of the Indian knowledge system, something that we use, or a term we use so often now, at least in NDU, we call it IKS, right? So Sir has a deep understanding of IKS. He studied how it works, how it impacts senior people, CEOs, and the way we work in general. More about Professor Nagarjuna is that he has both an academic and a industry experience. He's had senior roles at Wipro, senior most being vice president, and he's now a pro-chancellor at PES. So I welcome Sir, and I will pass the floor to Professor Nagarjuna.
Thank you, thank you. Can you hear me? Yes. So thank you, Mr. Rohit Punja, and I sincerely appreciate, Dr. Sandeep and you inviting me for sharing whatever little knowledge we have connected. And speaking after Dr. Sadagopan is not an easy thing. You know, the way he, I think, taken the entire team to what is the bigger vision which we can do and how do we actually place ourselves in the global scenario. I think it's fantastic stuff. So I'm going to spend time, I think we have about hour and a half as a session, and I would like to keep it more interactive. So I'm going to share some of the experience that whatever we are going through. I spent 30 years in corporate and last probably about 1 year, 8 months in academia in terms of direct participation, though I had some work, and my old friend is here, Professor Nagaraj, where when we did the initial NMIT session called Mission 10X program, where Dr. Sandeep and we all worked together in terms of creating some little bit of impact in the academic space. That was the time I saw academia, and later I came in here. So my experience of corporate is what you will see a large reflection. But I also did some practice of that actually in academia. So I can say that I did a little pilot. So those experiences, what I'm going to share, it's not a prescription. It's only a reflection of what I have done. I would certainly encourage the discussions and conversations so that it helps all of us on what can we do better as a team together. So I'm not looking at, I give you some gyan on what I have seen and things like that, but I think I'll give you a perspective on what I've seen. That's how I think the session is named, and higher education institutions are something where many of us get into that more with the experience and the experiences which we have gone through. And that's where I think we will share that together. Right. So one small question is circulated for you to reflect on, where you are standing so that you get a little idea. And you can be anonymous. You don't have to write your name. Be totally frank. That's the reason we kept it open. It's more to reflect our collective understanding of what it is, rather than trying to pinpoint on what is that. Because each of us have our own development cycles and how we have come in. So it's something which we would like to capture it and then see how we can develop as a team, right? So I spoke first time, somebody, one of Mission 10X team member, Dr. Sudhakar, who was dean at Central University, requested me to speak about this topic. And I did first time I spoke about this in Christ University on this influence, influencing without authority. So I said, why you are asking me and what it is and all that. So he said from, as an academician, he was reading it, that when I'm working in Wipro in Mission 10X as a head, he has observed me that you go to the college and you say you are from Wipro, there's a red carpet and everybody is very happy actually to connect with you and manage. And then suddenly you say, I have not come here for recruitment, but I came here for teacher training. Immediately everybody starts looking at watch, okay, can we meet tomorrow, or, I have a class, all that stuff. So you realize that you can't really, get with authority even if you are a corporate or whatever it is and what you need to do. And you need to really impress them with something which they can actually carry it forward. That's what we have seen. Dr. Nagaraj, do you agree with me? In our first meeting, he said, yeah, I think I am a little busy. Let Professor Indira or someone will see you. And then slowly, and after he saw the real influence, then he came forward and he was one of the first testimonials actually which were there for our program and all that. It happens, and because all of us, if I am in that position, I will do exactly the same. So that's how the experience started for me on when he spoke about, and then we shared this experience actually with a lot of vice chancellors and all that at Christ University Leadership Program. And then I thought maybe it's worthwhile actually looking at this as one module. And Dr. Sandeep has been the orchestrator for the entire Mission 10X program and been a great friend. And he said, okay, I think now we are going into a different transformation. Now the entire Nitte University Bangalore campus is getting into the deemed university, and this is the right time. I said, okay, great. We'll take out some time and then have this conversation. So let it be, conversational. Wherever you think you don't have to wait for the entire presentation. If you think that there's some perspective coming in, just raise hand and we'll see how to connect up. In case I'm going to cover that later point, we'll come back to that. Right? So with that, let me. So how many of you have seen this book? You read this book? Great. Yes. Anybody this side? Read? So this is in our, many of us, the childhood we would have seen on the roads, streets, how to win friends and influence people. And this was done 100 years ago, this whole concept, Dale Carnegie. And very interestingly, you will find that many of the things are valid even today. Okay. And Dale Carnegie became very popular with this book. This is the book which is sold largest in the world in, I think, some whatever millions of numbers and all that. Whether that's, there are some very interesting things. And in school days, I had an opportunity just to catch up and read, but I didn't understand much about it. But it just helped that, there are enough people who are having similar problems as what I used to have. That was the only reconciliation I had after reading that book. So somebody who went through, Professor, can you just say anything you remember on top of the mind? Any one concept or something? Yes. Yeah. Okay. So you remember any principle for that? Okay. Anyone else want to share? Madam? Anyone? Whatever you remember about that. You liked it or you found something interesting in that. Anything, please go ahead. Okay. So please, if you get a chance, please go through. It's in Amazon, it's almost like just about 100, 150 rupees kind of thing. You get that book. But there are a lot of interesting perspectives on what people go through when you have to actually, win friendships and this connection. So let's look at now today, the social media influencer is everywhere, whether it is Instagram or LinkedIn or influencers get paid and, YouTube, if you have more score and if they are able to influence a lot of people, everybody in the world will come and then meet them to promote whatever they want. So this influencing has become very huge concept in the latest scenario, irrespective of whatever is the type of social media or whatever is the type of this thing, all of us are familiar with that. Why am I talking about all this? You look at corporate. When you have Mr. Rohit Punya has spent a good amount of time, a couple of decades at least in the corporate, your life. So I'm sure he will agree with me and anyone else who has come from the corporate background that it's a mad world. Okay. So if you are sitting in a CEO or business head or where you have to actually manage everything, you have every type of problem one can imagine. Okay, you have the stakeholders can be, one is company its own board and, you know, the ownership and whatever situation which is there. Their demand is, you know, depending on the company's vision. Generally, everybody's primary priority is how to get profit and how to continue to get profit year after year and quarter after quarter, right? You see how the stock market demands and whatever happens. So then there's a huge challenge on employees. And, you know, we are all in the supply chain of, you know, students into the corporate world, and we know how much demand is there. And all corporates keep telling that, you know, you don't give the people whom I wanted. I wish I had people I would have grown and all that. So there's always a challenge with them, how you handle with employees. And then if they get even 1,000 rupees more, they will just jump across and then move to another company where you would have spent a lot of time in training them. So all kind of challenges which keep coming on, and you have to handle day to day as a CEO with employees. Then you come to manager, somebody has a manager, whether it is board or somebody else. Then you have to manage what is required actually for the manager from time to time, and how do you make sure that, you know, you keep him or her informed and then manage that situation. Owners, certainly that aspect is there. Customers are cutthroat demanding. In education scenario, probably the students may not demand so much as a direct this thing, but here it is like, because they are paying money and your survival itself is depending on them. They ask for the whole, they ask for the moon and, you know, at a shoeless kind of price what they should pay. So there's always huge demand on the leadership team from customers. Then you have society, government, creditors, shareholders, you know, all kind of situations which come in. So when all this is happening, most of them don't report to the CEO directly. Maybe to some extent employees could be controlled by them, but everybody else is outsider in a sense. So how do you handle it, right? It's a very complex situation. Customers want them to be heard, not CEO to say something. That's the scenario which is there. Anybody wants to reflect anything, feel free. If you have worked in a corporate or you have seen it closely, who's the head of placements here? Placement director? Not here, okay. Completely different scenario. Yeah, I'm going to do that. So it's like a real tough world, and you spend any amount of time in a day, it's not enough. You know, there were days when I started my career in Wipro, 52 hours I was in the office without going home. Okay, you just sleep for a couple of hours in the conference room, maybe because that's the only place which used to have AC. Now anyway, everywhere AC is required, but at that time that was the only place. Then you just catch up a couple of hours and then ask somebody to bring some breakfast early in the morning, and you continue next day. So 2 nights continuing and then managing, because there's so much of demand, some you know, year end there will be some income tax advantage, so you keep producing things like. So much demand which is happening. Now in that kind of scenario, what is that you have to do? You have to do on-site work and you have to influence a lot of people who are around and you are a manager. It's a highly interesting situation. So if you look at now the scenario, I'm now just preparing for stage. Am I blocking you? Would you want me to go this side, the front row you're able to see? Okay. So maybe sometime I'll keep moving this side. So if you look at the scenario is that both whether it is in corporate or academia, we have to navigate so many things. Because if you say, no, I teach my subject very well and, you know, I get so much of happiness in that, then sit as a faculty. Don't sit in the leadership position, right? That's what people will say. But when we are sitting in the leader, we have to manage whatever we are taking, whichever course it is, do that well, get high feedback from students, but there are many other things which you have to do along with that. Where there will be somebody who is not teaching well, or there is some situation which is there, some students, noise will happen somewhere. We have to handle all kind of things. And if you don't perform in that, even though you are a great teacher, you are not a material for a dean, chairperson, or whatever. This is what direct question will come to us. And same thing exactly in the corporate. Then you look at leadership, how leadership by influence, how we can create larger impact. That's an expectation from us, because institution, if we have to move from wherever we are, Nitte University, PS, or anybody else, or at India, now we have NEP, XYZ, various things which are coming in. How do we move to the next level? How do we grow actually our institution? You have to create some element of influence on that. All of you are with me? Okay, great. So this influence business is not today, and Mr. Punja shared about my little adventures in the Indian knowledge system and ancient Indian wisdom, which we all have grown up in some way or the other. We would have heard something, would have connected something. And my research, in fact, Dr. Sandeep Shastri is my supervisor for my PhD, and has been guiding me for a long time. I'm still a student of him to complete it. So about 7-8 years I've spent actually in doing various things, and I had to almost write 25 autobiographies of different leaders in the IT industry to understand whether any influence is there and what you're speaking about. So what I saw, everyone has some connection or the other, to what they have learned in their childhood and how they are using it in the corporate scenario and all. So I want to bring completely different perspective here. So in case you are recording, it's not for public, it's only for this team to just open up some thoughts. Okay. So because whenever you say a particular thing, people will take it as God and various things. But these are all actually something which if we take it as a learning and what was the intention of that, then the perspective is very different. So Lord Rama was in one particular yuga, they say, that particular period was a king who had all the authority to do whatever was required, right? So that was a scenario where the line of command was the way, and in spite of that, he chose that somebody, some dhobi or somebody who made a comment, he decided on biggest sacrifice in life and things like that, because it was also again given as a message to the people that you have to understand the scenario of what common man thinks and then listen to that, and king was listening to that. And when it moved to Dwapara Yuga, where Lord Krishna was there, Lord Krishna was completely a facilitator, mediator, though he was actually king for Dwarka and that kingdom of Madura. But he never kind of really behaved like that. He was somebody who was mediating, trying to influence whether it is Pandavas and Kauravas, how to bring all of them together to solve some situation and things like that. This was again given for a message that when times change, you can't dictate, even if you are a king, you'll have to manage. And when the biggest wisdom what came from Mahabharata by Krishna was again, the Bhagavad Gita document was not something which he gave as a prescription to Arjuna. He gave it as a thought process that in different situations, how you have to behave. Don't run away from the field. Look at actually how you are connecting it. That's how that whole Mahabharata came in, right? And so if you can see the transition between yugas and how it is becoming more and more influence. And in today's yugas, it's primarily the influence, what you can create as a, right? Something happened. Okay. Chanakya, all of us heard about the models, Samdam, Danbhed. So in different scenarios, you have to use different situations and influence. You can't take just one route of power of authority. Again, I think there are enough examples of our Indian heritage on how this influencer, facilitator kind of model which is there, which again comes back to our current scenario. So now if you look at the leadership model, the traditional model is leader-centric. So everybody looks forward to him, right? Him or her, and look at, well, maybe probably largely him in the past. And now I think I can see a good percentage of women sitting here. The diversity ratio is very good actually in Nitte group. And we were talking about the 9% and 8% to 12%. Professor Sedagopan was sharing the example of 15% target and how it happened. So I think with all that leader centricity, that he or she gives the direction and everybody follows it. Is it possible for one person, whether it is a vice chancellor or whoever it is? I remember going to Anna University campus in Guindy, and there were at least 250 to 300 people who were waiting when I went first time to meet him for a Mission 10X program. And I saw some of them having their packs of food and other things, because anyway they are going to wait the day, and there are a lot of places where people have even outside the, because Chennai being very hot, they will also sit under the trees, keep waiting actually for the Vice Chancellor to give few minutes time. Is it possible like that? Anna University is one of the largest one in Southeast Asia as a affiliating university. And is it possible for Vice Chancellor to solve all the problems? Absolutely not possible, right? So that's the scenario, which is that leader centricity in terms of whole leadership. Anybody, whoever is there, I'm not talking of somebody is high CPU, high experience and very passionate and all that. Maybe they will do better than average, but they cannot solve and handle entire situation in any conditions. It's just not possible. Command and control and top-down autocratic. So all these are different versions of the traditional model. But then look at the models which can work well today is all collaborative, where how do you bring all the departments together? And I think a wonderful initiative by the leadership team in terms of bringing in all the deans of engineering and management, science and various things. I could hear some very interesting conversations and even science-related questions. So everybody in the university, because now the university has 50 programs, 40 programs and all that, and each of them are completely independent rhythm. You have medical, then you have different conversations altogether on those lines and all that. So you can only do with collaboration. And I think today we are fortunate that NEP has brought all these disciplines together, right? And how do you work actually with a common set of things for the university when you have various rhythms in each of those lines? The solution which is generally used by the industry is empowerment. So everyone at all levels have whatever empowerment which can be taken and given. That's something which is extremely important. Empowerment is not given, but it is taken. People will say, yes, somebody has to empower. But then once you create a situation, it is also taken by the people by the way they are showing the responsibility and other things. So that's one important element which we will talk about again. Influence-based. It could be the youngest guy in the team who could actually come out with some great idea. And if somebody gives some 50, 100 ideas to the leadership team and board that you give me things, it's not going to happen. That 50, 100 ideas have to be managed at the department level. Maybe a professor or HOD can actually pick that up and then see what is implementable in that, and maybe a couple of them can go to the board. Not all 50, 100, if it goes to the board, what will happen? Same situation as Anna University. People will be having their mat and sleeping outside on the tree. It will just wait for eternity, and institution can never grow. You agree with me? I'm sure each of you would have faced these situations. So this is the scenario on how do you bring this element. Then participative. And I think this is one great example of participative. If Nitte University has to grow to the next level, it can only be participative where everybody's views are heard and what can happen to the next level. If one directive, one letter, or one book, or one policy is given, it's not going to work, right? Each of us who are sitting here, either directly or indirectly, are getting involved into that and start making a difference in that. That's how the model can happen actually in current model, right? Anyone wants to reflect, please raise your hand. It's not a one-way talk. Professor Nagaraj, you want to say something? Madam? Dr. Kshama. Yes. Yes.
But at the same time, I always open for the discussion with the youngsters, where I get innovative ideas. But at the same time, I will not leave out my traditional approach. Because that is my comfortable zone.
Yes.
Even I cannot go to the uncomfortable zone just because I want to become a leader by influence. I cannot, but I am open to get influenced on the certain point where it is required.
Wonderful.
I feel it is the total culmination of the leadership by model, traditional, as well as the influence. Both proper mixing is required for it to become a good leader.
Perfect, perfect.
Thank
Which
you.
department you are in?
I'm leading chemistry department.
Chemistry department. Wonderful. And if you look at
I would raise a counter question. Do you look at your comfort or do you look at the comfort of the team you're leading?
So, but I think in all this, I personally believe that first is you have to be comfortable.
Yeah,
Okay? Because if you are not comfortable and you are not ready to take the risk,
I cannot make others comfortable.
it's not
That will
possible.
be irritating to others.
Yeah. So it's always first, it's like in the airlines people say, no, first use the mask for yourself, and then only you try to put the mask for others. Because if you can't stand, there's nobody else who can stand. And it's a very right thing to do as a process, how you picked up that, okay, I want to make a shift, right shift to the new model. But then I am in my own comfort zone with certain models. It's fine because you start somewhere. So if you think that you can control in the same way what you have done 25 years back, I think today's children are very different. Forget about the students of our university and things like that. Our own children, if they are into teenage, you have to deal with them only as friends. There is no chance of dealing with them that, the dad and mom say something and everybody doesn't. It's not possible at all. So you can only do that conversation and, what's your perspective. You can't even decide on what they want to do. In fact, when my son was getting into, that Sandeep helped me at the time we were in the Jain group. He said, I don't want to study after 10th. 11th and 12th, I'll be off during that time and I want to be in a sports school. He was a footballer. And I had to go through 6 weeks of counseling. That being from, the Andhra states, where like engineering and medicine is the thing, and everybody is into Chaitanyas, Narayanas, and XYZs. So you suddenly realize that if son is like taking a 2-year break, what will happen to me in the society? Okay? And what will first forget about everybody else, my dad, what he will think, okay? So it's a very big situation. And in fact, our common friend, Murli, Lodestar, he actually put somebody who was a good counselor. And she said, every week you have to come, you tell me the time. So every Sunday, 3:30, I used to land there and spend 2 hours actually. Completely, he will go through some counseling in terms of process and all that, and I go through the thing. Now, if you look at, can I influence him? I can't. So I had to change myself where I could tell him, and he spent 2 years in Jain's sports school. And unfortunately, that was a COVID time. While he could represent Bangalore in Europe, Sweden and all that, but after that, and he told in 10th itself that I am going to be, if I am not becoming a footballer, I will become a pilot. So that is also completely different. They tried actually explaining him, there is sports management, sports analytics, data analytics, a lot of things goes on. We all see that, in cricket. Actually, 90% of the cricket is played on the computer than actually on the field. So much of technology. Please pick up, because he was very sharp in math and all that. He said, no, if I'm not becoming a footballer, I will go for aviation. Finished. So I had to do whatever I had to do actually to manage. And luckily, he managed himself a very good thing in one of the top universities, Canada, and he's completing this year. See, I'm just telling about what can we influence today. I think it's just not possible. It is, if we think we are going to influence, I think, if we are going to dictate terms to the kids, it's not possible. And if you look at our university, this thing, that relationship is even lesser, because at least our own children, we would have seen them, growing up, and they have at least some dependency on us. But college, it's not possible at all. And somebody who has come from management will say, he won't even tell on the, sir and all that stuff, first name also they could call, right? So you have to listen to everything, whatever can happen. You agree with me? So then, how do we create this participative and other things? So interesting perspective. Thank you, ma'am. Okay. So there are various types which are happening, the leadership styles and leadership models and other things. I'm not going to, this is not a leadership model class here, but how we can get some little bit of examples and what we can connect. So there are motivators and influencers who are becoming the part of the day, and everyone, Shiv Khera or Ram Charan or all that corporates used to use many of these people heavily, and some of them actually charge like a bomb. It could be like one leadership session, $1 million have to spend. So I said, I also want to see what is this. So I went and sat in Harvard Business School classroom and attended a program in Boston. You create so much of, interest in this influencing model that teachers, they could probably come from academia or from industry, and then the way they actually create, blow it up to such a big size that you think that the whole world is actually in that solution. Motivators and influencers, this has become a profession itself now. Separately, that you want some motivation session, you invite not just Swamiji's alone, but everybody from various fields come in and then connect to this. Mentors and coaches, this International Coaching Federation and all that, I don't know whether some of you have already enrolled into some of those things. It's like a huge line of business on itself, that for every CEO there is somebody, every leadership level there is somebody who is coach reflecting and all that, because it is a huge vacuum today that how many of us don't get to actually access some of this knowledge, and how do we actually pick up. So there's enough knowledge available in the internet and other things now. We have to look at who are the people who are our interest area, or how can we actually learn, whether it is motivation level or mentors and coaches. And if some of us are interested, how do we develop? There's enough structure also on that front. Then of course the decision makers which are making part which is required for the leaders. And if you look at qualities of effective leaders, you have some of the elements which I have tried to connect. See, the moment you say that there is a purpose and there is a larger vision to that, people are willing to listen. You want to implement some new idea in the, whether it is a corporate organization or anywhere else. If you say that, oh, I have a new idea, I want you to take it and all that, people will see with a lot of skepticism. You look at, okay, we have a vision for the university for doing for what we are actually connecting. There's a higher chance of people buying it, right? So how do we create that larger purpose? So the most successful leaders have always created purpose which is even bigger than them, and which the legacy continues, that we create something. I'm sure maybe you can share about Nitte's vision if you're okay with. What was conceived by the founder and how we are taking it forward as an example.
So I think Nitte has become what it is. So I think Nitte has become what it is. I'm going back to some words that Professor Nagarjuna talked about, which is empowerment. Nitte started as a school 50 years ago. You may have seen the video clip a few days back, and now it is a university. How did all of this happen? It happened because people were empowered, the right person was put in a certain place, certain position, and left to do good work. Bangalore and everything that you see in Bangalore happened because of what Professor N.R. Shetty was driving along with the team of people. Nagaraj sir has been here for 20 years. So it's not that Bangalore came and oversaw, monitored, etc. It just grew independently by itself because Bangalore people were empowered to do things. So I think that's how Nitte has grown as from a leadership point of view. So I'm connecting the leadership, I'm connecting the empowerment with the Anna example. So if you have 100 people coming to principal's room to solve a problem, it's a Anna case, but in a smaller context. So I think that everybody here needs to find a problem, find a solution to the challenge presented to them. And that will happen when you feel empowered. If you feel, I'm just a teacher, I'm just an HOD, just meaning I can't do this, this has to go to the next level, then we are not following or doing what Professor Nagarjuna is talking about, and I think that's what we really need to do more. And that's how Nitte has grown from being one school to one university, finding the right people, empowering them, giving them freedom to do whatever they think they have to do.
Thank you, sir. So, I'm sure the vision when Mr. Hegde thought about it would have been certainly that how do I take whatever wisdom I know when I have become such a big personality in India at Supreme Court and all that stuff, how do I do something for my village and my people who are around and all that. So there is something which is bigger purpose. It's not for money because money would have been earned and whatever, but there is something which is bigger purpose and that sells really well. Okay. Now, you look at some of the companies do branding and all that stuff. You know, last week I was with Britannia Chairman Vinita Bali, if you've heard about. And the one who designed brand for Britannia was the same one who did it for Wipro, Shombit Sengupta. You know, he actually looked at different elements and brought Britannia. You know what is the tagline of Britannia? Anyone? Eat healthy, think better. Who's? Yes, wonderful. What's your name, Professor? Madhura. Wonderful. Madhura is sweet. Do you have chocolates? Dr. Vishwa, can you organize some chocolates? Kept on table. So somebody please give it to her. Okay. You know, just look at a company which is just doing a simple, food product, which Britannia is not that really high price thing, Parle-G and some basic stuff, right? But then suddenly, eat healthy, think better. So you are actually connecting to learning, knowledge, which is the fundamental of India. That, all of us are, always we respect people who are learned than somebody who is rich, right? That was our culture. Maybe we have lost a little bit here, there, but I think it's getting back. Teachers are always respected. So eat healthy, think better. You are connecting it to the learning. That's the branding which they have created. And how do you actually bring such kind of element? Is because the company has thought that what is the purpose which customers are seeing in our product, and you are linking to that. So when you buy Britannia biscuit for 5 rupees Parle-G pack, such a low price you are getting something, but you are still thinking on how you are linking to the larger purpose. So anything we do in our institution, whether it is corporate or institution, you are looking at the larger purpose, and whatever you are doing, any initiative in your department, you are starting a new course. How is that it is linking it to my founder's vision or institution's vision today? Think about it, and you will find actually a dotted connection to that. And the more stronger the dotted connection is for the purpose and vision of the institution, the more powerful actually your idea and initiative what you are taking, which will become stronger. When we did this Mission 10X program, thanks to Dr. Sandeep and the team of academicians who actually designed that model. When I joined into that mission, they have given, you are the boss, and one big cabin was given, and you look at what is that you have to do, and you get into real challenge. And in fact, we used to conduct faculty development programs, and as I said, you go to the institution, you say you come for doing some teacher training, who are you, what are you, all that questions come in. And there could be even different challenges. I'll take one personal example if you don't mind, okay. So one of the teachers from Wipro, we had internal and external teams. He said, Dr. Sandeep Shastri and Dr. Shailesh, both of them are very respectable, academicians whom I've seen them grow. And if you look at he's one of the biggest influencers whom you can actually find in any academic scenario. Not just the academic scenario, but he impacts and influences the whole political scenario as well, and the kind of people which he has rubbed shoulders with. I'm sure many of you know, he has written the, what do you call that, South Sudan's entire constitution itself, and advised many UN projects all over the world. So your influence just not to what you are teaching, but something much broader. Now, when somebody like this in the classroom, how the situations can be. You are doing a faculty development program in one college, and he's a teacher who is actually taking a session, and someone else from Wipro also is there as a team. Dr. Rajiv also is here, who was part of the session that time. So different people are there. And somebody said, Dr. Sandeep is actually giving his visiting card to the faculty members. And that can take Mission 10X faculty members actually to his institution, IACT or whatever that is. And I just, within 10 seconds, I realized, hey, what are we trying to do? How can a faculty can take the larger purpose what you have created? If you are thinking that there is no purpose, then only you will be worried about this issue. I said, never talk about this again. If you think about your bigger purpose, you don't get worried about these smaller issues. It can be as simple thing as that. And he was like, how to tell you, sir, what happened, okay, all that. I don't know whether I told you this or not. So it can be such a situation where you are worried about some really trivial thing. If your vision and what you are creating in Mission 10X is so small that somebody by giving visiting card it can take away, then I think you are not creating anything. Do you agree? Because if you are creating something which is substantial, it can't be taken away by anyone. And that's how the knowledge industry runs. And then finally the Mission 10X became much bigger, and when we were writing the vision and building it, we said this will be something, even if we can't handle it, the vision should be bigger that somebody else can come and run it. So we should always create the purpose on whatever we are doing. how it is linked to the organization's larger purpose, and you are also able to take it to something larger. And if it is too small one, anyway, that may not need so much of influence and work. This is one very important element. Anybody wants to ask any question, reflection? This is one very important element on how you look at the purpose and connect. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's a button there, just yeah.
I would like to quote one statement I made some time back. The audience was consisting of first-year students, their parents, and all the management and dignitaries. It has got something to do with the vision and purpose. And I made this point to a huge audience of about 2,000 people. I said, my loyalty is not really to my students of architecture. My loyalty is not to my teachers of architecture. And then looking at the management dignitaries, I said my loyalty is not even to the management who have hired me. My loyalty is to the higher cause of architectural education.
Super.
So
that I think
that supports your point.
So where is the chocolate on the table? Yeah, please. So I think it's wonderful to see that, I think many of us are already leveraging on this model. This is the only model which will work when you actually look at the larger purpose and larger thing. Whatever we are doing will start making a difference, right? And just by thinking that purpose and all that stuff will not work, like Professor spoke about in multiple people, but normally this large gathering, one-time talk and all that wouldn't help easily. We have to take a few people along, explain them, take them, and maybe make some suggestions based on that. A lot of things we have to do, and communicate very closely. Because many times we think that, yeah, it's a very simple thing, what is there big deal in that, let people understand. There are some things in PES I saw where the Pro-Chancellor and Chancellor were speaking for multiple years, and they say, we know. Dr. Kulkarni, principal of our Electronic City campus is here. He will tell that these are the 5 points which are going to come actually in today's talk. And you will exactly hear the same points. People keep repeating to reaffirm all that stuff. But then down the line, they just listen and then, okay, this is what we'll be told, and we will do what we want to do, right? Then it becomes very difficult to manage, right, Dr. Kulkarni? So this communicating is something which cannot be ignored. So please keep that in mind. Then, of course, leading by example, whatever we are wanting to say, if you say that we want to start something like mentorship program, right? All of you use the mentorship program in the university? Okay. Let's pick someone who has not spoken earlier. Sir, so can you just keep your, with specs, can you just, Meenakshi, sir? Yes, sir. Yes, Professor Meenakshi. So you keep your hand here on your heart and tell me, mentorship, what is your feeling about mentorship? Whatever comes, it's fine. I'm sure it is within this room. Yes, sir. You can sit also, no problem. Be comfortable. Thank you.
Sir, actually what is required today? When I was a student in school days, maybe 70s, 80s, so IQ was more important, intelligent quotient, and we used to, how smart a student is able to remember, answer all those things. Then we moved towards 80s to 90s. And then maybe up to that also IQ was considered more important. Next, maybe after 2000, near to 2000, we had attached EI along with IQ, emotional intelligence. So we started tackling with emotions, feelings of students who are studying, who are being nurtured by faculty. Okay, maybe most of the time they are in the college with us. So we expect some sort of attachment to emotions, and we have to keep our ears open to understand their feelings, what is their real requirement, so that they understand things better and they are put in the right path. So that is one. But what is the challenge today is we are moving from not only from EI, we are moving to SQ, societal quotient, where the student should understand the society, he should be ready to fit into the society, understand the societal problems, and he must be contribute maximum to the ecosystem and understand what is the society need that towards our total education about. And we should really give all situations for the student to understand in engineering what are the problems existing in the society, what they can solve employing multiple technologies. So that is one idea. But the real challenge maybe 2020 or later, or what we want to see in future also. So now we are moving to adversarial quotient, where we are talking about the individual being in the society. He has to be so resilient in a diversified situation and multiple problems, how he can overcome and contribute further. So to that level, we have to do mentoring today.
Wonderful. So I also have one more question to you. So which department you handle?
Computer science and networking.
Computer science. So this is one of the largest in most of the universities. So tell me, Professor, these mentors.
Yes.
How many times the students get mentoring done formally in a, say, a semester?
2 to 3 hours in a week. Actually, now
2 hours in a week?
Yes, sir.
And is that recorded that every student gets this mentorship?
And we are extending after working hours even through online.
Okay, great. I think if you are doing that, I think you have to really internalize the thing. Suppose now you are given, if it is not done, and how do you implement? It's a huge, complex situation on how the mentorship is done. And if you're doing 2-3 hours in a week and you are able to connect, and how you have seen your own, path on how it happened from IQ to EQ to SQ, I think that's today what is required is not the subject. We know about that maybe in a different context we will talk about those areas. But what the subject is one part, but there are many other things which we have to deal with for the students also to develop those skills. And we call that graduating outcomes and how do you connect those elements and all. So perfect. I think your example, and I'm sure most of you in the departments you are using this. And how do you connect that? And if you are introducing a mentorship program as a head of computer science engineering, the next level people are allotted mentees, but you don't have any mentees, it will not work. You have to have at least 1 or 2 people. So in Mission 10X, I used to be certified for the programs, and program manager will put me in some tough college here, we want you to go. So you have to go in there and manage the session actually for that place. I remember one college in Hassan actually where people heard that there are a lot of professors who may not listen, and you go. I said, okay, you have to go there and then manage the situation on what is required by leading by example. So if you don't do mentoring, either for faculty or for students, then you expect your team to do it. Very unlikely that they will give the same thing. But you do it, show it, then there is a higher chance of doing it. In any situation, lead by example, whether we are specialists in that subject or not is different, but how do we actually connect to that is very important. So because, in fact, one of my subjects in my research, the chairman of a company, and I can't reveal the name before the thesis is published, but I will just give you an anecdote. He was the chairman of a very large company of $10 billion, okay, above $10 billion. And he said, I always had a worry that my children get to see me maybe about a week in a month maximum, because you travel all over and whatever you are doing. So do they have any influence on me or not? And I don't really spend that kind of time actually to explain the things. This worry was there for him. And one of his friends actually told me, you don't worry, okay? They're all observing you, okay? And you don't have to talk. They're seeing what you're doing, and that is what is the one which makes influence on them. So it is actually what we do is what our faculty or students will actually see from us. So this walk the talk is not a small thing. If you go to a industry, manufacturing, or any other this thing, people will be in the shop floor. They call it as Gemba. Anybody from quality here? Quality management, TPM, TQM, and all that? So Gemba, you go to the class, you go to the shop floor and then see there and what is happening. The actual feeling is there. When somebody goes to someone's house, you go to the kitchen and restroom, then you know exactly what is that house set, right? So You actually have to show walking the talk as a leader, and then it will come, is what is my learning in this front, leading by example. You are with me? Yes. Okay. So then, of course, building high-performance teams, and so many of these initiatives are run continuously. How do we benchmark with ourselves? Because once we have achieved something, there's no need to compare with anyone. We have to keep moving on ourselves. And how do you take the entire, whatever, whether department or university or the country to the next level? And today, I think we are very fortunate that the country has a very solid leadership for 2 terms where there are things done. And Prime Minister himself walks by example by spending more than 16, 17 hours a day in actually engaging the thing and round the clock. And you just find him fit at the age of 70, 74, 75 kind of thing. Is it possible? And we think, we have little this thing, and I have my chair is not very good, and management doesn't provide the proper chair and all that stuff. So we can have a lot of crips about it. But when you are a prime minister, suddenly you have planned for something, and then somebody throws one issue from the border, and then you get into all kind of round the clock actually management. But then how will you manage all that? It's just by looking at creating that high performing teams, engaging with them, walking the talk, and getting onto that action. Go and motivate them further. That's what all about leadership, right? Then of course, adapting to the change. That's something which all of us know well. A lot of change management programs, I'm sure we all would have attended. How Madam is changing from traditional to what is today's modern theories. All of us have to change. And the more we accelerate for change, the better we will enjoy actually the thing. But while going through that change, it's very painful. Okay, it's very, very painful, but then that's what it is life about. So these are some of the visuals which came in from artificial intelligence, which actually show these elements. The corporate leaders, there are 4 principles which I have seen by and large. First is building trust and credibility. That's something which is really fundamental, because if people don't establish the trust and credibility, whatever you do, whether you want to use line model or other model, people will not listen. That influential model or any model, whether traditional or new model, will not happen. Trust and credibility has to be established. And I'm sure many of you are there for very long in the university, and people know how you have gone through the ups and downs in life and what you are standing by. And that's something which is fundamental, and never do anything which will shake this trust and credibility. That's my sincere request. Right? And the actions what inspire confidence. And in the most difficult situations, because we know, like the Satya Harishchandra story we would have heard, it is not, everybody is Satya Harishchandra when there is no pressure. But then the real Satya Harishchandra story as a metaphor, what is taught to us, is when your son has died and your wife has come, and without paying that entry fees for the cremation, you are not allowing, including your own son. So that is a real test of actually truth. In every normal situation, everybody is perfectly Satya Harishchandra. So how do you manage that, right? Then empathy and active listening. Okay, this active listening, please don't underestimate it. In fact, I got that feedback in the very room what we are standing here. In '98, I was certified for Motorola University. This particular hotel and this room has got a connection to me in my past. '98, I went through a program of Six Sigma by Motorola University, US, and I was one of the youngest in the entire corporation, handpicked by the chairman to go through these programs to implement organization-wide change. And facilitator, 5 days session she has taken to explain, and then later I did that program here for various people. And she gave a feedback to me that you are not listening enough. If you just change a little bit of this thing to listen, you will become a wonderful facilitator. And I can say that even today, I am probably not the best listener. But then from the time what I have seen, I have continuously this thing and very carefully listen to what others are saying before I start saying. Because when you are wanting to say first, then your mind is occupied. You are not listening to the person because you are already thinking on what do I say next. So you're not even worried. Actually, that person only would have told. And this change is very important. So, we do Dr. Kulkarni, in Electronic City, we run every, what do you call that, every Tuesday, we run a chairperson's meeting, which is basically all the deans and every department, the chairpersons come and share about what happened in the week and talk about it. And a lot of people said, hey, why you want to listen to them? You know anyway, just tell what is required. Said, was with great difficulty, I actually got into this habit. First, let me listen to what everyone has to say. And it's very difficult for many to understand and listen. And the moment you start listening to them, and again, you connect it to the vision. In this case, we have something called SPIRIT in PES. SPIRIT is basically acronym. So students, process, identity, R is for research, then infrastructure and teaching. Right? So there are these SPIRIT are parameters, and every dean has to make a presentation on what happened in his or her department every week on this SPIRIT. Okay. So what happens? For almost at least some 10-15 weeks, some of the departments were not finding anything actually to put into the ideas. And this was something which we presented to NAC when NAC started. And the same model, you have to search actually, what is that which we have done in research, what have we done in teaching, what have we done on identity. Very difficult. Then we just made this model. And today any NAC, NIRF, XYZ, whoever wants to come, they just have to just teach what period you want to see, pick up all the content and then show it to people. So this listening can also be brought into a process in a structured manner. So when I listen to all of them, I know exactly what is happening in which department, and others are also learning from that, right? So when you listen, you will actually create a larger thing, and you also listen to some problems. Some department, like nursing, it's a 3-year-old department. You compare that with pharmacy, which is 42-year-old. You will have different challenges. So then you, when somebody listens, then they themselves can tell you, what can you do actually to solve that problem. So you are also creating more and more empowerment by listening. Sometimes we may underestimate this. When you listen and that perspective, and if what you have in mind, the idea is coming from them, that's the best, right? Then they will have much higher ownership on that. So this, what they want and what kind of ideas they have and all that, you listen. So communication, again, in every program you have to keep telling. Today students come with various challenges. We call, what is that, MPC, malpractice cases, okay? So some student will write on the leg and come, why have you done this? And, ask them to read what is there. You read 3 times, you will be able to write that. Why did you write it on your leg? You should have actually written on another 2 pages and then come and directly attended the thing. People don't understand. Different type of problems keep coming in. So you have to communicate your vision that if you are a nurse or a doctor who have to come out, if you are not having the fundamental values, what is that you are going to treat somebody else, right? So you actually again connect back to the larger picture by doing this clear communication as a leader. And adaptability, how do you continuously change actually in line with that? So that's something again which comes. Anybody wants to reflect anything here? Okay. So now let me move a little more deeper into application of some of these learnings from corporate into higher education. So most of our situations, what I have seen in higher education is you have to influence without direct control. Or we say, okay, the clearance has not yet come, after that I'll tell you, okay? Or we have sent the application and let's wait, right? Will we be able to wait? Please tell me, madam. So now, this is the unique challenge which we have in academic scenario. Registrar, is Registrar Vice Chancellor here? They're not here, right? That's at the central at Nitte and Mangalore. Okay. So influencing without direct control is one of the common problems, which I have seen. And if you don't have it, it's great. But generally, what I have seen is this biggest challenge. And for everything, oh, why did you send? You are not supposed to send a note before checking with me, kind of thing, right? And in fact, somebody told me that we were not even announcing who is got promoted. Why? Because there's some ratio which is supposed to be done, okay, as per the UGC guidelines and all that, and you have to have this many assistant professor, associate professor, and then professors. So somebody is promoted, it's okay, that's part of UGC, but and that person is waiting for 15 years actually to get that promotion. It's a big celebration. Why are you not celebrating, right? So because it is somebody has given director, it is not even current vice chancellor. Before that itself it started, it just continues like. So you don't know which situation you are in. This is what I have seen, which is not the model which generally you would go with in a corporate scenario, that CEO directly gets into conference call for all the general manager and vice president positions. That's how you see a lot of those things getting connected and influencing. So how do you actually put those challenges? I saw that. Then aligning stakeholders with diverse priorities. So each one will say, no, this is not my job, that's not, this is a registrar is supposed, or dean academics, or that's controller of examinations. We have control of examinations also here, right? Professor Prashant. Okay. So all these situations are very different, and that's not chairperson's job. So is admission chairperson's job? Can you just, any one of you say, yes, it is my job? Anyone? Any chairperson of any department say, admission is my job. Admission person is here? So,
yes, sir, it is part of our work.
It's part of your job. Sir, Professor, which one you handle? No, which department you handle?
Electrical and electronics.
Electrical and electronics.
Yeah.
And what is your intake?
Intake is 60. It was 60. And I think we are the only department in India which asked for increase in intake in electrical from 60 to 120. Maybe some 6 years back.
So now this season, how many are admitted already in your department?
For the last two or 3 years.
2025.
25 admission is yet to.
24 admission.
24 admissions. 25.
I'm sure admission has started already.
Yeah, but there is an admission process.
We will know next month. Okay.
There is an admission process.
Oh, okay. So you did not do before.
Test is going on now. Yeah.
Okay. So now, how many seats are vacant? The last year?
None.
None. Okay. Because we moved from 60 to 100. 90% of the teachers did not have an idea about what was their admission number. That's the admission department. Right? When I am looking at a chairperson from a pro vice chancellor position, I am looking at the chairperson as a mini CEO. So we have seen the context of, so from admission to placements, the entire chain is supposed to be overviewed. You may not be admitting that student, conducting the exam and all that, but what is the number? And I'm very happy to hear from Professor Nagesh that you have actually taken the number 60 to 120 by asking that, this is what is required, and he has a lot of pride actually to feel that, and let's, I think, give a clap to Professor Nagesh. Because that's what is required as a leader. That electrical and electronics, what is electrical and electronics? You put computer science, front, back, AML and XYZ, all that. You will have enough students who will come in. But then if you have to do electrical and electronics, you need a strong will actually to pursue it both with the management as well as to the public, right? So when you are able to stand up like that, then you will get that message across actually on how you are connecting. So wonderful. So let's move on. I am putting now the same stakeholder for a teacher. Okay. And help me whether this is right, not right, all that stuff, Professor Nagesh. Okay. So as a higher education institution, and I believe that all the people who are sitting here are the university related. Okay. So student, we all know, their attention span is so low today that even within 2 minutes they will get into something else. So we have to be, they have to be present, not for attendance sake, but physically present, mentally present, and whatever way, right? How do we look at that? Then, of course, teacher, as most of you are deans, your own faculty, parent. Parents think that, admission is over, so 120 people given to electrical and electronics, all the parents wash up the hands, they don't even attend PTMs, right? You agree with me? What is the PTM attendance? 10% is very big number actually. People will say, what are we, students itself will say to their parents, hey, only in school you are supposed to attend PTM, not for university. You also conduct PTMs? So that is the parents think that they just wash. Correct? So this is the situation. And how do you handle that situation for a parent? Then you look at industry partners. Whenever they need, they will come running. 1 year before only they will come and recruit. Now when the market is down, where is this thing? Sir, we will come. You are the first one who will come. People have not turned back. Correct? Today, most, including IITs, are less than 50% placement. Because they don't want to come back at all. And we can advertise in the newspaper, all that stuff within these few walls we can talk about. You can advertise whatever you want to say, but the reality of life is number of placement companies who would have come is half, and number of people who would have taken is 1/10 in many cases. If they would have taken 200 people, now 20 people if they take, it is big. Because they are handling with their own challenges. So that is another challenge which we have with industry. So professional bodies, anyway, there is continuously something or other which keeps going on, AICT, UGC, NAC and various things which happen, affiliating university, funding agencies. In our case, at least university front, we have our own structure, autonomous and all that stuff, but it has its own advantages and challenges which come on how to prove actually what we are doing is right or not to many people. Then funding agencies, alumni, other higher education. So the whole gamut of things which are there in this. So it is not at all different when you are running a electrical engineering dean. Everything is very similar to you running a maybe electrical and electronics company as a CEO. You have to see from admission to how they got placed. If 2 years they don't get placed, the third year that 60 will become 30, right? And many universities, many colleges had to close down civil, mechanical, electrical and all that because there are no takers, correct? So if you don't see that coming in and you are not doing some change on that front, it's a huge challenge, right? All of you are with me? Okay. So one case study I want to share. Can you switch off the video for this? This is a private case study. It's not shooting? Okay. But when I'm talking also, that's something which is confidential, but I do want to share that with you. Pause, Madi. So, this was a special request from Dr. Kulkarni to share this case study with today's team. And I'll tell you the challenge what happened. Let me not put the numbers first. Before that, I'll tell you the context. So this is one of the departments which we found from the placement, only about single digit got placed. And the department was having more than 100, but only single digit people got placed. And everybody is very comfortable. That is placement department job. What can I do for it? I completed and we got people got passed, whatever this thing. So when you look at the situation, department is completely cool, whether it is chairperson or all faculty. Is there any role or not? Then what do you do? And I could see that last year, this was, I think, Doctor, it was in 2024 pass out. And this situation was in October, November of 2023 when I saw, I could foresee that 2024 and 25, corporates are not going to come actually in in truckloads to come and take. When I'm telling, nobody is listening. Because everybody has seen in a big institution, there's automatically everybody will place. If not this month, next month, they'll come and then manage it. Could see the scenario that it's not possible to actually get that. Right? And then, how do you actually, because I can't dictate terms. Because one is, I'm not, what do you call that, authoritative model I don't like to implement because they have to own it. How do I do? I can get some 2-3 placement officers to sit and manage that work. Then I thought, let me take the other model on how do we influence this, and that's what is case study what you will see now. So we had, this branch had 153 cohorts, so 3 cohorts basically. I think that 6-7 people would have jumped from that department to another department, probably the computer science or something else. So the graduating outcome, we call this as graduating outcome when you complete this thing. Graduating outcome, results wise, initially we had 138 of them, placement was 6 people. Okay, and then higher study, quite a few of them going to higher study, so that number was big, because we have our alumni in all the universities almost all over the world. Then you have a few of them moved into entrepreneurship, 5 of them. So not employed was 101, and there are few who are waiting for this backlog business. This is actual table from the department which has all these SASPs, XYZ, if somebody has not gone through some paper, which could be even from 3rd semester or 4th semester, whatever it is, that backlog is still there. So now this was the scenario, and in few months' time, how do we bring it to something which is worthwhile? So what we did a simple pilot experiment. How many people are there in this department? How many faculty? Student number we know. Okay, faculty was about 20, 25. Dr. Kulkarni also was from the department. So each one, can we just divide that number divided by the faculty? Then it just comes to 3 or 4 students per head. So those 3 or 4 you mentor and help them to get into a corporate. Then the teachers say, we don't know, we have never interacted with corporate directly, and I don't think we know anyone. Okay, can you at least talk to your student who was passed out from your department, alumni, and then figure out actually how do you manage. And some capstone projects also, sometimes there could be some industry person who is coming in. So 2 months, 3 months, a lot of them are finding it very difficult actually to listen to me from same scenario. Then somebody caught up, and they got a break in a corporate, and 4 people got placed. So then we said, okay, we're going to go and then talk to that person and things like that. So then slowly it started, and within, I think less than 6 months, we were able to get to this situation where from 6, more than 100 were placed. And this is outside the placement department, because placement department is busy in managing those bulks which will come for the computer. This is not computer science department, obviously. So that bulk management was going on by placement department, and the entire faculty in this department has managed to go from 6 to 100. And they just did an influence on their own circle, alumni and some of the corporates which they knew, and managed this. And this was something which was painful in the beginning, but then they understood. And today, that department, we are actually adding one additional this thing, and full booking of the seats is over already, because market is also watching. Some students somewhere they will know, and how it changed is superb change which happened by the team. And that influence what each teacher has got, they don't realize actually till we also show them. That you can just do one call, one this thing, visit one customer, visit one placement prospective, and then it adds on 20, 25 of them, connect to their respective core departments, then the whole world is at your feet. Just look at the number. And today there are not even, I think this is a little old data, so not even 10 people. I think the number, we were looking for some people, and when customers asked, we were not able to get anyone actually. 5, 6 people may be there who are not placed, who wouldn't have got that CGPA one, what is required and things like that for the corporate. Well, that's the number. Everyone was placed. And in a time where market is actually not good. When the time gets tough, your influencing power has to be even more. We have to create that niche elements and manage it. You agree? So now some of it has, sorry? Yeah. SASP and all that stuff, yeah. Okay, so will we continue? I think what is future in the university, I won't be able to tell as a responsible leadership. What happened, I wanted to share it in a way that you are able to relate to that issue, because what a teacher can influence, the whole world is at his or her feet. That is the message, what can happen, and you as leaders, how do you tap them and manage it, is such a big power, right? And every teacher today has a performance management system. We actually measure on how many students of their, who have got mentored by them got placed. That's how we look at the entire scenario now. Okay, let me move on, and I think this, what a teacher's role is in the higher education system and how it is connected and all that, you all know well, and this is from the public domain on how the higher education authority look at accountability, fellow colleagues, research and innovation, assessment, you know, university, AICT, student mentoring, parent, industry interactions, so the whole gamut, you know. You can go ahead with the capture. Yes. I'm into the last few slides now. Okay, right? So this model of teacher, you know, encapsulated with so many things we all are familiar with. Okay, so now on this impact of this influential model, influence-driven leadership on academic structure, how I understood this from corporate culture, many of those elements are true in academic structure. Okay, in most situations it should work. One is there's a lot of innovation. People come out with their ideas and they come in and bring those elements. You can go ahead with recording now. Empowering faculty and students, you give them more power, they will come back with higher, you know, what do you call, output than what you would have anticipated from them, right? Including our own children, you give them complete this thing. My daughter studied in Nitte University in Mangalore in her medicine, and give them, and you tell that, okay, if you want something, just let me know and I will send it across. Then she managed all the years actually with that budget. And when we go out together, then she wants the credit card which is without any limit. So how is this possible? Like when you are the boss who has to do the credit card, there is no limit required. But when you give that empowerment that you take care of yourself, whatever budget you give, it was managed all the time. This was actually a big shock to me, even now, after she came back from medicine, you know, when I look at, no, you want to spend, you spend, otherwise it's fine, right? It's a very difficult one, but that empowerment is a huge, huge advantage which can give it to you on the connect, and then of course breaking silos. And this is, I think, one of the biggest thing which the university is doing in terms of bringing all varieties of domains and departments together, where all of you can collaborate and then manage it. So that's the impact which can come here. Then of course building inclusivity are different ideas. Okay. The influence-driven leadership is a catalyst for growth, because when you are now looking at enhancing this campus to the next level and how you pick it up, and enabling the strategic initiatives, building a culture that adopts change, right? So bringing it all together, you know, everyone has to come together, and the leader's role is to control, is not to control, but to empower, inspire, and create pathways for others. That's the primary role of us. As a teacher, what we are doing is different, but when you are saying that we are leadership in this way, role, this is the most important element here, right? So a few tips from my input. First is create the compelling vision, because the larger purpose of the institution, why it started, whether it is corporate or institution, is very important. Second is we as leaders walk the talk. Third is create a platform for collaboration. You have to have some informal, formal, whatever conversations and bring them together. And make it voluntary. Don't force anything. Let the policies, when it has to come, it will come. But make it voluntary. Make it, you try it out how it is. Like I shared with you. Finally, we had to wait for one faculty to make the breakthrough, and rest follows. Automatically it happens. Just wait and make it voluntary. And very important element is give away the credit to others. Because your management and your boss knows who has done it, doesn't matter, okay? But you completely share the credit. If it is other department, go ahead and share the full credit with them, okay? The more you share the credit, the more you actually are able to inculcate this culture. And this is not a very easy thing. If you don't tell, And many of us are very protective when we are in an academic scenario that what research we have created, what IP we have created. We need to take care of it, otherwise it will just go into the public domain, right? But if we have to make a change and influence, this is very important element. Then of course, be genuine about it, because I think most of them are also learned. Students can actually figure out this much faster, whether it is coming from the lip or it is coming from deep inside, right? So we have to be genuine about what we are talking, right? And bottom line, maintain the humility, because we are not the carrier of the knowledge, but we are also part of the whole system. Maintain that humility always, right? So these are the last points, and of course, as teachers, are we ready as academic leaders to adopt this influence-driven culture? Are we? Thank you. So let's pick up the if any of you have reflections and questions, please feel free.
Sure. So I have a question, sir.
Yes.
So this is Anu from Artificial Intelligence and Data Science Department. So as we know, in IT industry, we have to evolve to the changing needs of the customers. And we all agree that in academia also, we need to evolve to the changing needs of our students. And as you are in IT, how you are handling are you facing any challenges to handle our Gen Zs? What we are observing is they don't want to work as a team. They want to be individual contributors when they are studying itself. Is there any key areas where we need to work on to so that you don't face any difficulty when they enter to the IT industry?
Very wonderful question. So McKinsey has done a study on this, what is employable skills, employability skills, employable skills, and relevant, and what was realized from that study, and this is across industries, not talking about only artificial intelligence and data science, but every other area also it is relevant, that there are some technical skills which are required, which is what primarily we actually connect in the universities and our academic system. But there are equally important challenges, like professors told about the EQ and SQ and various other things. There are so many elements which come in, which are important for a employee to manage, because today the project could be that the parent market actually is in West, maybe somewhere in US, and you have teams sitting in India itself in multiple cities, or it could be in different countries. How do you converse? First is you need to have some basic communication skills, other behaviors, how to work in a team, because everybody wants to look at their own mobile and their own whatever and then manage it. It's not possible. So how do you inculcate many of those skills become very important. And if they don't have the skills, they will not be able to manage. And if you look at top leaders, top students who have got the highest CGPA of 9.5, 9.8, many times they may not get the job first instance. You will find that somebody who is 7.5, 8 would have got the job because they have actually learned some of these employability skills better than that the topmost ranker. And I have seen this in front of my eyes, that it was possible that first, second, third ranks might not have got the job, but the rest of them have got even 20th rank also. So that's what we need to look at, what is required for your relevant industry and what's happening in that, and how do we inculcate those skills. Thank you very much. Sure. Yeah.
So this week, 2 mechanical students came to my room and they were asking something. Finally, so I asked them, do you have a job? And both of them said, yes, we have a job. Finally, a mechanical 25 pass out. So I asked one boy, what did you think helped you get a job? Anybody has a guess? He said, dance club. So dance club helped you get a job? He said, yes. And he went on to say, dance club gave me the confidence with which I could speak in the interview and which helped me to get the job. And if I think about the interviewer, he says, here is a kid who has confidence, and I can't teach him that easily. I can teach him technology, I can teach him programming, I can teach him AI, but I can't teach him confidence. And like Sir is saying, helping that kid dance club or dance club helping that kid made a difference for him?
I think this, thank you, Mr. Punja. This is something which, yeah, so this is something which could actually make a big difference. You look at holistic development of the student in all the elements. And, you know, in the university, I'm sure you have a lot of clubs. So we have close to 100 clubs of different things, whether technical, non-technical, dance, language, Kannada Kuta, all kind of things. And if every mentor is also supposed to connect to that, what are your you know, mentees doing actually in terms of connecting them to something or the other, because that's where they develop the whole thing. And we do the IKS, universal human values. At the end of it, when they're going out from the university, they have to be a rounded personality. They have to be useful for society. Otherwise, we as an institution or faculty or chairpersons or whatever, we are not doing what is possible for us. I'm not saying we are not doing our job. Obviously, we are doing. But this is something which we have to look at. Again, going back to that larger purpose, how do we look at the, you know, generating somebody, citizens to the world? We don't have to worry about how they have come up. But from here, when they are going out from a higher education institution, can they be more relevant actually to the industry and society at large? That's what we should look at. Yes, next question, please.
This is Guru Raj, sir. This is Guru Raj.
Yes, Professor.
My question is, sir, you have put in about 2.5 decades in the industry and about a couple of years in the academia.
Yes.
How have you handled VUCA? VUCA stands for uncertainty, volatility, ambiguity, and complexity. When you're in the industry and now in the academia, do you see any difference between these two, or what has, I mean, how have you changed yourself or changed your perspective? What all have you done, sir?
So, very interesting question. And in fact, this reflection was something which actually helped me to bring out some of these elements which have come in here. So if you look at, there is a high amount of synergy in terms of what you have to do in a size of the organization, vision and all that, because handling some 20,000 people across 27 countries all over the world as a global delivery head, each country has different dimensions. What happens in Brazil is different, and what happens in Europe, Africa, US, everything is different. But then if you look at deep inside, all human beings, you will find same this thing. I never had problem because now people are talking of diversity. 10 years back itself, I had people, African reports to me, there's a European, there's American, and there's whatever. And how do you actually, the most important element which I saw. And if I had seen from that perspective, then academic scenario was a little more easier. And I also had opportunity to work with people like Dr. Sandeep during Mission 10X time, which gave me some insight, but it was still from other side of the door. But when you are inside, you find that in academia, probably something like a lot of cases in industry, people may say no if they don't want to do. But whereas in academia, everybody says yes, but nothing happens. Then what do you do? How do you actually realize on what it is? So you have to catch a little minor fine-tuning, I would say. Because when you say yes, but do you actually make a minutes at the end of that meeting? It becomes easy. So I wouldn't say that it was very complex, but then sometimes you have to really control yourself. Blood boils, but then take it in a way, and how do you create that influential model? And why is that they are not understanding? Sometimes it could happen, but then you just start off. And today, I think there's a fantastic kind of support which was there from the entire university, actually, in some of the actions which were going on, and people like Dr. Kulkarni. Maybe in the lunchtime, you can also get some feels from how he has seen it actually from his perspective. And credibility should never be shaken, because your interest should not be selfish interest. It has to be for the larger purpose of the organization or the country, humanity, whatever, depending on what is the topic and how you are picking up, because that should never be shaken. If that shakes, everything else will fall, fall apart. The second element is you have to really walk the talk. Okay, but you can't say, because you can always download some great idea from ChatGPT or somewhere else, but that's not something which you are committed to. That will be seen easily by the people. So you have to walk the talk in whatever you are doing. How do you link that into the topic? If these two, actually you just manage it, then rest is taken care largely. Because some of us may have our own inhibitions to talk about, involve others and all that one can learn. But these two are fundamental, which is more deep inside. The trust and credibility has to come from inside, that we are always standing for that, because any situations, whether we are standing by that or not. Second is just how you are actually walking the talk by showing that example and whatever that transformation or change which you want to bring in.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I think somebody from this table. Yeah.
Hello, sir. I'm Shafali.
I have given all the freedom to her to do whatever she wants. So the message is very clear that I have given the freedom. Why are you even thinking about that control actually, that I am giving freedom? She has all the freedom, whatever is required, right? So that is the distinction. So when you give the freedom, as I told you the example of my daughter, that she has complete freedom to do what she wants on the budget. The way she behaves is very different. And there could be some errors. See, all of us have grown. If today we have come into these positions, what we are, somebody has believed in us, somebody has betted on us, that's how we have come into this position. And we would have done some mistakes, right? Please go back and then see, we would have done some mistakes. Sometimes could be costly, sometimes could be this thing. And where help is required, you should guide, or indirectly you say, okay, this one, would you want to look at this? And you have one of the best influencer model right standing next to you, Dr. Sandeep. Is something which all of us have to learn. Is something which all of us have to learn. Is absolutely brilliant. So you have to make your point without dropping their empowerment what you are given. Because if you tell her or him that just do this, it will work. Okay, then what happens? You have already taken back the empowerment, and tomorrow onwards, same thing again, waiting for the instruction from you. You have killed whatever you have created. So would you want to look at another element is what you will talk about. Then you are still maintaining that empowerment. Same time, she or he knows that they can come to you for some conversation whenever they are stuck. And when there is a failure, that is the time you have to be there. When there is a success, success will take care. We would have heard this from Dr. Kalam and various other great examples. So that's what at least I would see. Dr. Sandeep, if you want to add something to that.
Hello. Hello.
If you ask a short question, we can have 2 questions.
Yes, sir. Going towards corporate kind. Going towards corporate kind, like so. It is previously and like we are quality control, formulation and the designs of the drugs and the like. Nowadays, it's fully AI based. AI ML based, like that corporate kind it is becoming, sir. So to our students, to become a leader in an industry or corporate, what skill we have to develop to them as a corporate person? Because we are academicians fully. That's it.
So I'll give you an example.
Yes, sir.
So Dr. Girish from PS University Pharmacy Institute is the Rajiv Gandhi, that whatever pharmacy council and Rajiv Gandhi University topper, is the first rank. Okay. Last, I think about 2-3 weeks back only, I think the convocation happened and he got the award and the whole fanfare and all happened. So last year when I met him in 2024, we found that he did not get a job. Okay. And it was very interesting to see the top ranker which we were talking about. It's not for public, but just for you to understand the perspective. And the boy was extremely diligent, very, very competent. If you've read the news, I'll send it to Dr. Sandeep. It came in the Indian Express and all that. I think, doctor, his mother passed away, right? His mother passed away a few years back, and he really took it. He has seen his mother suffering from cancer, and he wanted to become a pharmacist, right? A few years back when it happened. He had that kind of feeling and really put his heart and soul and everything and became the topper in the entire state university. It's such a fantastic thing. But then he didn't understand how industry has to be picked up. Okay. And I had a conversation with about 27 of them who were there. This is what? Form D. Okay. So in Form D conversation, and each of them is talking, and I asked him, okay, come, tell me, share your biodata. Talk about it. So he was reading, and I said, okay, maybe some change is required, the way you are positioning yourself. What is your project? He spoke very passionately about it. Why is that project not reflecting here? What marks you got, industry has no meaning, right? It's only a gate. What have you done? Talk about it. Which industry you think can be placed? So when the conversation happened, then we also put him into some kind of mentoring and all that. Within 1 week, he actually got a job in Tata Memorial in Bombay. And he attributed the entire this thing to the conversation and the mentor who actually helped. I was only a trigger. So what he realized was that there are a few other things which he has to fine tune, not the subject. He was the topper of the university itself, the entire university in the Karnataka state. So it is possible that you might be only having one orientation which is very strong. That's not enough. You need SQs, YQs, whatever are required to balance it. That's how I have seen it. So please do spend, even in pharmacy, not only quality control, how you design, what is your IP, and how much experience you had with hospital and all that. Give them some life skills which are required for them, language skills. Some of them who are deep technical, they may not have language skills. We use a very high-end, somebody is there from artificial intelligence and all that. No? We use a very high-end English app actually to help people to learn English, right? Because you just start speaking to it, and nowadays apps can come back to you, right? We run a program called Bajaj Engineering Skill Training, where I go to North Karnataka and get people from other engineering colleges, train them here, place them. 3 batches we have completed, 100% placed. Dr. Vishwanath, who is here, is a program manager for that program. 100% placed. They can't even speak, forget about English, even in Kannada 2 lines they can't speak. Today, industry, all the top companies have taken it. So it's just that little orientation. See, 90-95% we have already done in the university curriculum. That 5-10% little orientation we have to do. That's what can make a difference.
Collaborate with the mentors of that industries. Like
Mentors, one is your mentors also have to get exposed. If you are head of pharmacy, PCI, whatever is the pharmacy department, how many times you have actually visited pharmacy, your customers, whether it is Biocon or hospital or wherever your people are there. Because if you have not visited, you are not walking the talk yet. So you take your people, go there to the industry, show them what it is, then the students also will automatically get that language, because that you have to get that language. Wonderful question. Yes. Is this the last one? Yeah. Go ahead.
So I thought all of you have kept it outside and kept it inside.
See, I think as you have always seen, somebody like Professor Sadagopan, I've been seeing him at least for the last more than 15 years. He's exactly like that, the same humbleness. He's board member in 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever you talk about, IIIT, one of the top institution in the state, our country, and the world, of course, and all that stuff. You just see him as a very simple human being. So that, if we are not exhibiting it and walking the talk, then God save us. Okay, because our degrees, all that is for entry. Okay, if you don't have MTech or whatever equivalent, post-graduation, PhD, we may not be allowed to be into that position. That's fine. But then, if humbleness is not there, we can't do anything more. It is that we have to keep that ego aside, and it doesn't work. And you are seeing the examples here. Why Mr. Rohit Punja has to sit here and be part of the session? Nobody will ask also if he doesn't sit. But the point here is on, in spite of having all the power, all the knowledge, all the whatever, what you are doing is very important. So that's the only answer I can give you. And on this thing, because this, somebody told me that in industry, people have big stakes when they have the egos and fights and all that. In academia, for very small stakes also, there are a lot of things which are played across. It may be very, very small thing. But then, the moment you keep it aside, you can become huge power in terms of influencing, because people will come to you. You show a lot of this thing, then the number of people who will come to you for sharing their ideas or some feedback. Many times we don't get the feedback. It's like that old ideas or some feedback. Many times we don't get the feedback. It's like that old emperor's clothes, right? The kid is able to see that emperor doesn't have any clothes, but everybody will be telling, you are great, you are PhD from IIT, you are this one, all that stuff. People will praise you somewhere, and you will think you are that, and you are into a false scenario. Then finally some kid will tell, you are actually not wearing clothes. That's what the problem is. So if we don't keep it aside, we will not be able to grow as a leader and a human being to make a larger impact. I'm not saying this thing. And sometimes people will say, sir, why are you carrying your bag? There are 3 people who are actually assisting. There's a driver, there's one assist. unless you actually are connecting to the larger crowd, it doesn't make a difference. That's the only thing I can admit from my experience, and I'm sure we'll connect it. Thank you. Thank you very much once again for the opportunity, and
thank you, sir.
Thank you to the Nitte management and Dr. Sandeep.
So leadership is not about positions, titles, or flowcharts. It's about one life influencing another life. So with this as one of the learnings from today's session, I am honored to propose a vote of thanks to Professor Nagarjuna. And so the session was highly insightful. It has enriched our today's leadership summit with impact, influence, and also leading beyond authority. I would request Rohit sir to felicitate our resource person for the day. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I'll explain that. So this how to win friends and influence people.
I've seen it on the roadside, never bought it.
So it is like some of it you can actually reflect as you go through it. That somebody's experience and related to our experience we will be able to find. So we have a small scan here, couple of minutes, just about 4 or 5 questions. And what is that one thing which you want to carry to when you go back to your work? One descriptive notes. And so you can also reflect yourself actually with that one line. So in case it is not working, our friends can actually help.
Friends, we can complete this task and lunch is waiting for us outside. I am taking Dr. Selvan's permission to start the next session 5 minutes late. So we'll all get back by 1:35 so that we can start the session on time at 1:40.
Yeah. Dr. Kulkarni. Dr. Kulkarni. This is Jayashankar's Bharat Matters for your university.
ಆಗಿದ್ರೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಮೇಲೆ ಹಂಚ್ಬೋದು ಕಂಪ್ಲೀಟ್ ಆಗಿದ್ರೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಹಂಚ್ಕೋಬೇಕು.
I don't have a QR code. I'll take it.
And once we are done, we can go over lunch.
we are having an experienced leader, Dr. Selvan. Dr. Selvan had visited our NMIT also earlier. He is basically an engineer, then he has done his MBA and also his PhD program. He worked as the head for learning and development and vice president for Capgemini and also Wipro Technologies. And now he is a co-chairman for BITES. Just now he had a meeting with Selvan sir is a co-chairman for BITES and he is also an advisor for Bosch India. Advisor, and also he is an advisor for Global School of Management at Pune, and he conducts a lot of various programs, workshops. And he is both academician, now he has entered into academic programs after his corporate experience. So he is having the blended both academic and industry experience. And today's session is the industry and academic collaboration. That is the topic for this third session. We know that industry and institute interaction is very important. They should go hand in hand. And a lot of industries are come out to help the academic institutions. Yesterday I had a meeting with the AST chairman in L&T Technologies in Bangalore. And he was telling that a new scheme is going to come in AST. AST is sponsoring faculty to work in industry for 1 year. And the AST is going to pay 75,000 per month for the faculty. And industry is going to pay 25,000 per month for the faculty. Totally, the faculty will get 1 lakh rupees per month. So AST is going to select the faculty across India and sending them for industry collaboration. Industry, they should work in industry for 1 year. So this is the new scheme which is going to come up in AST, which chairman told us yesterday. So a lot of industries and they are coming forward to help the institutions, and both should go hand in hand. Students should have hands-on experience. They should have experience in industries. Industry visits are necessary. Internships are mandatory. We have made internship mandatory. Then live projects should be taken up by students, which are happening in industry, and also it helps in the better employability and also the recruitment. So this is a very important topic. And on behalf of all of us, and also management, and also based in respect of our university, all 5 institutions are the part of this. So on behalf of all the members here, I cordially welcome you, sir, for this third session. And I request Selvan sir to take the session forward. And he has been visited earlier also. He was in Wipro Technologies. He has addressed our students and faculty during the Wipro mission tenants at our NMIT earlier. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Am I audible? Yes. Thank you, Professor. Thank you, Professor Sandeep, for this opportunity, inviting me for this particular session. So I am going to be talking about my experiences a little bit, but I'll walk you through some structured way also, so that we are able to interact and I'm able to share some of my anecdotes also. So I'm happy that 3 of my colleagues are here with me. Professor Is it better now? Yes, sir. Okay. So Professor Nagarjuna is there. So you have Kavita and our good friend who's going to be my speaker next. So all of them are people who have worked with industry academia. Okay, you'll be hearing Rajiv very soon. All of them have pioneered a lot of work. So please support me if you want to add anything to what I am talking today. Okay, because they are the people who have worked with me on the ground. So Kavita, for example, last 3 weeks she has done an industry visit to ABB factory. She has done one to CGI. Then she has done one more HA. So like that, they are the people who are actually working on them. It had come actually last time. Computer 1. Wait, I'll pull it out at once. It worked. I'll just pull it out once and put it again. Now it will come. Now it will come. Just hold it, I think it will come. Okay. Okay. So, because of my background, I think more of IT will be there. I know there are other schools also part of this, but you can take the learning correspondingly. Okay. So, I was just doing before coming here how well or what is it that's happening there in NMIT, and I found a lot of good things that are going on. I think quite recently you have signed a program with Intel in February. All these are partnerships which are there. I'm not going to tell, I think most of you know this, right? So I think Professor knows all this. I'm just showing that you have set up a lot of labs which are there. So all these are also part of your work. Okay. So I did some homework to figure out that you're already in a good state. Yes or no? Yes, right? So that puts me under more pressure. Like, what is it that we are going to do to really, actually it should be the other way around. You should tell us, like, what is it that you are doing such great things in the industry academia partnership. So all these are good, but from a, let's say, I want to just do a small check saying that if you say that all these are very well matured, they have grown significantly, they are really giving us benefits on a long-term basis, if that's the sort of comfort feeling that you are having, okay, then you say your rating is, let's say, 10. If it is less, 1, okay. How many of you think you are closer to 10? How many of you think you are closer to 1? How many of you think we are closer to 5? No one is raising their hand. More than 5, okay. Okay, 7? 7, wow, okay. So 7 is a good number? Okay. So I will take it as 7, okay, as a number that you have. And let's say there might be certain, some of them are at 8 or 9, some of them might be at 3 or 4. So on an average overall it's at 7. Now if I put down some reasons as to what might be some of the issues that institutes have in terms of them not really maturing or scaling, then there are few of which came to my mind. So I put down 10 of them. I hope you can read those things. Please take 2-3 minutes to go through it, and each one of you pick at least one which might be a good reason. Okay? What is a good reason why things have not scaled up or matured, the industry academia relationship? Take anyone that you have been associated with or you are aware. If it has not matured, what might be the reason? I will just ask you, sir. Okay? Yes, sir. Please go ahead. 6 is the reason. Okay. The pace at which the industry is moving is much, much faster than what academia is. Yeah. Okay. Okay. That's one of the reasons. Anyone else? Yes, sir. More ownership. I think that there is a lot of governance in an industry academia partnership. Clear-cut ownership is very much required. Absolutely right. Yes, madam. Yeah. Okay. Inside academia or in the industry, you're saying? In the industry as well as the governmental agencies. Okay. Belong to the fashion technology department. Okay. And this is what we see. Okay. How does the government come into an industry? There's a lot of funding that has come by the Department of Handlooms, Department of Textiles, and Ministry of Textiles. In utilizing that. Yeah. At that point of time when you apply for it, you know. Yeah. There's a lot of. Okay. Whenever funding is there, yes, there is a lot of bureaucracy. Yes, sir. Mismatch in objectives and timelines is one of them. Okay. Okay. Anyone else from this side? What do you? Yes, sir. Okay. So what is required is that the academia should also be able to solve the problems of industry. Okay. Then the situation will be far better than what it is. Then only it will become two-way. It's always a partnership. Partnership is a win-win. So both should see a win in each other. Only then it works. Correct. Very good points. Anyone else? Any other points? Okay. More practical hands-on sessions. Okay. You need more exposure. Faculty need more exposure too. Okay. Fair enough. Anyone else? Any other points? Okay. Great. Now what I will do is, I will tell you that a lot of planning goes into forming these relationships. What I have seen based on my experiences, many partnerships start because of an individual's interest, an individual's contact with the industry. There is not adequate thought put behind why we should do something. What is the benefit that we will give them? What is the benefit that they will give us? That sort of planning is not there. What is happening is more because of some connect which we have, some partnership starts developing and we start putting a framework into it, signing an MOU, or some industry comes and says, we are now signing MOUs with everyone, so you get into that. So it's not a systematic way. But based on my experience, I will tell you, the industry, at least when it is looking at whom to strike a partnership with, there is a lot of groundwork which happens. Okay? In Capgemini, for example, 30 of our leaders, we used to spend a whole day, morning to evening, pouring through data, figuring out what we should do, where partnerships we should pursue, who are the right people. It is chaired by the COO, and all the senior leaders used to be part of that. Very, very interactive. Imagine 30 senior leaders sitting from morning to evening, discussing on step by step. It's all data-based, completely data-based. Okay? I want to take you through some of those elements so that you are also able to appreciate. Okay? Because the first and foremost thing that all of you should be aware of when you are striking a partnership is understand this basic concept saying that what is in it for them, what is in it for you. Okay? So I had thought I will do some sort of polling and all, but given the sort of scale and short time, I did not get into the polling. So I will show it to you and I will ask you for inputs only. See, what does academia get from industry-academia collaboration? Again, I put down 10 points. Okay? All these slides will come to you, so please do not take notes, anything. I will share the slides with all of you, so you will get all the points. Okay? Now, so these are many reasons why academia thinks they should partner with industry. Same way I have put across 10 points why industry thinks they should partner. And you should strike that commonality. Is that clear? Both of you should match each other. Just go through it for a moment and pick for Nitte which might be one crucial thing in this, why you should look for an industry. Ideally, I would have wanted to do everyone based polling, but I will just get it into interactive mode. Just pick employability, okay? Internships, okay? What else? Curriculum relevance. So all of you will find shades of benefits cutting across, okay? But it is important that depending on your current state, your maturity, where you are, you have to prioritize. If you do not prioritize why you are wanting it, then going and talking to them saying that, no, this is why we want a partnership with you, that objective itself will be lost. Okay? Normally, all industries want to do this MOU for placement. That is of no use. That's not a partnership at all. That's just a piece of paper just saying that, no, we have signed a MOU for some sort of placement opportunities. Just take a minute to go through the other side also. What industry can benefit? Cost effective R&D, okay. But whether you can do that. See, it is possible, but what you said at the beginning, are we ready for it? Where are we ready for it? Only then it will start working. Okay? You should have skills, you should have facilities, all of that invested, but for that you need to prioritize. Where should I invest? Is it in the electric vehicles should I invest? Is it in renewables I should invest? Are you all clear? Because you should know where is it that you can do R&D, which industry will see benefit, and then where you are ahead of the industry. So that prioritization is required. What else is important in this? 3 is important. Talent pipeline and recruitment. Okay. What else? Okay. This is what industry will get. Okay. There are very few who are doing executive education like the way you are saying. Very few, like for example, VIT, Vellore, they do a lot of executive education. They do a lot of training for institutes, right? So I'm not sure, Rajiv, SRM does executive education? No. Many institutes don't do, okay? But specialized skilling is a great area. If you have the skills, you can do that. So the first aspect, is everyone clear? That why you are striking a partnership, the reasons are different. Their objectives are different, your objectives are different. Somewhere you have to align or open in your communication, saying this is why I want a partnership with you as an organization. And if they feel it is matching, then they will pursue. If they feel it is not matching. So for example, if in my day-long discussion in Capgemini, we prioritize and say, look, we want this from academia. And if as an institute you come and say that, no, we are interested in internships, and that's not in line with what we are thinking, we might not be interested. So this clear communication is very, very fundamental. Any questions? Clear? Though I feel that you might all be aware of this, I still want to walk you through the 10 growth sectors which you have to be aware of, all of you have to be aware of, because where you want to partner, which sector do you want to partner, very, very important. Because what is going to happen in India over the next 2-3 years or 5 years time frame, you have to be futuristic in nature. Whenever you want to strike a partnership, there's no point in striking based on the past or current, but where India is going, you might have to be very clear and strike the partnership. So these are definitely growth areas. What you might have to be focusing on possibly is the compounded annual growth rate. You can see what I have put here for the last 2 years and what is happening in the next 2 years. So there is a growth. You are going to see a growth in the IT. It's an opportunity for you for partnering. The second one is renewable energy. This is something which you have to understand. 18% growth to 20% growth. Huge changes are going to happen in the Indian sector. I'm sure all of you are aware, so I'm just telling it again so that you are all able to prioritize. Pharma and healthcare, again huge opportunity for you. 12% to 18% growth projected. Okay. A lot of data points which I'll share these slides with you, which whenever you are wanting to use it, you can use it. Infrastructure, given the growth that we are wanting to see, okay. Our annual GDP is 6.4%, right? 6.45%, India's. So government is wanting to push it to 8%. Somehow push it to 8%. That will be amazing. But for that, they are investing a lot in infrastructure. Again, you will see that this is a growth engine. Okay. How many of you say that you know it all, or you are saying that it is information for you? Is it information? Okay. FMCG is again a growth engine. You have to know that this is a great opportunity. So it's a huge rural boom is there. It's expected to be 100 billion out of 220 billion. Online alone contributing 18 billion. Okay, growth is 9.4 to 10%. Another opportunity area, automobile and EVs. Okay. So 8.2 to 10% growth. So these are all lot of opportunities available. If you go to these sectors, you will find more industries wanting to partner because they have to cope up with this growth and they will be always needing support from academia to partner. E-commerce and retail, again the 2% growth. Compounded annual growth is year-on-year growth. FinTech. Okay. FinTech is again, India is a huge global FinTech hub. Okay. Manufacturing companies is the next one, which you will see that the growth is only 3% last 2 years, it will go to 5%. Okay. Last one is agriculture and allied sectors. Agriculture and allied sector is again compared to others, you will see 3.8% year-on-year growth, moving to 4% year-on-year growth. So these are the top 10 sectors. Okay. Now why these are important? Because you might have strengths in your institute in some pockets. If you have, then you have to find out which one is the most appropriate, okay, for you. Otherwise, no point in going to someone where you don't have the strength and then struggling. And you cannot go all over also. You have to choose 1 or 2 sectors where you will have to focus. Otherwise, you will spread too thin, right? So is there any sector which is very attractive for you people? What do you think? Defense is going to be a recent, definitely it's a great point that you mentioned, that defense is going to be a big sector. The organized sector in defense is going to be small. The startup sector in defense is going to be phenomenal. Okay, I will show you if you want a startup story of India also, or at least for Bangalore I'll show you, so that you will get some information, because Bangalore is where we are. Okay. So any sector which is very important, where you feel you will find struggle if you go to defense. That's all I want to caution. Partnerships are not so easy. They will partner with Indian Institute of Science or the IITs. They feel slightly more secure because it's a lot of confidential information. Opportunities are there, but compared to other places, you will see that some gates are in defense. Breaking that is going to be slightly tough. Which sector is very attractive for Nitte? What do you think? Yes, ma'am. Obviously, that's a good opportunity for you. Yes. Okay. Okay. I don't have the data because frankly I am an IT person. So if you ask me which technology, I will show you the slides. Okay. I'll show you technologies in India, but within pharma, we will have the data. It's a question of how, see, my idea is that how structured you should go through it. The approach, if you go through this approach, you are on solid wicket, you are on a solid grounding to strike a good partnership. Okay. Infrastructure, you think there are strengths within Nitte where you can leverage, okay. In infrastructure where? In construction? Okay, good. You can play a big game, right? Information technology. But you will see that competition is also very high. Almost every institute will be strong in IT. So everyone in Bangalore, if you take the PES, the RVC, everyone will be into IT. So you have to decide whether, how much you want to invest in that. cybersecurity. Within that, the technologies matter. Yes, I will show you that. Yeah, it's a rolling forecast. Always, all these things keep changing every year. You have to keep seeing it for the next 2 years, next year. So these are rolling forecasts. Because depending on how things change, you will see the demand will change, growth will change. So it has a rolling forecast. You are right. Yes, sir. Yeah, that is one. Fintech is a great choice for you, sir. If you have to, yeah, fintech is another area which you should partner. So, end of the day, you should be clear that if any opportunity is coming your way from none of these, you should be open to decline them. Okay, just because contact, someone known, bringing in a relationship, but not in a high growth, you should say no. Okay, please do not tie up because it will take away bandwidth. It will suck your energy, but output won't be there. Okay, be clear about it, why we have to prioritize which areas are important. Do you want to see the startup also? Okay. Bangalore, of course, is the hub of startups, right? Anyone wants to take a guess how many startups are there in the country? 2,000? 2,500 in the country? More? How many? Okay. You got the number actually. Okay. The registered number of startups is 1.5 lakhs. Okay. 1.5 lakhs are registered number of startups in the country, but which means it's a big industry, right? How much will it go to in 2030? Anyone knows? 10 lakhs. Okay, 10 lakhs, 1.5 lakhs to 10 lakhs. That is the growth of startups in the country projected. It's a huge growth, right? In 5 years, you have to understand it's a great opportunity which is there. And it's an industry which is in cutting edge. It has scarcity of people. Everything that you want to do in terms of partnerships you can do because they are struggling people. No funds, but aspirations are there. That is where you have an advantage because you have established framework, you have expertise, you have an engine which is churning out skills. Everything that you want is available. But you have to be very choosy in that, okay? So, this is, in Bangalore, there are only 2,500 active startups, which means in the country there are only 10,000 active startups. So 1.5 lakhs registered startups. Out of 1.5 lakhs, 10,000 only are active. This is something which you have to be cautious about when interacting with startups because the death rate is very, very high. Okay. You should be very, very choosy in terms of whom to pick. Otherwise, you will end up wasting your efforts. 1.5 lakhs, 10,000 is active. 1.5 lakhs will become 10 lakhs by 2030 by all projections. Out of 10 lakhs, 1 lakh might be active. Bangalore, good thing is we are the hub. 25% of active startups in the country are in Bangalore. So that's a great opportunity for us. I have given you the distribution in which sectors they are there. How many startups are there which are active? Okay. So you have all the information which is available where you have to see where is it that I can partner, which strength do we have in our institute, how do we go ahead partnering. Okay. And names, if you want, there are so many of these names which you have in each of the sectors. Of course, Byju's is not the greatest of example, but it's still a great startup, right? So we have to be proud about Byju's pioneering work. Okay. But all the big names, Practo, Razorpay, everything is Bangalore, Flipkart, okay. So Big Bazaar, Big Basket is Nagajuna's friend only, boss, Nagajuna's boss. He is the one who runs Big Basket, right? Professor Nagajuna's boss. Okay. So all these are great names which you will see, and they are all very flourishing. Policy Bazaar. Okay. So all this data is available. So you have to be choosy. Which sector? Who are the right people? How do we start approaching them? What strengths we have? How do we really make it mutually beneficial? Is this concept clear? Any questions till now? Yeah. Startups, yes. Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, there is a big topic which we call governance in our partnerships. So, your governance in terms of how things are proceeding, you need to have these sort of KPIs, metrics, all these things in place, which will give us the indicator whether you should also exit the startup early or you should continue the partnership. So, you should be part of these sort of discussion. So, see, the partnership is not something where you say I am a recipient, they are giving something. It is like you both work together, okay. That is the sort of partnership that you should be looking for, mature state working together, okay. But if you have to go there, groundwork is required. That is all that I am trying to tell you, that a lot of groundwork is required beforehand, planning before you start jumping into it. These are all the planning exercises that are done, where you should get in, why you should get in, a lot of discussion is required in that area. So since people were asking technologies, I will show you that alone so that you are also clear about what technologies are for the next 3 years, which are the technologies which will be more prevalent. There is no surprise here. Only thing is I put numbers of how many jobs are going to be coming up in India for each of these technologies, okay. So we are talking about a very, very positive state in the industry. So do not ever think that no, industry is diffident, not growing or all of that. So AI is going to create 2.73 million jobs in the next 3 years. Gen AI is going to create 1 million jobs, okay. The huge opportunities which are coming out. Cloud is going to create 2 lakh jobs. So growth rate I have established there. The market size, the growth rate, how many jobs are going to be there. All these are also indicators for you, where you should partner, using what technology you should partner, okay. I will see if it is there. If it is not there, it is not there, sir. Cyber security, blockchain, AR, advanced robotics, clean tech. Possibly it's coming next in terms of the numbers, okay. It will be there as one of the top technologies. It might not be in the list because this list will go on. It's a 50, 100 technologies, right? So somewhere it will figure out. From a numbers perspective, these are the big numbers that you have to keep in mind. Cyber security, blockchain, AR, VR, advanced robotics. These are all technologies. No surprises on this, right? All of us know who are in technology that these are emerging technologies which you need to also be focusing on. Any questions as far as the technologies are concerned? Okay, I do not, if you want, I'll just show you this also. Once we nail down on technologies, we also look at roles, skills, cities, data which is coming from each of them, saying what roles are predominant, what skills are predominant, and so high demand jobs. Farm, agriculture is a growing sector, but 3.4% growth. You saw that, no sir, I showed you as a number 10. So the growth rate compared to 18-20% what other sectors are having, this is growing only at 3.4%. Very, very important. That is why you see the government push that is happening, because all this reason is because land is the issue in the country. Land is small. Ownership of land is very small. You cannot scale agriculture when ownership of land is small. Without, correct. Well, of course, we have to adopt those things, but here there are a lot of, I would say, I cannot talk about it, but vote bank issues. Agriculture is tied with elections here, who's going to be winning and not winning. So it's a very, very different issue that India is facing compared to other countries. Okay. So jobs are also changing. Okay, I'm not going to talk about, these are only technology jobs I'm talking about, but otherwise, do you know which is the job which is the highest growth sector, highest growth job in the world? Anyone knows? Drivers. Okay, drivers is the highest growth job in the world actually. Okay, that's growing at a phenomenal rate. So I am not putting all those sort of information. What I am putting is only the technology side, what jobs are growing, but otherwise the maximum number is drivers. Okay. Okay. So there is a lot of data on demand in terms of skills also. You have, you will be surprised because this is something which you will find. Analytical skills is the number one. Okay, what organizations are wanting. Analytical skills is what people are looking for in students. AI and big data skills after that. 70% of the companies say that we want students with analytical skills, not really technical skills. Okay, so keep that in mind. How you are developing analytical skills in your institute is very, very important. Motivation, self-awareness, a lot of changes are happening in this skill segment. Cities wise, we are very lucky. Bangalore is the growth engine for jobs. Okay, so we are in a very, very good, comfortable situation, showing 76% employability with 10% growth. Most people in India prefer to take jobs in Bangalore, so we are lucky that way. Okay, but if I show you some data, it is slightly hurting, but you will notice that who comes for these jobs are all people from other states. Okay, so jobs are there in Bangalore, but they are not grabbed by the people who are graduating from Karnataka, if you go into the data. So most of the jobs are grabbed by people from other states. Other states have done some pioneering work. Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, Uttar Pradesh, they are all doing amazing work, which I am sure Professor also with his experience will be knowing, that I think a lot of people from there are talented getting jobs here, which is a data which is available. They are producing good talent. They are producing good talent, which here is a magnet which is wanting people. So they are finding good people there. They are going and recruiting. So there is a lot of, once you step out of Bangalore, sir, unemployability is very high. They are not able to produce talent. But there are a lot of people who are coming from this thing. So that's, I'm not getting into that topic today, that's not our topic. But just I'm giving you that information, that Bangalore is lucky because we have a lot of jobs, demand is there. Okay. Yeah. Possible, sir, possible. It is a highly competitive, you are right, it's a highly competitive environment, possible, you are right. Expectations are very high. Okay, now we will talk about very specifically the maturity model in an industry academia partnership. Okay. everyone is clear about a maturity model, right? How many stages are there in a maturity model? So some of you are able to figure out there are always normally 5 stages. Okay. Our industry academia partnership also goes through similar 5 stages, okay, of maturity, and you have to start figuring out what maturity your initiatives are going through. The first stage is always called as transactional, which means it's hit and run. It's one-off incidents, one-off cases of tie-ups, okay, where you will see that student internships are offered, industry will sometimes donate some kits. These are all one-off. There is no maturity in this. It's not really a partnership, okay. So please take little bit time to go through each of these things. You will be able to appreciate that these are not scalable, these are not mature, they are all one-off. Distribution of promotional material. So let's say Google will come up with something and say that no, we are wanting to give it free. Microsoft comes and says that no, we are wanting to give it. So all those, IBM suddenly gave bundles of CDs to all educational institutions free of charge, all their software. What is the use? No one knows, but everyone got one packet. Everyone was given all the software of IBM in CDs distributed to them, and they were all happy. No partnership. It is all the first level, what we call as the transactional level of maturity. The second level is called engaged level. Here again, I put down some 10 activities, what typically happens. Here you are a part of an advisory board, some guest lectures happen, feedback is given on curriculum by industry, slightly better than the earlier. Are you all able to appreciate that the maturity is slightly better? You have to be very clear how to keep moving it from one level to another level. Third one is called as continuous, where there is some amount of structuredness which comes into place. So there are consulting assignments which are there. So these 5 levels will give you about 50 different activities also. What can be done between industry and academia, which is a good repository for you. Faculty industry exchange programs, okay. So I'll tell you about one of very nice exchange program that I had worked out, so that you are able to appreciate that it's slightly different from others, okay. So Capgemini had an office in Bangalore. Capgemini also had an office in Paris. Paris had a tie-up with one of the institutes there, and Capgemini had a tie-up with VIT in Vellore. So what we did was, we made offer for 10 students in VIT. Paris made 10 offers to students there in French Institute, 3rd year, and for the 4th year, those 10 students studied the 7th semester here in VIT. These 10 VIT students went to Paris and they studied the 7th semester there. 8th semester they did internship in Capgemini. 8th semester here VIT people came to Bangalore. French students studied there, did here. At the end of it, 10 students went back to France, completely immersed in Indian way of working, Indian way of learning. They all went there. 10 of our VIT students came and joined Capgemini. Quite interesting, right? It's complex to execute a partnership like that, because it's 2 entities of the industry, 2 entities of the academia, different objectives, but trying to synergize all of them in terms of curriculum, cost sharing, how, all that, we had to nail it down. But it worked so beautifully. People were so happy because the need was there for Indians, Capgemini people to understand French, the French people to understand about India, so that we can both work together, because we are a hub. Capgemini is a huge hub for the headquarters in Paris. So we had to create this sort of a partnership, which was win-win for everyone. Okay. So I thought I'll share. That's a very sort of next level possibly. It is not third level, it is possibly fourth level or fifth level. So integration of intellectual capital is the fourth level. So there are 10 different initiatives that you can see. The last level is societal, where you create a societal impact through the partnership. And industry and academia are able to create a societal and economic impact. Then you have these sort of initiatives working together, where you start working on social problems, trying to solve between industry and academia. Okay. So any questions on this particular framework? Is it giving you some sort of a structure to evaluate how, where you are, how to move from second level to third level? Okay, interesting question. You want to know about this, how to move from one level to another level. What happened? Okay. So there are a lot of guidelines which are there. Okay. Level 1, if you want to move to level 2, what do you want to do? You have to formalize MOUs, you have to establish advisory boards, you have to launch structured internship, host industry events. So 5 important things what you can do so that it moves from level 1 to level 2. Similarly, I have also provided you for level 2 to level 3 if you want to move. What are 5 other things which you can do? Okay. I know it's a lot of stuff which is there, but all I want you to appreciate is industry academia partnership is not something very simple, easy, just like that on the fly we just strike something, go and all. It's a very, very detailed exercise. It's a detailed exercise if you want to really be the top class. Okay. A lot of homework, a lot of thinking is required. And for doing all this, you need to have the organizational structure inside. To do that, you need to have the people, right people there, who have the right connects. I was hearing Professor Sandeep talking that you have a lot of professors of practice now recruited. So these are all great bridges that you have to, but which type of professor of practice you want, you might want to decide based on these criteria. Should I get someone from the EV industry? Which type of industry? Is it a startup or is it a mature industry? And how do I make that offer so that I am able to use that for building my relationship? You have to be more strategic in that. When you do all that, then you start moving. Yes. Yes. Correct. So, but all these things will not happen by chance. It requires an organization within your institute, within your university, to promote this as a full-time activity. You have to be very clear about it. There has to be governance, there have to be review mechanism, there have to be KPIs, metrics, dashboards, everything has to be there. If you don't have all that, and if you're just leaving it for some departments to have relationships with whoever they want, whenever they want, and depending on their connects, that will not take the university to the next level. That's the key takeaway that you have to have. It requires a centralized, like I'm sure Dr. Rajiv Sukumaran was part of IIT Madras, right? He was there in the industry cell, right? That's a central cell which orchestrates across all of IIT departments. They connect with the industry. He was part of that. You can share, of course. All these are great people, like Nagarjuna runs such a big thing, Kavita runs. But all I'm saying is you need to spend as a leadership team a lot more time and effort. How do we look at the future of industry-academia relationships for Nitte University? Do not look at it from a short term, small here and there, some things that we will do. No. It's a strategic exercise which has to have data, it has to have planning, it has to have organization which will execute it, and that organization is accountable for all of you. They will not have ownership, sir. It is good to have it in-house. Third party will not give you that sort of support, and it's not available also. Such an organization is not there. You cannot outsource it. Okay, it's very tough because your strengths, what you have in your thing, someone has to breathe inside, and they have to be talking about it outside. So it's a very, very involved process. Okay. So similarly, it is therefore 3 to 4. What are the things that you have to do? 4 to 5 also. What are the things that you have to do? You can think about creating joint ventures, right? So IIT Madras Research Park is there, right? It's a huge effort. How many of you are aware about the IIT Research Park? IITM Research Park or the IIT Bombay, SINE is there. SINE is there. You are aware of that. Okay? Amazing, right? I think I don't know the number, $50 million or whatever, or $500 million is what they have done. Okay, as a business, the number of startups that have been created inside that research park. I think Professor Junjunwala is the champion of that. Okay, he happens to be my faculty also. Okay, my faculty, Professor Junjunwala, heads that whole thing. It's like a dedicated center. I don't know, like 3 million square feet of space earmarked for that, some 15-story buildings, 4 towers. So that's an organizational intent, saying that we will have to partner with industry to make our students gain that experience, our faculty gain that experience in this particular place. Okay. How am I running time? 3, I think. 3, I have to close. How much time is it? 2:40. Okay. Any other questions which you want me to cover? This is what I told you, like the general strategies is that you need strong governance, you need metrics, you need stakeholder engagement, you need government schemes, you need, last thing is very, very important, agile mindset. Because you have to work at the pace of the industry. You cannot work as an industry cell at the pace of academia. You have to work at the pace of the industry. You have to be having flexibility, saying we will run as things change, because industry changes very fast. So you have to have that agile mindset. So these are all principles that you have to have in mind. Okay. So what I'll do is I'll give you a simple exercise. Okay. I put down 100 activities that can be done between industry and academia into some segments. Okay. I will give one sheet to each of you, which will have few activities. All you have to do is go through it, shortlist 2 of them which are relevant for Nitte. Is that clear? As a repository, it will also serve, because 100 different activities are there. What can be done between industry and academia? It's a good repository. So you can go through it, and I will be able to, you can use it later on for your own benefit. That sheet is with me only. we'll give it to them. They can take. Sorry. So you can take one sheet and pass on the others to them. One sheet only you take, pass on to others. This one, the first sheet we have to remove. One sheet you take, madam. Each one can take one sheet and pass it on. Last. No. Each one will get one sheet, I'm sure. You can take one sheet and pass on. Okay, that side they don't have, I think. You don't have? Anyone extra having? Only one for the entire sheet, okay. Okay, you share it. I will anyhow give you I will show it here for all of you so that you will get a overall idea. After that, you work on your individual sheet, okay. So where are the 100 opportunities to collaborate on different segments? Please watch here first, after that you can do. On different segments, what sort of activities can be done, okay. Research and innovation, there are 10 activities which can be done. Curriculum and teaching, there are 10 different things which can be done. Student engagement, there are 10 different things that can be done. All this between industry and academia. Skill development and training, 10 different things. Incubation and entrepreneurship, there are 10 different things, okay. Faculty and staff development is the other topic. Policy, governance and strategy, okay. Infrastructure and resource sharing. Resource sharing, I think everyone is clear, right? You can give for a startup a space. Today we are constructing some in one of the colleges, 10 startups, 1,400 square feet each, so that they can put up their office there. Community and social impact. What are the 10 things that industry and academia can do? So these are all the topics which are there, 10 different topics, each of them have 10 activities, which two Nitte can pursue. Each one can put your choice, okay, in the sheet that you have got. Yes, separate department. Yes, you have to all discuss those things. Structures, this separate department, what governance they should have, who they should be answerable to, all that. In how many years they will break even, how much revenue they will get after that, all that has to be planned. Everyone has picked up? 2 at least? Okay. Now, I think it is good that we collect it, okay. So, you can in your table collect it and then forward it to me, so that I have it as an input at least. In your own tables, you collect it and give it to me. One person can give it to me. Thanks. Any more left? Okay. Last section, I will just talk to you that now that you have identified how to improve governance, okay, some of the points that you have to keep in mind. So, these are, they are still discussing on the points, okay, they are still having the sheet. Done? They are still discussing, hot debate is going on. You done? Tick 3, 4. Okay. So, these are few points which I want to share, how to improve the overall governance. So, keep them in mind, okay. Strengthen the legal and regulatory framework, optimize the organizational structure. This is what I talked to you. You have to really think about your organization as a university and figure out what sort of structure do you really require to make it work. Enhance funding and financial incentives. You can look at what sort of grants and how you get it. The fourth one is very important, foster trust, communication and reward mechanism. People really require rewards, recognitions when they work on industry academia partnership. It's not like your regular work. If you leave it as their regular work, it's not going to happen. It has to be rewarded. And the last one is implement monitoring and evaluation systems. You cannot leave it for chance. It has to have strong review mechanisms where funding is cut or people are really knowing that their jobs are at stake if they don't perform. So, it's a really action oriented review mechanism that you should have. It's not like, okay, you can continue doing this till whenever it comes. Output is not there, people should be accountable for it. So, it's very, very important in this sort of a partnership. Only when the institute shows all this, you will find attraction from the industry automatically happen. Whenever they see from outside, if they see that these things are there, they will all flock, which is the reason why if you look at most successful relationships today, you will see IISc, right? How many of you have gone through IISc? Art Park? Art Park is a great example how it works, right? Or IIT Bombay, SINE, or Madras Research Park, IIT. So, they all have invested in all this governance. And that is why industry is very comfortable going to them and saying that, no, we are happy to work with you. We know you will make it work. We will benefit. Our benefits will get shared. So, this is very, very important for you as a leadership team to think about and then take it forward. Okay? Thank you very much. Thanks for the opportunity. Yes.
Questions, please. About 10 minutes are the. Yes, please.
Sir, you mentioned a number of points to be taken into account in relation to moving from one stage to the other. One point I would like to add or emphasize, the specialization, the core strength of the faculty in the different areas, that is also to my mind a critical factor.
Correct, very correct, sir. That is in the planning stage itself, you need to align. What is the core strength of the faculty? Who is responsible for partnering with which industry?
Correct.
That is very, very important what you brought out.
Yes.
Yeah. It's a very important.
Any other questions?
Sir, you mentioned about the startups and the technology, different technologies and all. So what do you comment on now? Microsoft has, I mean, there is a big news that 6,000 employees will be laid off. So how do you tell that the job opportunities are increasing in the IT industry? So what is your perspective on that? Because none of the, I think most of the companies, they are not recruiting the freshers. So what is your perspective on that?
See, what is happening today is there is a transition period. Okay, there is a technology, new technology which has come in, which all of us are knowing, Gen AI. Gen AI is taking away tasks. It's not taking away jobs. It's taking away tasks. So people who are doing tasks which can be done by the computer, that is what is getting taken away. And if these people are able to skill up, then they will have other jobs. Jobs are not less, you have to understand. The skills that are less. The same people are able to upskill, they are having jobs. See, the demand for jobs is growing like anything. That, keep it in mind. It's just that the tasks what people are doing, they cannot be doing at the operational level. Okay? They have to scale up. Okay. So, I will just tell you one more example, I will come to your question, sir. So, recently I saw an industry academia partnership, which I am sure you people might be familiar. Some 500 people from Samsung, okay, sitting in a college. They are working out of the college. They are all students of the college. They are working for Samsung, and what they are doing is HILT work. Okay, how many of you know this one? HITL, human in the loop. HITL. You're knowing HITL? No. This is basically what they do is these companies will want people to annotate. Okay, annotate means there will be a photograph. On that photograph, you have to mark where is the river, where is grass, where is this one. That's the work that they have to do. What is the value add for the student? Nothing. So industry is capitalizing on cheap labor. Under the name of industry academia partnership, 500 people they are saying they are working for Samsung. The work that they are doing is less than clerical work, not supposed to be done by engineer, but they are showcasing it as a partnership. Now, you should never get into such. If you are wanting to have a strong relationship, academic industry relationship, when they approach you with that proposal only, you should say, sorry sir, no, my students are much, much better than this. But if you get attracted by Samsung, if you get attracted by HITL and all, then you will say, okay, we will have it. So you have to be, ability to say no is very, very important. Otherwise you will get stuck into this, okay. Walmart wants 5,000 people like that in Bangalore, okay. Amazon wants another 5,000. If colleges are wanting to give, they will all take, but we should say no, okay. It's meant for 10th standard students or failed students. Yeah, there was one more question. I'll just come to you. Third level. Yes. Requires initiative, sir. It has to. It is not some magic which will happen. It requires structured initiatives with some planning and saying. Yes. Yes, you have to. There is no ecosystem. There is no easy solution in this particular area at all. If you ask me, is there some great solution available? No. But it is that some organizations are interested in this and they want to actually work with the academia. In some organizations they want. If you are able to strike with those organizations, you can flourish through the entire chain. If you are not, then you will get stuck. That is all. There is no solution like that. Yes, sir.
I represent the School of Management, sir.
Management.
Management school does not have technology. We might have it maybe 5-10%. Neither we have a product. What do you advise?
Lot of opportunities. Management is a great opportunity. People are wanting, if you go to IIM Bangalore, you see the amount of relationships that they are having with the industry. The entire industry, public sector, sir, and everyone is there only.
I understand, but in your presentation,
yeah.
95% is all
technology.
about technology.
Yeah.
So how could we come in? Where could we come in?
This is tilted towards technology because of my background in technology. But I also teach in IIM Bangalore. So I can tell you, industry just loves IIM Bangalore. Each of them are advising so many companies. They are all networked into, they are on the boards of several companies. All the professors, all the people. The amount of innovation that happens here for organizations is amazing work, what they are doing. So management never think has no scope, phenomenal scope for improving industry-academia partnerships.
Comparison between the startups by China and India, whereas the Chinese, they are going for the manufacturing, semiconductors, whereas we are doing the app-based development, etc. And recently, one incident that G.V.S. of Punjab, they made a scam of some crores of rupees, and they were from the premier institutions.
Yeah.
So in spite of we having the premier institutions, we are dealing only with the startups on app-based such things, not focusing on
core manufacturing.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's a big drawback in the Indian economy. Core manufacturing, in spite of all the incentives that the government has given, has not taken off. That's a fact of life. You have to appreciate. Okay, last 13 years, PLI scheme, this, that, everything that has been given, industries are manipulating it to get benefits and claim that money, but not investing. So China is very different. China is investing in technology in the manufacturing, core manufacturing side, which is why they are progressing. Here what they are trying to do is, how do I really make that scheme work for me and get the benefit. So there is a big difference, very, very small pockets where focus is there, like the semiconductor industry, where they are investing currently, which will show benefits 3-4 years down the line. But automotive, many other places, what they should have done, they have not done it. They have not done it, which is why one of the good things that will happen is if the tariffs become zero, as what Mr. Trump is claiming, it will shake the industry. Till then, they are protected. They are protected. That's why they are very, very happy. So it will take time. Any other questions you have? Yeah. One last question. Yeah. Yes.
Sir, it's a question linked for everyone, right from the management, principals, all HODs. Managements are ready to invest and invested in Center of Excellence and more towards startups, incubation, etc. But we find the students do not have an inclination or mindset towards entrepreneurship. Even in all our accreditation processes, maybe in NBA, NAC, everywhere we find students' mindset is only oriented towards placements and 10% oriented towards higher studies. How to make this big change? Because Prime Minister speaks about startups and other things. How can we mold the next generation so that they are aligned towards entrepreneurship also?
Okay. I don't have any straight answer. As always, like what Professor said, you have the last word in it, sir. So it is no magic. It's not something which I can crack for you. So I will restrict myself to industry-academia partnership. It's a big question that you're asking. It's a societal change. Yeah, I agree with you. It's a great question. The societal change. How we will make, whatever India is the fulcrum of startups, India is the innovation hub, whatever the Prime Minister is dreaming, how to make it happen is still a long way, given the current situation of students.
I request our HOD Dr. Mohan to propose a vote of thanks.
Good afternoon. It's a wake-up call for all of us who we are thinking that we have got a lot of MOUs, but after Sir's presentation, the different stages, we should now think we are in which stage and where we should lead to. Yes. Sometimes. So thank you so much, sir. It's a wake-up call, not post the lunch, but for all of us together. On behalf of the management, the leadership team here, I extend my heartfelt thanks to Dr. Selvan, who has agreed to come and make a presentation here. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, sir. Friends, before we go for tea, a small announcement. The announcement is we have a session after tea also. And that is going to be a strongly activity-based session. And our resource person wants us to be seated in a particular way. He wants us to be seated. He doesn't want us on the ground. Don't worry. He wants all our management faculty across our institutions to be on one table. So Shilpa ma'am decide which is the table and make sure everybody comes there. So, okay, so Guru, you have no choice. You have to move there. And who else? Dharmanand has to move there. Basic sciences. Hita ma'am, get everybody onto two tables. All the basic sciences, including language. Get them onto two tables. EC, CS, AI, AIML, what is your, both of you on two tables, both of you spread out on two, or maybe you will require three tables, I don't know. So you all spread yourself out as per that. Civil and architecture on one table, the entire civil and architecture on one table. I think architecture, two people are here, so you better move to that table. See. Fashion technology and our pharmacy colleagues on a single table, on one table. EC and Triple E, both on a single table. And mechanical, go wherever you want. No, I mean, oh, I mean, mechanical separate table. Mechanical one table, okay? Mechanical and aero one table. Thank you. Mechanical, have I left out anybody? Mechanical and aero one table. Yeah. Right, sir? Okay. With that, we go for tea and get back sharp at 3:30 for the last session.
ನಾನೇ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು.
Let them come and sit.
ಆಯ್ತು.
ರೋಬೋಟಿಕ್ಸ್ಗೆ ಎರಡೂ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಆ ಕಡೆ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಈ ಕಡೆ ಇಲ್ಲ.
All the tables are stronger now. ಅವನು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿದೆ ಸರ್ ಬಾಬು ಅಮ್ಮ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಕರಿ ಮೈಕ್ ಕೊಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಸರ್ಗೆ ಮೈಕ್ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು ಸರಿ ಸರ್ May I have your attention, please? Good afternoon, sirs and madams. At first, I welcome each one of you to the fourth session titled Implementing NEP in Spirit, the last session of the day, but very important session. Perhaps this is a kind of pre-workshop session for the next summit. I hope you agree with me. NEP, we all know that NEP is not just a policy, it is a vision to transform the education system in India. This session of the summit is for us to gain insights on three aspects broadly. Number one, to embrace and evolve the intent and objectives of NEP 2020. Number two, on implementation part, not why to do, what to do, but how to do it meaningfully. That is implementing NEP. The third one, out of many aspects of NEP 2020, our discussions would limit, rather converge on the verticals of higher education and technology enabled teaching learning, the skill development. So these are the three aspects broadly we would have a discussion on this. Having set the context, I am pleased to mention that we have very dynamic and experienced resource person, Dr. Rajiv Sukumaran, who knows to many of the faculty members of NMIT. Indeed, Dr. Raju was on NMIT campus last month as a resource person for the Learn workshop. Dr. Raju is currently the Director, Learning and Development at SRM University. Earlier, he was the key member for Mission 10X program and contributed greatly to its success. Dr. Raju is specialized in some of the technical domains such as sensor networks, wireless sensor networks, underwater sensor networks, acoustic waves, energy usage, and so on. I think in my view, Dr. Raju is a perfect fit for this session, implementing NEP in spirit, because he has successfully implemented the NEP at SRM University. So with this, on behalf of everyone here, I would like to welcome Dr. Raju Sukumaran to this session. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Am I audible? On the mic? Yes, yes. Okay, very good. So I believe I have given you 2 files. Not Am I audible now? Okay, very good. So before we start the session, I just wanted to ensure that you got 2 checklists. One is Annexure 1 and Annexure 2. Each one of us please have, somebody wants Annexure 2, okay. 2. Okay. So please have both these things. I'll tell you the purpose. So before that purpose, I believe we have already attended the sessions. The first session was by Professor Sadagoban. Very good. And some key takeaways, correct? There may be more takeaways. I came a little late, so I could concentrate only on 3 takeaways. Okay. Then followed by which you had sessions from Nagarjuna, okay, on leading with influence. And the third session you had from Selvan, okay, and on alignments, misalignments, and finding a maturity model, okay. So
don't show this for too long because 4 of our committees are to work on this.
okay. Oh, they are given the task of identifying, okay. So always this question comes, no, are we managing or are we leading? Okay, this question always comes in because now you are all, are you managing or also leading? Leading, so we'll check that, we are going to check that. But before that, when I used to study in Ooty, when I was a small kid in school, we always used to, whenever somebody says manager, this comes to my mind. I would see people, hi, 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 hi. So, I believe for cow, cattle, everything is the same. Am I right? Okay. But then surprisingly, this is what we are looking at also. Correct? But Selvan made a very important point, and even Nagarjuna made an important point. So it's this that we require. It's the collaboration that we require. So with all of you, I am also trying to hold my hands and trying to check where we are, because some things you might have done excellently well, which I would also like to know about, and some of the things that we might have already implemented. And I am not going to present here anything which we have not implemented. Okay, anything which is implemented, tested, I will present. And if there is a fictitious idea which we can still do it, I will tell that this is still an idea, it's not yet implemented. Okay, so I work as a director of learning and development. I am also chairman for the entire SIM group for implementing the NEP activities. For the past 5 years, we also do that. Right from 2020 we started, it's baby steps we started, because we also were, only the policy came, no guidelines came, then slowly the UGC started releasing, even last week, recognition of prayer learning, RPL guideline has come. So likewise every week or so they are also releasing one by one guideline, but whatever we know best, we try to adapt certain things, okay. And I am also the vice chair for the United Nations SDG 4. SDG 4 is on quality education for higher education, especially on teaching and learning. Teaching education, teacher education and teaching. I am also the vice chair for that position, and I am also the one of the council members for CDIO, which I have not mentioned because it will run into. So have we got both these checklists? Okay, so one checklist, that is Annexure 1, will be for as a department we want to do some checklist. So right now you are going to put your shoes, cap in such a way that you are the HOD or the senior person in the department, and what we are going to do is that we are going to just fill up yes or no. So what is the target? Target is that if I want to implement, what should I implement? Correct? Some target we can set, say 1 element, 2 element, or 1 or 2 activities. okay. And in the comment section you can also mention what that activity may be. If you are already implementing that, well and good, okay. Under such cases you can make a note of it, because the idea of this checklist when we implemented it across SRM is that we know where we stand, okay. So this, how I want you to do is that I want you to just, one of you can read out say for example 9.2 amongst yourself, and you can discuss and say yes we are doing it, or no we are not doing it. If you are partially doing it also, you mention it as partial, okay. You say yes but partially doing it, or you need clarity, you just write we need clarity, because some things are little confusing in the policy. So I am not asking you to read the entire policy document, I have just put it into those essential elements which are there, which will be a quick checklist. So this, to complete this 2.5 pages, it will take at least conveniently 10 to 15 minutes. Please be with me and do this exercise, because by doing this exercise, a lot of queries will start coming in, and then let us discuss on those queries. Can we start now? So it's an activity which is a group activity. Discuss among yourself. We are only taking Annexure 1 right now, Annexure 1 alone right now. Annexure 2 will do it after we complete this. Not now, after some discussions, then we will go to the program wise. Yes, please. Yeah. No, everybody needs to know, look at the form as to what it is. That's why I want printed otherwise one person will be reading it and others may not follow it up. So, yeah. Filling it up, say as a department, say 3 people are in one department, you 3 jointly say, okay, this is what it is, so we will fill it up. For example, 2 people are architecture, 3 people are civil, then amongst the 3 civil department, you discuss amongst them. Yeah, you discuss and fill. No, one of you can fill it. One of you can fill it. One is enough in a department.
Civil, then they will do.
Yes. Okay, done. No, the idea is that, sir, okay, maybe let's switch off. And don't do this just for the sake of formality. Please read through it, have some questions, mark those questions. Oh, just a ticket, oh, 4 baje ho gaya, ticket. No, please don't do that. Because we are not here for that purpose. We are here to find out some solutions if there's something. Yes. This is department bar institution, so there will be many elements for institution also. Sir, if every department gives that list, we will know exactly what is getting implemented, where the trouble areas, because are we discussing this content or something else in the department? I know it is easy to get hijacked and go elsewhere. Only this. Yeah, done. Okay, good job. Okay, to energize yourself is bringing chocolates also. Okay. So all teams done? Okay, still doing. Now you know what has been done, what has not been done. Am I right?
Yeah.
With this only we can have an activity plan done department wise as to who can be in charge for the different activities and how to do the groundwork for that. Some are easily implementable, say some can be done just in a week, some will take 2-3 months to do. So these decisions when we want to do, we have to do that. Because now we are part of the UGC system. UGC has a Utsav portal. In the Utsav portal you are supposed to upload data every now and then. Are you getting the point? So you will be forced to collect these data also. So it's better to have a checklist and find out where we lag, what we have to do, and what else is pending, how to do it. Now when you get stuck, what to do, where to get help, all these things we have to know. So for which the first checklist is needed. That's what we need. Okay, process. Have we completed? No, I know you are diverting yourself and talking about something else in the department. No. Are we done, professors? Your team done, done. How about architecture, civil? Okay. Electrical, electronics, have we done? Okay, quickly, professors, I'll give you only 2 more minutes time, please complete the task. See, whatever we are doing is only the first cut exercise, and when we dig deeper into it, we'll find out like something has been wrongly marked, something has to be improved, all those things we'll check in the second round. Okay. Now, what we are going to do is that, see, if you look at the policy, there are some elements related to the department or institution. So that is what we have touched. Okay. The another document that I have given you is for the program. Program means a particular program. Okay. For example, B.Tech in electrical engineering or whatever, B.Tech in civil engineering, whatever, for one program. Now, as we are going through the program, sometimes you will see both might have the same number. Sometimes 9.3 is here, 9.3 is here. What I have done is that I have consolidated both the list, but to give you clarity, I have divided that into institution or department specific one and the program specific one. So right now what we are going to take is the program specific one. Okay. And now let us start marking that. So parallelly I will also be putting the contents here. Okay. And let us start doing it, or we will do it like right now, how we did it right now. Quickly discuss and check whether the program has elements. Wherever there is a doubt, clarity required, you please mark it, because after this exercise we are going to discuss about it. Where there is clarity needed, what is the confusion, how to do things, all those things we will discuss. So can we take the annexure 2 in the similar fashion, but now you concentrate as a program, not as a department. Matlab, if your syllabus is not having it, you please mark it. My syllabus currently doesn't have it. Okay. I am sorry.
Integration of B.Ed program and PhD.
In case you have a B.Ed department, you do it. You don't have it, leave it. Okay, the first form talks about B.Ed program. In case you have an education department, you answer it. Otherwise, you say not applicable and leave it in the first form. Okay. Now we will take annexure 2, which is program specific, and start doing it. Annexure 2. Program means one. No. What I am trying to say is that just look at the elements. For example, your physics, mathematics. You are going to start BSc mathematics program tomorrow. Are you getting the point? Why you cannot start a program? You can start a BSc program of 4-year duration, because all degree programs are 4 years. Are you getting the point? So you can start, see what we have is BS. Okay, in the bracket there is somewhere CDIO and TPAC, I'll talk about later. Okay. Somewhere in the bracket there is CDIO and TPAC, I'll talk about it later. Sir, when you answer yes, tomorrow I will ask you to show evidence. You say I am building character. No, this is program wise. This is per program. You write mechanical engineering or something and then you start. I understand. I want you to keep that in mind. Even if you are not doing it, it's okay.
Now we are going to discuss this.
There will be a lot of queries, doubts, and I also have a few slides which can address that straight away. No, Annexure 2 they are doing. Yes. Program wise. Because now what happened, they have got idea about department and issues related to department that they have to address. The another is program specific. So second.
This you will not discuss much.
No, that will also be discussed. That is the crux. This is the main element. Because unless your curricula supports it, you cannot have NEP elements there. Three sides, that's it. You can just look at the title, you will understand. These titles itself will make you understand what it is. So can we discuss and complete this? Yes. Yeah, now we'll do Annexure 2. Yeah, Annexure 2 is. Yeah. Done. With understanding, without understanding, done. With understanding.
Reading line by
Line.
line.
No, we should. Program learning. Maybe it is just. No, 1 second. You just strike it out, sir. I think it's some typographical. You can leave it. Sir, hereafter you are a UGC governed university. All this is required by the UGC through their Utsav portal. Data is to be submitted via Utsav portal.
UGC we have VTU, under VTU we are applying.
At present.
Coming up, upcoming, we will say.
No, we all know. But now this year onwards you are UGC governed deemed university. So don't worry about VTU for the second, third year, fourth year, let it go as it is. But first year onwards, whatever is coming will be under your university. That is why we need to be thorough about this. Because UGC will ask every data for all of this under a Utsav portal. They have a Utsav portal. So have we done Annexure 2 completed? I know people from the other campus quickly says yes, yes, yes because they already know it. Okay, I can understand from the smile in your face that, oh, these things we already know. You're right. If you have done it, you know it. Okay, good. So can we focus our attention quickly towards the screen? See, I have just combined both. I have just put some light green color also just to say that these are very easy to implement. Okay. When I put light green at the background as color, meaning that these are very easy to implement. It doesn't take much of an effort to implement these things. And many of you might have already been implementing it also. Okay. So I'll go to the next slide. And here you will see something which is red in color. Okay. The problem is that programs are fragmented, rigid separation of disciplines, early specialization and streaming. Are we doing that? We should not do that. Okay. What I mean, programs are fragmented, they don't talk to one another. Okay. And they were rigidly separated. Okay. Rigidly separated means what? For example, mechanical student cannot take one single course from say chemical engineering or from some other discipline. No, not even open electives. Any course not permit is very tight compartmentalized. Currently, most of the B.Tech programs, M.Tech programs are very tight compartmentalized. So that's why I put it as red. That needs to touch the curricula upfront. Okay. So I have also marked something in yellow. With a little bit of effort, we can actually do that. For example, program is offered in the local Indian language. Periodically, mails keep coming from AICT, UGC saying that, we are funding you. Please convert all your engineering textbooks into local Kannada textbooks or as the case may be. Are you getting the point? That means hereafter a student who is studying up to 11th, 12th in Kannada media can straight away join mechanical engineering and continue studying in Kannada, all is engineering or Telugu as the case may be. Are you getting the point? So that means textbooks have to be converted into that local language and textbooks have to be issued by the university to support that, or we can take help from the AICT. They have a fantastic language converter software and you can use that software. It's there in the AICT website and you can use that and convert your existing material into a local language, whatever. Yes, you have a doubt. No, it may be, I might have combined both. See, from two annexures, I might have combined. I have combined. Now because some are program specific, some are. Similarly, ODL, online and distance learning, has infrastructure for learning materials accessible and available to learners with disabilities. Learner with disability means what? I don't have my eyes. What is the only material available? In some other source. Got it? So these things with a little bit of effort, we can actually implement if we have one. Okay. So wherever I marked yellow, please understand that a little bit of effort is needed. Whatever is green, it's very easy to do it. Okay. For example, programs have elements that support active learning, support student research and community engagement is easy to implement. Whether you are implementing or not, it's not my question. It is easy to implement without much of an effort. See, program has courses having artistic, creative and analytics, opportunities for sports, yoga, supports cross-disciplinary courses and research. Do we have that? Yeah, if they are learning via credits through that, well and good. See, we have a sports department, student can play basketball whenever they want, but is it creditized? Answer is no. You should creditize it. That is my question. Yes, see here AICT recommend Indian knowledge system, Constitution of India, value education. I know many universities, they just put that course and then what happens? No credit is given. Sometimes mandatory non-credit courses. Mandatory non-credit courses. It can never exist. All course that he studies have to have a credit. There cannot be a course without any credit. Similarly, programs emphasize Indian tradition and create well-rounded and innovative individuals. Indian tradition has to go into your courses. There is a course on thermodynamics, Indian traditional thermodynamic techniques. Topic should be added into it. Ethics and value has to go into that course of thermodynamics. No sir, we have separate values and ethics. No. That's why if you read the line, program has elements. It didn't say, did you have a separate course? What was the line? Program has elements of. If you take any course, just keep in your mind, any course, thermodynamics, fluid mechanics, electrical machines, whatever, you take any course, first you think whether there is any Indian traditional knowledge related to that. If there is none, okay, leave it. If there is something, just add that. Something related to ethics, add it there. Even in physics, there are a lot of things which ethics and other things have to go. Am I right? Yeah. Yeah. See, not every course you can do that, but there are many courses where you can do it. So it's not something hard and fast rule. UGC gives a guideline. As usual, whatever UGC gives are policy guidelines. Whatever the university syndicate decides, that will be the final output. But you follow the UGC guidelines and pick the best practices which are available. Not in every course you can sometimes put it. See, artificial intelligence with Indian traditional knowledge may not be available, am I right? But Indian ethics and something may be available. Yeah, out of 160 credits, some 5. Yes. Yeah. Correct. Correct. Yeah. And UGC also has given an Indian knowledge system document available. And not necessarily that alone is Indian knowledge system. So you can purely design based on Kannada knowledge system. You can go local. And for example, Karnataka's culture and all those things are part of Karnataka's culture. You can add that even though it is not available in Indian knowledge system, the document released by UGC, don't bother. Are you getting the point? Because that is just a guideline. But whatever is there as a local knowledge system which is available, it was there, you add it into your curriculum. Okay. So what you said, I agree sir. I am not going nitty-gritties into it, but there are certain elements which you have to definitely look into. See, HEIs have medium of instruction in local Indian languages or bilingually. What does it mean? Local language as well as, okay. ODL, online and distance, do we have a ODL department? Now you can start one because you are already a university. It's available in the main campus? Yeah. Okay. So the moment you launch it, you have to make that have the same quality as the regular program. In other words, the curricula for regular degree programs and the same curricula should be used for online education. Currently what is the practice? Online substandard curricula, regular difficult curricula, something like that. Am I right? So you have to balance it out by saying that both are the same. Programs to integrate professional and vocational education. Vocational means skill based education. I have another slide where I will talk about it. And one important thing which nobody is serious about is that HEI can be renamed not as a deemed university, you can call yourself as a university. So if you are following NEP, straight away what do you do? As per NEP 2020 policy, hereafter our name is under section 2 of UGC deemed university. Remove that line and put what? University, correct? So we have asked for that clarification. UGC fellows are very smart, they are not replying to that letter alone. So we also know, the next day what we will do? We will advertise ourselves as a, no, that is because it is in the concurrent list, it is passed in the assembly. We will leave that. I am saying that deemed to be universities can be hereafter called as universities there in the NEP 2020 policy. So we wrote a letter to the UGC chairman. For that letter only no reply is coming. So we are just waiting for that. Yes.
There is a clarification that different
categories of universities
Yeah.
will come into effect from 2030.
2030.
That is also there in the.
Yeah.
The policy says it will come into.
It will come into effect from 2030.
So there is still 6 years.
There is still 6 years to go. You are right. Okay. So this is like a gestation period where we are implementing. Okay. If you look at 11, all these things are easily implementable. I am sure if you, many of you are in this campus of VTU are not aware of this, but I am sure somebody from the other campus is well aware about, UG certificate, UG diploma and all those things, correct? If some student want to exit, so you have it as a criteria. Very rarely students exit a course. Due to some unforeseen incident, somebody wants to exit a course, they will do a 4 credit skill course, which will fetch them a job, additional 4 credit, and then they can get a UG certificate or a UG diploma as the case may be. It's already implemented, well and good. Now again, greens all easily implementable. Program course depth in class and online are to be equivalent. In other words, UGC has said that 67% of your courses can be in online content. I have separate slide for that, I'll justify that. Okay, out of your degree program, 67% of the content can be through online mode. But in that online mode also, it will be the same as in class. Okay, just because some course is available online doesn't mean it is going substandard. So we will justify the 67%. Similarly, 13, everything is implementable. All these things are easily implementable. In 14, there is infrastructure to support physically disabled and learning materials in local language. So ensure that every building has this ramps, whatever, to support that. Okay. Under teacher education, you don't have a teacher education department. So I'll skip this slide. Vocational education, vocational skill capabilities along with academic skill courses through either through ODL or through any MOOC platform. You can have your own self-hosted MOOC platforms. Okay, not necessary it has to be only via SWAYAM or SWAYAM plus or NPTEL. You can also self-host MOOC and implement programs. Nothing is stopping you. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Exactly, sir. Not necessarily. We are a university, we have that right. If we are not a university and a private center, you have to definitely get a National Skill Council approval, you have to get it. Since you are a university and you are conducting an assessment for skill assessment is different from. I'll tell you, there is another slide I'll tell you. Interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary research and innovation on sustainable development goals and Indian societal challenges. So this is something which we have to seriously look into it. For example, some of the best practices that all finally a project should be addressing any one of the SDGs, the easiest way to do it. Whereas what we have done is that for every course, okay, every course will have a SDG element mapped straight away. What SDG that cover, so every syllabus will have a SDG component also, which says that this particular syllabus touches these 3 SDGs at this level. You mark it there in the syllabus, that is much easier than. Okay. Creation of culture of excellence and innovation. This takes time, but it can be, you see when I put yellow, you have to work on it. Strong self-governance and merit-based appointments of qualified institutional leaders. So far we have that practice, or I am the senior, my age is more, so I became the HOD, Dean Director, is it like that? Or you really have a pathway in which you can qualify them. So these things we have addressed, so I'll also discuss about that a little later. Creation of strategic institution development plan. IDP is an ongoing document. Some of the guidelines that we have received from UGC is something like that. Short-term plan, don't make it too short. In other words, 0 to 5 years itself is a short-term plan for an academic institution. 0 to 10 years is a medium-term plan. 0 to 15 years is a long-term plan. I repeat again, 0 to 5 years is a short-term plan. That means it can be achieved only because institutions don't drastically change their policies. By the time you do a change and then one batch of students goes through the change, so it will like 0 to 5 years you do a short-term plan. 0 start today, but it can be implemented only in the period of 10 years. It's called a medium term plan, and anything up to 15 years you do a long term plan. And these institution development plan will act as a guiding factor for the institution to grow further, to stay ahead of competition. So IDP is a big exercise. It has taken more than 8-9 months in our university to make the IDP. Why? Because it requires a lot of discussion, deliberation, etc. IDP, how to prepare IDP? UGC has already released a guideline. Okay. I will go to the next element, which is professional education. Set up agriculture technology parks to promote technology incubation. I don't know whether you have any agriculture related programs. High time you start it. It's high time you start it, because agriculture is one sector which is going to stay for longer period of time. And there are a lot of takers now for BSc agriculture, BTech agriculture programs, and it's agriculture and food processing. There are a lot of multi-specializations in that field, but you need space. So you cannot put it in this campus, you may have to look for some space where you can actually do that, but this is one area which is going to stay for a longer period of time. Similarly, offering bilingual education for, this is lawyers, judges, if you have law programs, okay. Similarly, allopathic and medical education must for Ayush and Ayush therapy knowledge. If you have a medical college or allied health sciences department, you should also look into it. Yeah. You are right, you are right. So what we have done is that we have given some internships for MBBS students. They will do internships in Ayush, okay, especially yoga therapy, Siddha therapy, Varma therapy, all sort of therapies. No, physiotherapy is different. I am talking about the traditional Indian Ayush system, Ayurveda therapy, correct, Ayurveda therapy, Siddha therapy, Varma therapy. There are many therapies which are traditional to this land. Homeopathy, something like that. So whatever is there under the Ayush ministry, those, even though NMC doesn't learn, but we are giving internship for our students to go through this process and come back. For example, they even come to this, there's a yoga university in Karnataka. No, currently it is like they will be given a separate certificate. In due course of time, we have written to Ayush ministry also saying that you talk to NMC and say that there should be some 4-credit course or something like that. As of today, no. As of today, no. But see, if you have a medical education, you have to better think in these lines as well. That will help the learners to have a holistic view of, because many of the hospitals nowadays have, allopathic hospitals also have a Ayush, Ayurvedic and other treatments also. So it's better that they be aware about things. Okay. Similarly, library with books for differently abled persons and books in Indian languages. This is something which takes time, but can be implemented. Okay. These are all can be easily implemented. Now we have quickly covered the overall gamut of the NEP. Now we'll ask few questions to see whether we can go into some eminence. See, one is looking at our university as a research institution. Okay, I'll just put some ABC College of Technology, a research institution. Do you want to claim yourself as a research institution? If that is the focus, your IDP has to completely focus towards building this institution as a research institution. Or do you want to put it as a skill-based university? There are many universities which has come as, skill university. Have you seen that? Recently some universities have started, at least 8 to 10 universities have already started as skill university. What is the idea? As an industrial oriented institution. Or you just want to be a teaching institution, because this call you have to take. Or you will be a jack of all trades, master of none, that's also fine. But then if you want to plan for the future, you have to pick any one of those domains and start working towards it, because teaching institution is something which is very easy. So most of the universities, including SRM, I'm telling you, they are all looking for skill-based institutions, okay, because our major chunk goes to the industrial sector for jobs. No, it's BTech only, but the focus is that skilling is the component. No, it will be the same degree, but the focus is if you are claiming, for example, IIT Madras gives the same BTech degree, am I right? But the focus is there is research. No, this is to help you understand where your institution has to put its efforts. If your institution wants to put all its efforts towards becoming skilled, then you have to build skill labs and things like that. If your institution is focusing towards research, you will have to put research labs, etc. All your efforts should go, like Selvan made the right point, no? You know where you should, otherwise you will be here and there and you will never master anything. So that focus the institution authorities have to seriously look into it. No, it's like this. It is like this. In the PG program itself, you can straight away target towards research and further in the PG program. In the UG program, 70% of the courses will be only skill-based courses. Around 30% of the courses can be either research or advanced. Like you see, it's like telling a BCom student because all our BCom programs are 4 years now. In the third year, you can ask them whether you want to go for higher studies or you want to just get into a job. If you want to get into a job, you rather choose all those skill courses like Tally, all those SPSS, all the softwares you start learning, because when you go into the field of work, you better know these things. Or if you are going for higher studies, you take such courses. So in order to direct the students also, you may have to give these components available for your students. Yeah. I am coming to that screen. I'll hold that question. I'll coming to the screen. See, it is easy for you to start apprenticeship embedded degree programs because you are in very geographically positioned in Bangalore. Okay, so you can convert most of your programs into apprenticeship embedded. It's called AEDP, and now UGC is pushing it. Next 6 months, 1 year, you will see lot of zonal meetings happening for AEDP. They are pushing it like anything, because apprenticeship is something which has to get integrated into the program, and thankfully you are geographically positioned in such a way that you have a lot of industries here. See, most of the time what happens is that what is expectation and what is reality, they are misaligned, and this is where we have to put our effort. Selvan's session was completely on this. See what the industry experts and what you produce, if they are misaligned, you are also putting effort, they are also putting effort, and it is not in alignment, then all that effort goes to a waste. So you want to correct that effort, then there is only one way: you sit and talk with people who are the stakeholders at both ends. Many times we see that individual contacts the industry, further nothing happens. Individual leaves the organization happily, lab is closed. Happens? I contacted industry, they gave some kits and other things. I started some course, I leave the organization, that's all, the lab is also closed. That doesn't serve any purpose, correct? So for doing all these things, all your unscientific practices have to get eliminated. See, we are offering highly scientific degree programs. Do you agree? Mechanical engineering, electrical engineering, do you teach anything unscientific? All laws, theorems, they are all scientifically proven content. Are you teaching anything fictitious, thin air? No. Correct? They are all scientific programs, but unfortunately what happens is that there is no proper learning curricula analysis done. Okay? Then curricular design is done unscientifically. This is the next step. I will tell you the third step. Learning materials are also developed unscientifically. Fourth, implementing it in the classroom is also unscientific. And finally, assessment is also unscientific. Highly scientific program cannot be designed and conducted unscientifically. Are you getting the point? Highly scientific program cannot be designed and conducted unscientifically. So there is a little bit of scientific approach required. When I mean scientific approach, anything which is time tested is science proven. Am I right? As of today, correct? It's not myth, thin air. So you have to put your effort in first making your curricula standardized. This was the point we made in the last Learn workshop also. If your curricula is not standardized, if it does not follow any standard system, so what is the difference between doing mechanical engineering in your degree, your university or the next university nearby? You tell me. Why should I do a mechanical engineering degree program in Nitte or why not in PESE? PESE, whatever. You tell me. AICT guideline given. Sir, don't make everything absolute, sir. All these bodies can give you only guideline. You made it absolute. Don't make it absolute. There is a method to follow in programs, designing programs. If you have not learned the method, it is easy to learn the method. That's what I mean. Okay? If you have not, just take up the AICT, cut and paste everything. It's not a curricula. I'll give you a classic example. Assume I want to build a house. Okay? Big house I want to build. Now what happens? I get blueprint of my uncle's house, neighbor's house, that house, this house. Correct? I get some blueprints. Blueprints, you know. Oh, this staircase looks nice, cut and paste. Oh, this hall looks nice, cut and paste. This corridor looks nice, cut and paste. Civil engineers? Can I just cut and paste from every other blueprint and make my house? Possible? Not at all. Why? Why? No calculation done, nothing. Am I right? Just by looking at the hall size and putting that hall size is not everything. So if you ask a civil engineer, they will say that where are you guys first building the house? Let me do soil testing, find out what foundation is required, correct? What sort of beam is required. Just by looking into hall, kitchen, cut and paste, it is not going to be a plan at all. Now if I use the same analogy and say, okay, SRM, VTU, ATU, BTU, all universities, cut and paste and make a curricula, it will be as bad as this. Or still worse, take one textbook, chapter 1, unit 1. You call it unit or module? Unit 1. Chapter 2, unit 2. Story is not complete. Chapter 3, unit 3. Chapter 4, unit 4. Chapter 5, 6, 7, 8, unit 5. This is not how you make curricula. There is an approach. If you have not learned the approach, at least you learn it now. So far you were under VTU, somebody gives us different. Forget about that. Now you are a university. As a university, you cannot do substandard work. What I mean substandard work, cut and paste is not a substandard work. Are you getting the point? So let us do it properly. So one thing what SRM did when this AICT suddenly issued a statement that we have to follow AICT curricula, whatever, that time what we did is that we found out what are the world's best top universities doing it. We found that top 150 universities in the world are following the curricula standard called as CDAO. Be it Stanford, be it MIT, be it Tokyo University, be it Chalmers, be it Oxford University, London, all the world's top 150 universities follow this curricula standard called as CDAO. So first thing what we did is that we started following this curricula standard. So that curricular design mein koi farak nahi. It is done pakka. Are you getting the point? So if you don't know there is a standard exists, there is a standard. Who is using it? World top 150 universities. You just go to cdao.org in your mobile and you will see all the universities which are using. Got it? As simple as that. cdao.org is the website. You can go there and find out what is it. So this is the first thing that I recommend. Why? So that your unscientific approaches will first vanish. This unscientific approaches will vanish. At least in these two things, unscientific approach will first vanish. Got it? These are the first steps, curricula. Then comes the learning material development, etc., etc. This will come a little later. At least may not be in today's session itself, but I'll tell you there are approaches. Okay? If you follow active learning, then there is a mechanism. Okay. One other important thing what we are also doing in SRM, I am not saying that to boast SRM, which the management agreed upon is that we wanted to qualify all the teachers in some teaching learning qualification so that they don't do a they don't do a substandard work here. Are you getting the point? So we tied up with Cambridge University and offered their PG diploma programs in teaching learning. Okay? It's a qualification, not a FDP where you get a participation. Even if you attend or not, attendance sign kiya hai to, you will get a participation certificate. No, you all go and attend. No, you go to some university, IIT, wherever. Morning one signature, evening one signature. In between, who knows? I'll be on the phone, or I'll go and visit. If it is Chennai, you go and visit Ranganathan Street, buy, purchase, whatever. Because I was in IIT, we used to conduct FTPs. Morning people will come. First question they will be encouragingly asking. I ask, what is the question? I have some question. How to go to Ranganathan Street? In IIT, this is my job. Okay. Now, what I am trying to say is that these are not FDPs. These are qualifications. That means you have to sit and work for that qualification. So, one thing what we addressed here is that these two are addressed with CDIO. This we made it as a proper qualification for teachers. The institution invests on the teachers and make them qualified. If this qualified, they know how to make this and they know how to make this. Because it's a teacher centric. Assessment is also teacher centric. Teacher only prepares the learning material. So in this process we teach them how to make materials, how to do assessments. Both have a lot of theories, by the way. At least I have a book which has 230 different theories in which you can actually create learning materials and things like that. Either way, we may not use all, because engineering, certain courses we will use some 5 or 10 techniques which we frequently use. Okay. Now, looking at the global market, Selvan addressed that, but I want to show you what programs can be helpful. So if you look at average annual age, sources from Hanover Research, this year's data, last year's data, 2024 around November, December data. Nurse practitioner guess average salary of $121,610. This is the highest paid in that juncture. In other words, these are fast growing careers, followed by data scientists. Data scientist still gets less as compared to a nursing professional. So this will help you as a university. See, all universities are supposed to be multidisciplinary. You can start any number of degree programs in any field of knowledge. Just look at the trend where the future is going and appropriately start those programs. Got it? So just to give you an idea, like data scientist, statistician, information security analyst, medical and health service manager. I'll continue. Okay. Epidemiologist, obviously computer information research scientist gets a loss of salary, okay, and so on. So if the top management can look into the world picture, Selvan presented the Bangalore picture, I just want you to look at the world picture and check what programs are good enough. And then what you have to do, if that is the job that somebody requires, you have to identify what skill sets are required for the job. So can I request all of you to open your mobile phone and go into a website called onetonline.org. I want you to open your mobile and go into a website called onet. Oh, this, how do I get this? onetonline. onetonline.org. Go to this website and in the top, in this search string, type civil engineer, architecture engineering, management professional, whatever, type it there. Here. In the search string, they have given something, electrician, something. There you type civil engineer, mechanical engineer, please type it and search. See, the website is from Ministry of Labor, US. Occupational network, ONET means occupational network online.org. So type something there. For example, I am typing pharmacy. I should have typed pharmacist, it's okay. Okay. And it will give you a list. See, if you see something like yellow color, it means bright outlook. Bright outlook means lot of futuristic job prospects are available. Instead, if you see a green color leaf ka symbol, it's evergreen field. That means next to 20-30 years that field will need people. If you have seen this diagram, that means in future lot of requirement is there. If you see a green color leaf ka symbol, it's a evergreen career, meaning to say that civil engineers for the next 50-70 years is needed, something like that. And if I click on any one of those, okay, now I'll tell you one instruction, you will get a sheet like this, okay. There you please click on the menu item called details. There is a menu item called details. Click on that and read that one page alone. Click on details and read that one page alone. See, first list gave you pharmacy, whatever. You clicked on pharmacy, then you went to the next page. In that next page, you will see a menu item called details. In the menu item details, okay, maybe you type it as click civil engineering. After you click civil engineering, details. You please help thy neighbor, help your neighbors. So it can be any field. Nursing means nursing, pharmacy means pharmacy, dental means dental, mental means mental, management means management, any field. Because dental and mental always go together. So what are you getting there? Tasks that fellow will do in that job, correct? It is also giving you technology skills that are required. So if you have conducted a B.Tech program, don't you think that you should teach all these technology in some or the other laboratory practice? Yes or no? Yes. See, hello professors, listen 1 second. See, I conduct a board of studies meeting. Okay, I conduct a board of studies meeting. I assume I am calling one person from the industry, okay, as industry representative. And you will say, I have an industry representative. Very good, everything is pakka. But what area is he working on? Maybe he is working on only statistics. So he came as a board of studies member. All that he will talk about will be statistics. Instead of calling this person, I called another person who is from marketing. What will be talking? Only marketing. Can I get all the job opportunities one shot? No. That is why I want you to search relevant field and get that field's complete knowledge. In India also, in the Directorate of Employment and Training, they have a physical document, something like this, but it is not updated frequently. This is updated every year. Data from across the world goes there, including from India. I have also submitted when I was in the industry, data to them, because they have sent that to my boss forwarded it to me, and my job was to find out for that professional what are all the softwares required, what are the tools that are going to use, what knowledge is required. All these things I will send it across, they will consolidate it and put it there. Including average wages of US alone will be displayed there. Got it? Now you know the field, correct? Now you know the field. For that field, you have to design the curricula. Begin with the end in mind. Stephen Covey's 7 habits, one of the habits is called begin with the end in mind. After 4 years or 6 years or whatever the course, after the program he goes to a job. This is the job description, detailed job description. What knowledge is required, what tools are required. In other words, this is what you are supposed to take up front and then design your curricula on it. Just by having one industry representative is not going to help. You have to search and get, you have one representative, no doubt. Have one person. That's not my question. My question is one person cannot be multi-skilled. Now whenever you get time, you go and search. You know why I use this? I do a lot of career guidance. 11th standard, 10th standard students have no clue. Just to differentiate themselves from the rest of the crowd, somebody will say, I want to study astrophysics. Then I'll say, what will you learn in astrophysics? I don't know. What job will you get? I don't know. Correct? Because all my friends are saying they'll choose engineering. I want to be different, so I have told astrophysics. But I have no clue. Am I right? So what will I ask? Type it here. After 2 days, he or she will come back and say, no, I'll choose some other field. Why? Because you looked into all the detail. You have to learn this much. Then you automatically will sometimes make the right field also. Okay, good. So why did I ask you to go there? What is the purpose? So that you know how to set the syllabus and its requirements. Very good. Oh, sorry, I am supposed to again change this to that window. Okay. Change current window. There is this window. Okay. Okay. So it's not about just the salary. Okay. So it's not just about the salary, it's also about finding out what that field of knowledge is. And I also have some idea like where the top bachelor's program are going. So we can redesign our programs to choose such requirements. Okay. This is all from Hanover Research. You can search it from Hanover Research and still find out. Okay. So what is important is not the data as to where you want to go. Now this is what I was talking about. One curricula, whatever mode you operate it, and there will be only one learning assessment. That assessment should choose whatever be the mode of learning. Okay. Now let us see what is in it for. You all know this. First semester 20 credits, second semester 20 credits, 1 year in 40 credits, correct? This is your NEP guideline. Plus 4 credits if you want to get out with a UG certificate. Okay, that is at National Credit Framework level 4.5. Another semester 20 credits, so 80 credits you have got, you are eligible to get a UG diploma, again plus 4 credits, skill course. This plus 4 credit is for a job skill course. Others will not do, who are continuing will not do, fellow who is exiting has to do. Got it? Then you give a certificate to exit in case he wants to exit. Okay, third year you get a UG degree, inclusive of 24 to 32 minor degree. Earlier, BTech in computer science engineering with a minor in something and additional some 8-10 credits or 10-15 credits you are keeping. Hereafter nothing doing. Everything should be inclusive of your credits. So if I go at this rate for 4 years, how many credits? 160 credits. Don't exceed 160 credits. Why? Because all this will go into the ABC, academic bank of credits. Instead of 164, assume if I put 4 credits extra, what will he do? He will claim it for the next MSc degree program. Are you getting the point? If I have more money in the bank, I will claim it for the next subsequent course. So instead of 20 crore, if it is 164, what will I do? 160 UG degree, 4 credits I will ask for the next subsequent degree program I will ask. Because it's there in the ABC, only 160 credits are minus, only that much money is taken from my account. I have 4 more rupees more, then I will use it for my next E program. So plan it appropriately. Does this make sense? You all know this? Very good. Now comes the most interesting part of it. You have 160 credits for a 4-year degree. Okay? 80 credits will be your discipline programs. Assume I am a mechanical engineer. 80 credits are exclusive only for mechanical engineering courses. I am not talking about first year English, physics, maths, nothing I am talking about. I am talking only about mechanical engineering core courses, 80 credits. Got the idea? Very good. So how much is remaining out of 160? 80 credits. That 80 credits is purely the student's choice. This 80 credits is purely the student's choice. For example, I am a mechanical engineering student, 80 credits mechanical, fine, absolutely fine. This 80 credits, what can I study? Can I study Bharatanatyam, Kuchipudi, whatever, Kathakali, sports, NCC, I can fill it up for the next 80 credits. No course in mechanical, 80 credits for mechanical, very good, I will do it. Another 80 credits, I can study any nonsense. Not nonsense, anything of my interest. Okay? So while you are designing this program, be very clear. But all these 80 credits should be skill courses. What do you mean by skill courses? It should have practice component. LTP, practice component definitely should be there. Are you getting the point? Can it be pure practice course? Yes, Bharatanatyam may be pure practice course. Why not? But you should conduct an assessment and verify it. Sir, already my mother, father, they are all Bharatanatyam dancers. I have been learning Bharatanatyam from school itself. Can I get the 4 credits? Very good. Should I attend classes? Not necessarily. What? You need not attend? No, you need not attend. I will directly conduct the practical exam. If you have passed in Bharatanatyam, very good, 4 credits for that course. That's it. That's called recognition of prior learning. RPL, recognition of prior learning. But that course should be equivalent to the 4 credits or 5 credits as the case may. This are we very clear now? Sir, what, mechanical only 80 credits? Yes. Another enthusiastic guy like me. Sir, this 80 credits also I will study mechanical only, sir. This 80 credits also I will study mechanical only. Okay. Study. No issues. 160 credits I will study all mechanical course. Yes. Why not? So I have given both the extremes. What? Somebody who is just doing for the sake of his father, because father joined me in medical mechanical, 80 credits mechanical, remaining 80 credits film to shooting, technology, whatever you want to learn, learn. Are you getting the point? Did you understand that? Yes. Another die-hard mechanical fan, what will you do? He will study here also 80 credits mechanical, here also 80 credits mechanical. Yes, permitted. But this 80 credits is purely student choice. Now you understand what you mean by holistic multidisciplinary education? How to implement it? Very easy to implement. Got it? Got it? So roughly if I divide into courses, see one good thing what we did is that all the courses have practice elements. Earlier data such as theory separate, lab separate, correct? Because when we were in Wipro we used to get mark sheets. Data structures laboratory 99, data structures theory 23 fail, next attempt 40 just pass. We used to laugh at such mark sheets. What stupid idiotic college is it? They don't even know how to evaluate a student. Lab 99, theory 40, correct? To avoid all these laughing by the institutions and all, sorry, by the industry and all, matter club it into a single program, a blended program. All courses should be having theory and practice components. So roughly if I divide it into semesters, it looks something like this. Okay, and you can keep replicating it for all your semesters. So meaningfully they can learn 5 credits, 5 courses of 4 credits each. It's a rough plan. You can, one can be 6, one can be 3. That is permitted. I am just giving you a broad guideline how it may look like. Make sense? Okay. I know it's going to be 5 o'clock, so I will just quickly. And this you already know, 90 working days, 75. So now UGC recommends for a regular full-time UG degree program, 40% of the courses can be completely online. Can be Swayam, MOOC, NPTEL, self-hosted MOOC, whatever. 40% of the courses. So if I take 160 credits, 40% of it, forget the second line, 40% of it will be 64 credits. In other words, 16 courses of 4 credits can be completely online. Okay? In other words, every semester 2 courses, 5 courses out of 5 courses in the previous slide, there are 5 courses per semester, out of which 2 can be studied self online, self or assisted or guided by the teacher online. Either they study from the Swayam or Swayam Plus platform or self-hosted MOOC. You know, in NPTEL they don't conduct exams on time, and UGC already released that even if they don't conduct it, you conduct an exam and pass the students, correct? It's possible. And what about the remaining 60%? See, 40% of the courses can be completely online. Out of the remaining 60% of the courses, there is a 30% of the courses can have 50% online content. Another 30% of the courses can have 40% online content. So if you put together all these things, 67% of content can go online. So you should have a very robust learning management platform. Don't buy any third party platform, build your own platform. You should have a robust online learning platform. Got the idea? Okay. So I think this is a rough distribution of how the courses will be. These things I think you can get it from the any UGC website itself, you can get it from any UGC website, just to give you an idea like what will be the number of courses and so on and so forth. Okay, similarly for PG, okay, discipline courses and research courses. So this is one combination. Either you can design your PG courses in this, so I have shaded with one color, okay, this is one combination where you will have research courses. So you can actually say honors degree, correct? Very good. There is another combination, mark, I don't know, it's these two are yellow, these two are green. Either you choose this component or choose this component. Got it? All the slides are shareable, don't worry, because we are trying to zoom it and take photographs with effort. Okay, for a PG also this is how you can do it. Make sense? Okay, so I think I have come to the last part of it. For a PG also, if you follow the same principle, you still can have certain percentage of courses going into the online content. So now your effort should be to discuss with the university people, already other campus, and ensure that NEP is implemented in its spirit and knowledge, okay. Because you also need a IDP document which is it's already prepared, well and good, otherwise you will have to look at institution culture and practice, institution policies and procedures, institution standards and codes as well as rules and regulations. You may need document for all this. Okay, now I will stop here for questions because it's almost 5, so I will stop here for questions. If there are any quick questions, we will take it. All these slides I will share it.
I said in the beginning of the session, last session, but important session. I think it's proven. It's proven, and also one thing I would like to mention, definitely this session stands as a pre-workshop session for the next summit. The other thing I would like to I think there are many BOS chairmen are here. I am sure you agree with me that Board of Studies meeting which we are trying to plan, we have to push it further. Do you agree with me? Yes, we need time. We need little more time. We need to relook. We need to spend a lot of time on this. It's really wonderful session. We have got insights very clearly. The other thing I would like to highlight, usually, okay, we used to just say that, oh, our curriculum is NEP curriculum. Can we still use that sentence? After seeing the checklist of 129 in depth, and each one of us have gone through that 129 word by word, I think according to me, we need continuous minimum of 4 to 5 months to really relook and okay, entirely change the syllabus. I hope you agree with me. Anyway, usually I think I have a habit of just relating it
Sir,
with...
can I just answer that? See, you don't need 4 or 5 months. What you do is that conduct it as full-time 3 days workshop, and you can finish almost 80% of it. Because I have done this across schools in SRM. It's like 3 full days workshop, be there and finish most of it. Thanks to AI tools and support, it's much easier nowadays to do it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Like movies, sir, the climax is important here also. I think for the leadership summit, the climax is really great. So nice. I think now the floor is open for the questions. Please.
Quick questions, because I don't want to delay you. It's almost 5. Yes.
Dr. Srikanth.
Sir, my name is Dr. Srikanth. I'm heading the department of MCA. In one of your discussion, you said that like BOS especially, you are calling one particular person, and so that he decides what is there. So I just wanted to know that maybe if recently we concluded one BOS, if of course we had an industry person in that, 1 or 2 industry person we keep. But still, as you said, they might have not complete knowledge about everything. So how do we address that?
No, that's what I said. No, it's very difficult to get one single person who has all the knowledge, even in the industry. Am I right? So that is why I suggested go to Own It Online, because it actually collects and gives you what tools and technologies are required. So you can use that as a reference, and additional input always the expert will give you in that from that field.
Okay.
Or rather, like what some of us suggest is that, say, roughly if you take a syllabus, there are 5 units. Try to get 1 or 2 people who are specialized in one of those areas and conduct it in between some discussions or meetings or brainstorming sessions, something like that. That way also it will be helpful. I am not saying don't bring that one person. I am saying that one person may not be an expert in all the fields is what I say. Don't take me wrong.
Sir,
Yes.
I have a question.
Yeah.
On a curious based.
Yeah,
so
please.
you said that 50% from a branch what they take and 50% based
Yeah.
on the skill. What is the intention behind giving 50% for the skill based?
See, up to 50% is what the UGC recommends. Meaning to say that 50% of the courses can be from other disciplines so that they can correlate other disciplines along with what they are studying in their discipline field, say mechanical engineering. They can correlate mechanical engineering with film technology also. They can correlate mechanical engineering with other fields also. No, 50 is the maximum. Maximum up to 50%. You cannot say this side is 60% and that side is 40%. The government with lot of its thought process has given this input. Yeah, please. You want?
50% non-core could include skill component, ability enhancement component which supports your core.
Support your core.
Which
Yes.
supports your, it's not that it's a totally alien field.
Yeah.
No,
To
no,
decide.
There is a
Structure.
battery you create, there is a basket you create from which they choose. But then let's not go away with the impression that this entire 50% is alien to the core. No.
No, it's not. It's not.
You can link it to the core in various tangential ways, and that's where the innovation and creativity of us lies in being able to do.
So,
yeah.
Last question.
MOOC, with respect to MOOC courses, with our experience, we have found that the students are not clearing the MOOC courses.
And that's
the
what I'm trying to say. That's what I'm trying to say. Even if your student is doing a MOOC course, UGC has given the liberty for that course, you can conduct your own examination.
Okay.
And you can pass the student.
Okay. Because we were insisting on them
passing. It started all with NPTEL because they were not doing the examinations on time. So it was all getting delayed. Then what happens, UGC released a statement that even if they are doing an NPTEL course or a SWAYAM course, whatever, even if they don't clear that, don't worry. You conduct your examination for the same content and you can pass the student.
Yes, thank you.
Not blindly pass the student, as usual, your criteria, whatever.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Sir, lot of work has been done in terms of outcome-based education. And fixing the outcome first and then working backwards so that the various courses really tally into the final outcome.
Agreed.
So
all the courses will be outcome-based courses only. In its respective, if it's a Bharatanatyam course also, it will have an outcome-based course.
So, we are from Fashion Technology and Interior Design, majorly a skill-based program.
Yes.
And this NSQF level framework, which is a level that actually assigns to it?
No. See, madam, I'll just go into that slide because. Madam, every 40 credits, you move the level. NCR level keeps moving.
Okay.
So if you want to have a 160 degree, is at NCRF level 6.
Okay.
Yes, madam.
Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Sir, when we went through all these, NEP, statutory bodies and everything, one thing we should make sure that even our NBA evaluators should also know all these things. I'm telling you openly, I'm telling you frankly.
Session, okay, ideally, yes. Ideally,
the reason is, see, when you are talking about AICT guys, then you said some specific thing, saying that it's only a guidelines, right? But believe it or not, these MBA evaluators come and they will write simply saying that they haven't followed the AICT guidelines.
For which you can always reply by quoting these lines from the new education, national education policy, and still you can still do that.
and automatically the SAR what we find is not the new SAR what it has come.
Either way,
it is also not in 100% in line with
you and I know there
NCP
is
guidelines.
a revision taking place in the accreditation body to have a different system altogether. So it will come in place. Till that point, we will face this trouble.
Okay, thank you, sir.
You are absolutely right. Till that point, it will face this trouble.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Last question, please.
Yes, please. Oh, he only has to get the last question.
Last batsman,
Your
sir.
good name, sir, Meenakshi Sundar.
No, yeah,
Meenakshi Sundar.
She's the last batsman. Okay.
So I remember you 15 years back. I was a person who attended your Nishant next session.
Oh, okay.
Really.
From where, sir, by the way? I might have forgotten.
MAM College of Engineering, Trichy.
Oh, acha.
Yeah. Even Sandeep Sastry sir also was there.
Maluk Mohammed and I did
Yes.
PhD almost at the same time.
Yeah, IIT Chennai. Yeah. So the last slide, that question mark, it relates to software engineering. That is the Boehm's principle, W power 5HH principle.
Yes,
There we have to ask all these 7 questions every time, every day in whatever we do. Then if our inquisitiveness keeps growing, and then we get solutions to many of the questions, queries, and we can solve many issues, and we can start building quality step by step.
Done, sir. Agreed.
Yeah.
And it's generally called as 6W1H. Oh, sorry. 6W.
6W.
What, when, why, where, which one?
Okay. I have learned as W5HH.
Yeah. No, he said he's the last. He's
Yeah,
the
last.
person who was to ask the question last. Yes.
I really thank the management for organizing this leadership summit today. Yeah, no. Here, sir. One in that for leadership summit too, one question is there. Sir, I'm not giving vote of thanks. I'm preparing for our leadership summit 2 program. So thank you for energizing with NEP. But 2 things, PEP and NEP. Let us review once again. PEP is positive energy power. So everybody should have that. Whoever has come here attended, everybody has. That is why, as sir told, everybody has come in time. And I've learned many things from all the resource persons. And NEP is also negative energy poison. That should not be imbibed in anybody. Yes, sir. Anybody's mind. So thank you for the wonderful sessions and preparing ourselves NEP ready. Thank you, sir.
Sure, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
I request my colleague Dr. Kshama Shetty to deliver the vote of thanks, please.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sundaram, sir, for making my job easier. But nevertheless, good evening, one and all.
Good evening.
I'm here to present and deliver the vote of thanks for our resource person, Dr. Rajiv, sir. And it's a privilege to have sir with us during multiple FDP sessions, and especially in this leadership summit. I have had the opportunity to attend one of the FDPs conducted by sir earlier as well. I consider it my privilege, sir, and thank you very much for the insightful session. And I hope all of you agree with me that of all the 4 sessions, this last session increased our weight, not because of the tea or the snacks, but the eye-opener towards the responsibility that we hold as an individual, especially in the leadership roles, as we move from the VTU umbrella to Nitte deemed to be university. Now, we don't have VTU to blame to for not having a good curriculum. So I thank you, sir, for opening our eyes towards the unscientific methodology we followed. And I now request Professor Sudhir Reddy to hand over the memento to sir as a token of appreciation.
Please.
Friends, with this we come to the end of our 4 sessions. As part of our final wrap-up before we end at 5:15, there were 3 colleagues who had also volunteered to do the vote of thanks, but we had already fixed 4 people. So I had suggested to them that we'll give them each not more than a minute each to tell us at this final session their key learning from today's workshop.
So can I request the three of them one by one to come up to the stage and share with us their three learnings? Shifali first. And then we have, was it Pratima? Pratima next, and finally Samanvita.
Thank you, sir. I have just noted down the major takeaways which I am going to take from this. To keep it very short, I'll just read away the three points from each of the sessions. So from session 1, it was don't lead by being at the front, but lead by being from behind. Then invest your time with top 10% of your top 10 performers of your team, and remaining time 50% of the time with the lower performers of your team, and rest 80% let them manage on their own. And the last one was don't compare yourself with others, stand tall in your place, stay humble, and humility is the must. Then second section by Professor Nagarjuna, it was leading with vision and purpose, clear communication and influence, leading by example, building high performance teams, and adopting the change. Third session, that is Industry Academia Partnership by Dr. Selvan. There we understood why industry is not scaling up. Then we started with major benefits academia will get by partnering with industry and vice versa. Then maturity model from stage 1 to stage 5, and practices where we can contribute for Nitte and industry partnership. Last session for NEP spirit, we started with the checklist. We analyzed ourselves, and then bilingual adaptation, we thought about it, unscientific practices to be avoided, and start to learn about new approaches like CDIO, and steps adopted in other universities like SRM, and understood about the UGC recommendations. And it was a thought-provoking workshop for all of us to start from now itself. Thank you so much, everyone, for attending, and thank you, management, for giving us opportunity.
Thank you, Shifali. Good evening, all. To begin with, sincerely, I need to tell that this was my first opportunity to be over here in this kind of gathering. Because all this while I have been at NMIT, but being a faculty there, the regular process. Of course, attending FDPs and seminars, that is, as sir mentioned just now, that was a regular process. But coming outside and getting exposed to this kind of leadership programs, that means I really started understanding what exactly you mean by a leader. It's not just we tell the students, okay, you have to be like this, you have to be like that. That is not at all a leadership. So exactly what is that we have to inculcate in ourselves. That is, as teachers, we need to represent as leaders. So morning, to begin with the first session, as I understood from sir, it was like how we have to be very human to the students. Of course, we are there, but still they provoke us, but still we need to control ourselves and try to be very kind to them. And of course, that is first part of it. Since we are in this kind of knowledge sharing system. And the second one, influencing the students. That is, most of the time, we are getting influenced by them. What they do, we try to change ourselves and get into another level. So rather, we have to influence them and put it onto our track. And the third one, how to bring them to our platform. That is, as I discussed with Nagarjuna sir, sir, you rightly mentioned what the children I'm seeing in the class, the same age children are with me at home. I need to deal the same thing because I cannot say no to my children and something else in the college or vice versa. So I was discussing with sir, so it is very challenging to deal with today's children because they have everything at their fingertips and they are far ahead of us, and we need to escalate ourselves so that we are into their track and positively come up with the things. And the last session, very much after lunch, yes, I was thinking I may go down, but still, sir, it was really energy booster and a lot of information which we were thinking like preparing the syllabus, we take out some 4 institutes or foreign national institutes and whatever it is, we do it. but that is really not the way. And you have given us a really eye-opener today evening. And I thank all the 4 resource persons for giving me this opportunity. And as well as I thank the management. Sir, thank you very much. Thank you, sir. And I think we will go on to the next level with the next session of this. Thank you all.
Good evening to all. I'm not taking your time, so it's just everyone to wrap up. I'm not telling anything session by session, just 2-3 points. One thing is, in the session, what we learned is we have to work for the institute. When we work for the institute, betterment of the institute, it will be success for the institute, and automatically it comes the success for yourself. So don't think first about yourself, first is for the institute we have to work. That is one point. And then one more point I liked is, don't lead being in front, lead being behind. That point I liked the most, what in the first session sir had made. And another is Vidya, Vinaya, Sampadam. Vidya, Vinaya, Sampada, all the 3 works together. Especially, we should be humble. That is what even I follow. And one more thing is, we have to work by trust. That is even I follow in my department. So that's all the key points which we have learned. Thank you so much. There are a lot of points to tell, but I don't want to take much time. Thank you so much. And thank you, Shastri sir, for giving us.
Friends, especially as the last session was going on, I happened to speak to 3 colleagues at different times. They came and spoke up to me. All 3 said the same thing. Wish we had this session 6 months earlier, so that our Board of Studies inputs would have been very different. My response is, it is 1 year earlier, because this is to plan for next year's Board of Studies, not this year's Board of Studies. So we have a year's time to plan for what we have to do. Now, Principal sir, few words from you, and then we will have straight away to sir. But I don't want to anybody to feel they did not have a chance to speak. But not more than a minute. Anybody who would still feel that they would like to say something, add something? Not more than a minute. Sorry? No? Sir. We started with sir's opening comments, and let's also close the session with his remarks on the session.
So Shastri sir has said all speakers 1 minute. I'll stick to 55 seconds. Firstly, Dr. Rajiv, thank you. Very informative. Second of the 3 points is, we spend a lot of time discussing how to make our students successful when they exit our Nitte campus after 8 semesters. I think in these 4 sessions, you have got a lot of ideas about what we need to do to make them successful, right? So we have to do many things differently. And the third point is, this session is not over, because as you go back on Monday and Tuesday, you'll be asked to do more homework based on what you discussed today. So look forward to some more activities, discussions that will come out of the meetings and learnings today. So have a good evening. Thank you very much.